till your job is done. And never accept a job that is not installed to manufacturer specifications. No warranty, no deal. Make the right choice. Call Hahn Roofing today at 515-573-7440. That's 515-573-7440. Hahn Roofing, an Owens Corning Platinum contractor.
It won't be long before the kids will be back in school. Got your to-do list ready? School supplies? Check. School clothes? Check. School sport physical? Not check. Uh-oh. Better call Active Health Chiropractic today. At Active Health Chiropractic, they offer sport physicals for kids in grade school through high school. As part of their school sport physical, they'll also do a pre-concussion screening. Call today and schedule an appointment for your star athlete. Active Health Chiropractic, Fort Dodge.
Mark Patrick Hypnosis is coming to Fort Dodge tomorrow for one day only. Lose weight or stop smoking now through hypnosis. Join the over 500,000 people who have stopped smoking and lost weight the Mark Patrick way. That's right. Join America's best-known hypnotist, Mark Patrick. This incredible weight loss hypnosis seminar is tomorrow night from 5:30 till 7:30. The Stop Smoking Hypnosis Seminar is from 8 till 10. Both are at the Quality Inn and Suites. Registration starts 30 minutes prior to the sessions. Seating is limited, so get there early to reserve your spot. For only $49.99, attend these life-changing programs and learn how the power of hypnosis can help you achieve your goal to lose weight or stop smoking without any willpower. 100% guaranteed. So whether you need to lose weight or want to stop smoking, join Mark Patrick Hypnosis tomorrow night at the Quality Inn and Suites on Highway 169, Fort Dodge. Doors open 30 minutes prior to seminars. For more information, go to markpatrickseminars.com.
Mayor of Manville. Michael Devine, the mayor of Manville.
It's a fancy title for a part-time job.
Michael Devine at AM 1400 KVFD.
That's right. I'm Michael Devine, and this is AM 1400, KVFD, the voice of Fort Dodge. We're going to tell the truth, make it matter. And we're never going to be boring. We're going to do it in a manly way with probably other men. I don't know. Are there any males listening to this radio station right now? There probably are. And women as well. I hate to tell everybody, but talk radio appeals to men and women equally. As a matter of fact, I don't have it now, but a few years ago, we had a system, to make a long story short, we had a system that would tell us how many women and men were listening at any particular time. And I was proud to say, and proud to report to you now, that 53% of my listeners then were women. And most of them were in their 40s, which was really gratifying. You think of talk radio, you think of old white guys, right? Old grumpy white guys. This is just part of the extended coffee groups all over town of old retired white guys who are sitting around grumping about the way things used to be and how cool they were then, and on and on and on. And I'll be the first one to admit I do that. Certainly, I certainly found my little coffee groups and sit around and talk about how cool we probably were. But actually, we probably weren't. But it's fun to do it anyway. And talk radio can sometimes be seen as an extension of that whole culture, the retired guy culture. We sit around and gripe. But really, I'm, again, proud to report to you that at least a few years ago, the majority of my listeners were women. And I'm happy about that. By the way, if you'd like to join the conversation here, 515-955-1400, 515-955-1400. I'm going to talk about the great news in our town today. And the great news, of course, is that Terry Menke has agreed to run for city council once again, and as Kim Allstott has. Kim Allstott, Terry Menke, longtime city council people, have agreed to run for re-election. Our lives are in their hands. I shouldn't have said that. That's really spooky, isn't it? Think about that for a minute. Our lives are in the hands of Kim Allstott and Terry Menke. Yikes! I thought Roger Porter, the chief of police, would be back today. This is his usual spot, but Roger's had some health problems. He's had surgery on a knee, I believe, and he's not yet ready to come back. And I look forward to Roger coming back here. I think we have a great police chief in our town. That's one of the things we can be proud of, that Roger does not lose his cool. You know, he is very dedicated to his job. Criminals, if you're in Fort Dodge, you should get out. The Fort Dodge police will find you. But Roger just hasn't been able to get back yet. So when he does, I will welcome him, and it'll be great to have him back on. But because I'm going to be at the State Fair tomorrow, Councilman Menke will be here today. He'll be here right after Steve Peterson of the Farm Bureau in the 3:30 to 4 o'clock segment, or the 3:35 to 4 o'clock segment. And then we'll have Drago himself, and that would be City Manager David Fearing, who's turned out to be worth his weight in gold as far as information on what's happening in our city. I mean, I had a number of city councilmen on a number of years ago. Some of them were good, some were bad, but none of them had the sort of inside info that David Fearing does, and none were as astute and capable when it came to explaining what was happening in the city and when it would happen and how much money it would cost and the funding sources and all that. The city council job for most people is a part-time job. We got a couple of retirees in there, but for most people, it's a part-time job. If you really want to know what's happening, tune into David Fearing this afternoon when he's on the air right after the news at 4. And our number here again is 515-955-1400. A guy walked up to Chris Como in New York. A guy walks up to Chris Como, the nasty, belligerent CNN commentator, and called him Fredo. Chris Como's brother, Andrew, is the governor of New York, of course. Fredo, in the movie Godfather, in case some young people don't know, was the weak, bumbling, incompetent younger brother. Chris Como kind of fits that bill. I mean, he got the job because his name is Como, right? Como from New York. So we have a Como from New York on CNN, as New York is one of the higher population states in the country. So that's a big jump off for him right there. But yeah, Chris is pretty much Fredo. Well, Chris, of course, classy guy that he is, classy guy liberals are in general, just goes off. There's YouTube video out there. He just went off, and I'd play the YouTube video, but there's so much profanity in it. I would have to spend a long time editing it, so I'm not going to do that. And he threatens to throw the guy down the stairs. I'm going to throw you down the stairs. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. This is how these people are. You know, and Como afterwards, oh, yes, you know, this happens to me all the time. Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. Cory Booker's been telling people to get in the faces of conservatives. Remember the Red Hen restaurant incident? What was it, last year in Virginia, Lynchburg, Virginia? A little restaurant. Sarah Sanders tried to go there with her family. And some gay waiter or cook called the manager. Oh, Sarah Sanders is here. Oh, I don't want to serve her. So the manager came out and went and asked Sarah Sanders and her family to leave the restaurant, which they did. Not content, the manager got her employees and went down to the restaurant where Sarah Sanders went and harassed them there. They weren't content just to kick her and her family out of the restaurant. They had to go down to another restaurant and harass the family there, chanting and screaming. Just awful. Remember that group of thugs that appeared at Tucker Carlson's house at nighttime, yelling that they knew where he lived and threatening his wife? Vote blue, folks. This is who you're voting for. Vote blue. This is who you're voting for. Not to mention Ilhan Omar, AOC, and the rest of the crew there. J.D. Schulten will be in Fort Dodge tomorrow. J.D. Schulten will be in Fort Dodge tomorrow. His people got a hold of me once he announced, that the Democratic Party, and both parties do this, the Democratic Party got him a PR person and scheduled interviews for media as it exists in Iowa. Well, I got an email from his PR person, or whatever you want to call him, not too long ago, earlier today is what I'm talking about. And told me that JD was on the show last Wednesday with Greg Hora and I. And Greg, of course, is with the Pork Producers. Turned out to be a pretty good interview. I don't think it was very illuminating. We didn't really learn what JD would do, or really, come on, what's JD really going to do if he won as a freshman congressperson? He'd get on an ag committee. I mean, they would do that to embarrass Steve King. But he would have no authority. He'd be a reliable vote for the Democratic Party. He'd be a pickup for the Democratic Party as they fight to hold on to the House. Now, it's going to be tougher for the Democrats to hold on to the House than they think because of the Ilhan Omars of the world, because of the ugly behavior of Antifa, because of the ugly behavior of practically every liberal in the universe. I mean, it's the contempt for free speech that we've seen is astounding. And the demand that the far left, and I do mean far left, should define speech itself, communication itself, is outrageous. And that some speech should be allowed and that some shouldn't. Because speech is oppressive. Never mind free speech. Speech is oppressive, unless it's their speech. It's twisted. It's a twisted, ugly philosophy, and really it's a theology with some. But Chris Como goes off on this guy who called him Fredo, and I think that's an appropriate name. I think Chris Como is now Fredo Como forever. He can't get away from it. Oh, he'll be on television acting tough for a few days. He'll go over the top. Watch and see. Tune into the Chris Como Show, whatever it's called, and see if there's not a lot of compensation going on with Chris Como. There will be. His manhood has been challenged. Oh, my God, not that. Donald Trump, and I got to love the guy, Donald Trump tells us that, Como seems to be having a mental breakdown or emotional breakdown of some kind and should be red flagged. Donald Trump, just when everybody's had enough of him, just when he has pulled one after another inappropriate comment or photo op or whatever, comes off with a good one. And we forget everything else that Trump said in the last few days. But he said, Como, his emotional condition, we should red flag him. He should not be allowed to own guns. And he probably shouldn't, carrying on like that. I think liberals should not own guns. I think they shouldn't try to buy guns. Maybe that would be a point where we could start. I'm an NRA member, and I've been talking that I'm ready to do something about guns in this country. I'm on board, as the president is, with red flag laws, and I'm ready to ban all liberals from owning a weapon. There. Now, there's a lot of gun sales that just went by the wayside. That should please liberals to no end. If you're a liberal, if you're actively supporting liberal candidates, you shouldn't have a gun. Because God knows, we don't know what you're going to do with it. You've been so out of control for several months, who knows? By the way, do you get the feeling with all these Democrats in town, or I should say in our state, that they're performing for you? I mean, I don't know whether to vote for Beto O'Rourke or nominate him for an Oscar or be concerned that he's having an emotional breakdown. Nobody goes on and on like that. And of course, I was so disgusted after the horrible El Paso shooting that there was. Talk about Trump and his bad photo op. There's Beto O'Rourke right on cue, having his picture taken, holding the hand of a badly wounded woman in the hospital. And just a few hours after the picture was taken, he's screaming bloody murder on where? CNN. So does Beto need a vote or an Oscar nomination? I don't know if he's in the right field. I think probably acting in melodramas is where he really belongs. Now, I mentioned J.D. Schulten. Did I tell you that I offered by email to have him on the program this afternoon at 4:35, 4:40 in there. I don't know if they're going to take the offer or not. By they, I mean the Schulten camp. But I didn't. I'll tell you, when Greg and I were on the air with him, I didn't hear a reason to vote for him. He keeps seeming to want to say he should be our next congressperson rather than Steve King. That doesn't do it for me. Now, if you're a Democrat, that's enough. Democrats nationally hate Steve King. But it doesn't do it for me. Vote for me, I'm not Steve King. And by the way, that's what the Democrats are doing nationally with Trump. Vote for Beto O'Rourke or Cory Booker or whoever because he's not Donald Trump. AM 1400 KVFD, good afternoon. You're on the air.
You got to vote for him because he visited his grandpa's farm.
That's right. I got to visit. He visited his grandpa's farm when he was in high school, and that means he's down with the folks.
What more does the Democrat need?
What? I did ask him that question, what his experience was as far as agriculture and agribusiness, and he said, well, my grandparents were on the farm, and I used to go out there. I said, oh, well, you're an ag expert then. Let's vote for you.
I've visited the hospital. I should be a doctor.
Good point. If you visit the hospital, you should be a brain surgeon.
Yeah.
There you go, man. Hey, thanks for the call.
Yep.
All right, this is AM 1400 KVFD. The voice of Fort Dodge is 226. Steve Peterson from the Farm Bureau. An actual farmer will be here in just a few minutes.
Are you showing at the county fair this summer or planning to compete in a livestock show? I'm Nicole Heslop with Managing for Profit on Brownfield. When a year of hard work comes down to a few minutes in the show ring, biosecurity might not be top of mind, but it should be. We'll have tips on how to protect the rest of your farm from diseases that might follow you home right after this.
When is the best time to talk to your family about staying in touch during a disaster? When floodwaters reach your door? When wildfires are engulfing the edge of your neighborhood? Or an earthquake is destroying buildings? When a tornado is tearing through town? Or a hurricane strikes? Or is the best time perhaps today? During a disaster, you may not be able to stay in touch with your family or friends as easily as you think. And it's not always as simple as using your cell phone. That's why now is the time to take action. Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
A veterinarian says biosecurity practices need to take place before and after livestock shows to protect animals and humans. Dr. Gerald Goodrich oversees fairs and expositions in Michigan. He tells Brownfield vaccination protocols must be followed before showtime and sick animals should be sent home.
Any sick animals at check-in should probably just be sent home along with their pen mates. So if there's 8 pigs on a trailer and 2 of them are sick, all 8 should go home. Swine influenza can be a zoonotic disease and can actually be transmitted to humans. It's not real common.
So far, 3 Michigan fairs have had confirmed reports of swine influenza. Goodrich says it's a common illness in production facilities that peaks in July and August.
We usually recommend disinfecting the scales at weigh-in. We recommend using a couple sets of sorting boards while they're showing pigs so that one set can be being cleaned and disinfected in between classes. We recommend cleaning and disinfecting the wash rack area.
Humans can pass influenza to pigs. Goodrich says simple hand washing and disinfecting practices can help control it. and it's not a risk to the food supply.
Make sure that you have plenty of hand washing stations available and hand sanitizers and those types of things. If the individual, the exhibitor, or anyone else is sick, especially with flu-like symptoms, they probably should not be going into the swine barn.
To protect other animals on production farms, especially pigs, Goodrich says exhibitors and their family should take the same precautions they do on their home farm with fair animals, including having separate booths and clothes for the fair and showering between facilities. He also recommends quarantine animals after the show to make sure they didn't bring home something that could put other animals at risk.
There's always that chance if you take something back home, you should isolate it for at least 10 days to make sure that it is not going to contract swine influenza. You should also have someone else care for those particular pigs and somebody to care for the production hogs.
I'm Nicole Heslip with Managing for Profit on Brownfield.
If you're drowning in IRS tax debt, please get ready to take down this number to take advantage of the new IRS tax forgiveness programs. The IRS has recently hired private debt collection agencies to start collecting your outstanding taxes.
Prior to calling Superior Tax Relief, I owed the IRS $33,000, and my wages had just been garnished. Superior Tax Relief put a stop to the garnishment and was able to resolve my tax problem. I walked away owing close to nothing. I would highly recommend Superior Tax Relief. They saved my life.
We can protect you from the added fees and negotiate your tax liability. Superior Tax Relief can set you free from your tax issues. Call Superior Tax Relief to find out how you can qualify for the Fresh Start program that's now available. Don't hesitate. Call today. Call 800-711-5099. The consultation is free. The information is free. This call could save you thousands. Call 800-711-5099. 800-711-5099. That's 800-711-5099.
What's the biggest rack you ever saw?
You're not going to believe this, but I saw a huge rack once. I know it was a 44.
A 44? Man, I'd like to see that.
Me too.
Yep, that was a nice rack, all right.
Looking for a big rack this year? Then head for the Iowa Outdoor Store, where you'll find everything you need to bag the buck with the big rack. Bring your bow in with you and they'll make sure it's ready for the season. Check out the full line of bows and accessories today at the Iowa Outdoor Store at the junction of Highway 7 and 169, Fort Dodge.
Your news, your town, your station. KVFD News when it breaks.
With your KVFD News update, I'm Rob Jones. 2 intersections on Fort Dodge's east side will be rebuilt after the City Council voted last night to reward a contract for the work at their meeting. The intersections of Central Avenue and 15th Street and First Avenue South and 15th Street, the council awarded the contract for those to Fort Dodge-based company Castor Construction. The contract is worth just over $4 million. Fort Dodge City Manager David Feerick says the majority of the work will be done in spring of 2020. The 2 intersections will be expanded to add left-hand turning lanes on each side of the respective intersections. The project also includes installation of an 8-inch water main. The Fort Dodge School District's Board of Education has now adopted the new return-to-play protocol for student-athletes who sustain concussions while playing school-sanctioned sports. Governor Kim Reynolds signed an update to the state's concussion law in 2018. However, the adoption of that protocol won't change much, if anything, in terms of how the local district already handles concussions currently. The Board of Education says the largest change will be the requirement that student-athletes or coaches disclose they have a concussion to their athletic trainer. All district coaches have or will receive training specific to the new protocol, and coaches will be renewing their training each year. A 29-year-old Kentucky woman died yesterday after failing to stop at a stop sign and colliding with a semi-truck. The accident occurred just east of Carroll when Tia Monique Newsom was driving eastbound on East 18th Street and went through the stop sign at the intersection of East 18th and Noble Avenue. Newsom hit the passenger side of the semi-truck, which was headed south, being driven by 24-year-old Iowa resident Cody Michael Farrell. The collision happened around 11:45 a.m. Farrell was able to maintain control of the truck despite the collision. He was not injured in the crash. The Fort Dodge City Council met last night with a number of items on the agenda. One of the largest items of discussion was the unanimous vote to add the Crossroads Mall to the Center City Urban Renewal Area. The move will make possible the usage of tax increment funding to support a project on the site. Tax increment financing occurs when increased revenue from property taxes occurs in a designated area and is set apart for investment in that area. As of right now, there has been no specific project announced for the site. Last night's vote comes on the heels of the council voting in July to add the Sears site to the Center City Urban Renewal Area. For KVFD from the Jerry Sheeter Newsroom, I'm Rob Jones.
This is AM 1400 KVFD, the voice of Fort Dodge. I'm Michael Devine with the weather. Sunny today with a high of 84. Overnight some clouds, low 59. Tomorrow cloudy with a high of 74. On Thursday, it'll be sunny with a high of 78. Friday, a chance of a thunderstorm in the morning. Other than that, it'll be sunny with a high of 80. On Saturday, sunny with a high of 82. Sunday, sunny with a high of 85. And Monday, it'll be mostly sunny with a high of 86 degrees. Right now in Fort Dodge, 81 degrees. At AM 1400 KVFD, the voice of Fort Dodge. Obituaries this hour brought to you by Gunderson Funeral Home and Cremation Services.
Gunderson Funeral Home and Cremation Services.
Oh, why not just cremate me when I'm gone?
Sounds simple, doesn't it? However, there are many options to consider when cremation is chosen. From simple to detailed, we at Gunderson Funeral Home and Cremation Services can help you create a unique commemoration.
Gunderson Funeral Home and Cremation Services.
236, 81 degrees at AM 1400 KVFD, the voice of Fort Dodge. Paul V. Jordison of Otho has died at the age of 93. Mr. Jordison passed away Saturday, the 10th, at Iowa Methodist Medical Center in Des Moines. There will be a service honoring the life of Paul V. Jordison of Otho, and that'll be at 1 o'clock in the afternoon this Friday at Community of Christ Church in Colville. Again, Paul Virgil Jordison of Otho has passed away at the age of 93. Obituaries this hour brought to you by Gunderson Funeral Home and Cremation Services at 1615 North 15th Street, Fort Dodge. You may contact Gunderson Funeral Home and Cremation Services by calling 515-576-7128 or online at www.gundersonfuneralhome.com. 81 degrees, 237 at AM 1400 KVFD, the voice of Fort Dodge. With a look at the closing market report, here's Dwayne Murley.
Here's a look at how the markets closed today. September corn down 19 1/4 at 366. December down 16 1/4 at 376 1/2. March corn down 13 1/4 at 390. May down 10 1/4 cents at 398 3/4. August soybeans up 10 1/2 at 872. September up 9 1/2 cents at 876 1/4. November up 9 3/4 at 889. January up 9 1/4 at 902. September wheat up a quarter penny at 472. Soybean meal up 5.90 a ton at 297.80. August live cattle down the 450 limit at $100.55. October limit down at 99 1/4. August feeder cattle down 667 at 127.72. September down the 675 limit at 127.20. August lean hogs down 17 cents at $79, and October down 250 at 64.57. From the farm desk, I'm Dwayne Murley.
I need results, so I choose the one system I trust to take weeds down and keep them down on even my toughest acres. With the Roundup Ready Extend crop system, I get the proven performance of Roundup Ready 2 Extend soybeans, combined with XtendiMax herbicide with Vapor Grip technology for control of more weeds than any other soybean system. Up to 14 days of soil activity on labeled weeds, and the kind of yield potential that helps keep me in the black. All to deliver my kind of results, season after season. I choose the Roundup Ready Extend crop system. I choose results. See why the Roundup Ready Extend crop system continues to be the #1 soybean system planted by farmers when you visit RoundupReadyExtend.com. XtendiMax is a restricted-use pesticide. Performance may vary. Always read and follow grain marketing and all other stewardship practices and pesticide label directions. Check local regulations for specific requirements in your state.
It's happening to you every night. One snores and the other can't sleep.
But now, there is a quick and easy-to-use solution. A natural solution. Snore Stop, the #1 selling anti-snoring medicine in the U.S.
Thank you, Snore Stop. You saved my marriage.
It's time to try Snore Stop and make every night a better night for both of you. Spray or tablets are available today at Rite Aid and CVS or online at snorestop.com.
I need results, so I choose the one system I trust to take weeds down and keep them down on even my toughest acres. With the Roundup Ready Extend crop system, I get the proven performance of Roundup Ready 2 Extend soybeans, combined with XtendiMax herbicide with Vapor Grip technology for control of more weeds than any other soybean system. Up to 14 days of soil activity on labeled weeds, and the kind of yield potential that helps keep me in the black. All to deliver my kind of results, season after season. I choose the Roundup Ready Extend crop system. I choose results. See why the Roundup Ready Extend crop system continues to be the #1 soybean system planted by farmers when you visit RoundupReadyExtend.com. XtendiMax is a restricted use pesticide. Performance may vary. Always read and follow grain marketing and all other stewardship practices and pesticide label directions. Check local regulations for specific requirements in your state.
Michael Devine, the Doctor of Truth.
Does anyone have anything they'd like to confess?
That AM 1400 KVFD.
Yeah, this is AM 1400 KVFD, the voice of Fort Dodge. I'm Michael Devine. And we are going to tell the truth, make it matter, and we're never going to be boring. If you'd like to join the program, of course, it's 515-955-1400. This segment of the program is being brought to you by the Webster County Farm Bureau. Not surprisingly, I have a Webster County Farm Bureau member in the studio with me. He is Steve Peterson from beautiful downtown Cypher. How are we doing over there, Steve?
Oh, we're hanging in there.
All right. Okay. Well, we have, we want to confirm something. I shouldn't even say anything. I'm not going to say anything right now, but hopefully what we've heard isn't true. But we'll see what happens here. Now I've left everybody on edge with that nonsense. But anyway, Steve, I saw this morning that's your cell phone?
Mm-hmm.
I saw this morning it was a cooking show down at the State Fair for the Farm Bureau today, so that must make it Farm Bureau Day at the State Fair, right?
I believe it is. I haven't been to the fair this year, so...
What's the matter with you? You want to go with me tomorrow? I'm going down for the pork producers.
That would be fun. The pork producers they feed you well.
Don't they? You see, I spend all afternoon in the pork producers tent eating.
But all the groups down there do a good job. But I think the pork producers they go exceptionally well.
Oh, they do.
I've seen a lot of
dress it up, man.
A lot of people with the turkey legs, of course, from the Turkey Federation.
Yeah, that's right.
And the
beef guys are real good. You can't lose down there.
No,
really.
you really can't. So there is of course the Iowa State year because of the mass number of Democrats down there. They seem to be getting a lot of national exposure this year. For a lot of the foods, and I guess the Iowa nice grassroots type environment that exists here in Iowa, and I've seen some national commentary too about, a lot of people kind of think that doesn't exist anymore. But here in Iowa, I think they're proving those critics wrong. So
we just, I was describing in the last segment, and you don't want to get into this, and I'm not going to take you there. But I was describing in the last segment that political people all over the country just seem to have gone completely crazy, and they're yelling at members of other parties. I don't think we see much of that in Iowa. Well, we do see some of it, but they're very, very isolated. I mean, if somebody really wanted to make a scene, they could do it at the Iowa State Fair. And I think all the candidates were there, and nobody made a scene.
No.
Nobody did any yelling or carrying on. I wasn't there. Maybe that helped. But people listen respectively, whether they agreed with the candidate or not.
And we're unique in Iowa that we get exposure to
we do.
A lot of the political process that a lot of other states don't.
Yeah.
So I think sometimes we, as Iowans, maybe take the process for granted that we just get this much exposure. Some states, the candidates very seldom. In the last presidential election, Hillary didn't even go to some of those states at all. So
that's why we don't have President Hillary, of course.
Well, but here in Iowa, and by the end of this process, every one of us is ready for it to be over too, with the TV ads and the kind of almost the overexposure. But in this time of year, especially the state fair, it's a great forum for a lot of candidates to come in and frankly, look at the boost to the economy that it does for Iowa. And and our people, like you said, they're what we tend to criticize as Iowa nice, and they'll listen, and they like to go home and form their own opinions. I think sometimes they try to push people into too many corners too quickly, and a lot of our people like to talk. But even in Iowa politics, is from what my experience is a lot different than national politics.
Mm-hmm.
And here in Iowa, even between parties, it seems like there's a lot more cohesiveness, even though on some issues they seem like they're miles apart. We haven't resorted to the not talking and finger pointing and stuff like that. So, it's just part of the process. And I listen to some of it. I don't really listen right now. There really isn't a lot of things that's being said that interest me, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
A lot of I'm more interested in things that's going to affect my farm,
of course.
And unfortunately, it doesn't seem like a lot of the trade. A lot of the candidates don't even have. They never talk about trade or anything else. It seems like they're out on other subjects. And I'm still patiently waiting. I think we've been talking about it for a year. I'd like to see that Mexico Canada thing get that looks like the closest thing that can be implemented right now. There was a little outside of my scope. I don't get too involved in it, but I do know that last week there was a trade agreement put in with the European Union on beef.
Sure.
And that's a big thing too. That's a market that's never been there for us. Baby steps on some of this stuff. My corn and soybeans ultimately go into feeding animals and grain, throughout the country. We're talking a little before off air. This week, really in farming, we haven't had a whole lot of good news lately.
Mm-hmm.
We had a crop report or a USDA report that came out yesterday that, frankly, for a lot of people left more questions than answers. A lot of the math just, no matter who I've talked to, the math, no one can seem to put sense to it. And basically, long story short is we had one branch, the USDA coming out with a number of corn acres planted, and then we had the FSA office, which is that's the office that we as local, every county has an FSA office. That's where we report our acres. They had this number, a cumulative number of all crops not planted at about 19 million acres in the United States. That's big. It's, I think, the biggest since back in the early 2000s. There was a kind of some trouble, and there was a lot of acres that weren't planted. But the USDA seemed to come out and say they were only off 1.7 million. So where the discrepancy lays out, I don't really know. It is a little frustrating. The markets it went limit down yesterday, which 20 cents, and today it was I think 19 cents down again. So it's definitely reacting. Soybeans, on the other hand, are kind of going the other way. So it's a lot of interpretation right now. So we'll sort through that. It's kind of one of those things. I wish I just never would have seen the report. Be gone for a week and come back, and maybe we'll sort through it. But it's a little frustrating, I guess, is probably the best word. A lot of people were I think thinking the report was going to go the other way, and it just caught a lot of people off guard. It wasn't really how far it was. It's just we really just misjudged this one, and I guess after the last few reports, I guess we should be a little more willing to accept some of these numbers. But that was tough. And then the EPA, we got news again that the EPA came out with a list, and they gave, I believe, 31 more waivers to small refineries, and that's
31.
31.
31.
31. I think they did say they rejected 6. that really doesn't sit too well with a lot of farmers.
I bet.
I know some people that were down here a couple months ago when President Trump was in Western Iowa and made the big announcement, and to year-round E15, and there was some optimism that this was going to be a good thing for American agriculture, especially the corn farmers. And basically, by doing this, if they're going to dole out on the back end these waivers and these RINs, I guess what they renewable identification numbers, that's basically the accounting method that the oil companies get when they blend a renewable fuel in with their fuel. So it's and those can be traded and whatnot. But when they get these waivers, they're exempt from doing that. So it's a kind of a end around the rule, I guess. And if they're going to dole these waivers out, they're really undermining the law that was created. So it's in Iowa, it would be the equivalent, I believe, of losing 1.4 billion gallons of ethanol.
Yeah.
So it's a big thing.
It's a big thing.
It's a big thing.
And of course, the oil companies, that's music to their ears. They just as soon strangle ethanol.
Correct. So where the administration is going to fall out on this, I don't really know. I haven't heard a whole lot. Sometimes it seems in the news cycle they kind of, right now we're on some unfortunate incidences that happened in the southern or in two of the cities. That kind of draws, I guess, some of the talking away from issues like this. It's definitely nothing I've ever heard any candidates speak on. It's
what are you referring to exactly?
Well, like the renewable. The RFS, or Renewable Fuel Standard, which is, it's vital here to the Midwestern economy.
Mm-hmm.
But it's definitely not something that I've heard any political prospects talk about. The president has always he's always saying he's got our back, but we see issues like this, and it really starts to question what's going on. There was another incident last week. Sonny Perdue, which is the ag secretary, he was in a forum up in Minnesota, and he drew a lot of criticism. He got a lot of boos, and he is the Secretary of Ag of the United States. Tom Vilsack used to hold that position, and he made a joke up there. And this was, again, in a room full of farmers and agricultural people. He said, "What do you guys call two farmers in a basement?" And he said, "A wine cellar." And they booed him practically off the stage.
I bet they did.
Two
farmers in a basement is a wine cellar.
Because there was a lot of criticism of farmers whining about the market facilitation payments that were out. So a lot of criticism right now, and a lot of it, I think, is duly noted. Where does this administration truly stand with agriculture? Some of their actions are not meeting their promises and what they've told us. So typical politics, I guess. Unfortunately, just not a lot of good news right now. I like I told you, the best thing that's happened to me.
I've never seen you like this before. Do we need to get you on antidepressants here, or what's going on?
No, we'll be fine. The best news I have is I did get a nice measurable rain this week.
Hey, that's not bad.
When
I've heard worse news.
When your highlight is that you're still mowing grass in August.
Sure.
I used to personally hate to mow grass. That was one of the things I really hated to do. Now I've learned, if you're mowing grass in August and end of July, that means your crops are growing. And because when your yard dries off and there, it's also tough on the crops. So yeah, to be mowing grass mid-August here, it's a good thing. I would have taken some more rain, but we were fortunate enough to get a nice measurable rain. I think I had 0.8 on over the weekend, and I'll take that any day of the week this time of year. So, as far as crops, everything's progressing along. Everything, it's kind of deceiving right now because a lot of the corn out in the country, it actually looks pretty good. And it's in a lot of various stages, but it's all pretty much reached tassel now.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a little hard to determine where the corn's at in its stage, because some of it's been in tassel for quite some time. Some of it's just reaching tassel. We are seeing...
What does that mean? Just here, we part of our deal here is to educate people. What does that mean when we say in tassel?
Well, when corn reaches tassel, I'm not an agronomist. It's reaching the end of its vegetative state, and it'll grow a tassel at the top, and the tassel's the male part of the plant, and then it'll also sprout an ear, and the ear will have silks, and of course that's the female part of the plant. And every silk, so like when you eat sweet corn and you shuck that corn, every silk has a home at one kernel. So the pollen falls off the tassel and it pollinates the silk, and that's what produces that kernel of corn. So it's in a stage right now. There's a lot of corn that was planted late that's just now arriving into that what we call tasseling time, and weather becomes important there. And then generally about 60 days after pollination is when corn will reach its maturity, and that's what we're referenced to as black layer. And at black layer, the kernels are still pretty wet, and about 35% moisture. And from then on, we will dry down. But after we reach that black layer, and that's going to be kind of the critical time for some of this corn this year, because of when the frost, the first frost is.
Sure.
And the first frost will essentially end the plant's cycle. It'll shut it down. So drying can be greatly reduced if you get a frost early. So that's kind of we're going to be, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's just going to be one of those deals.
Yeah.
Early frost, or the frost might not be early this year, but the corn, because of either its planting date, its maturity, there's different maturities of corn. So there's in this area, there's probably everything normally planted from what we would call a 90-day maturity corn to about 113, 14-day maturity corn, and everything in between. And that's just, we plant different varieties like that to spread out, the workload in the fall. You don't, of course, want all your corn ready at the same time, because you can't harvest it, that quickly. Two, to optimize maybe a weather window, so that you're not pollinating all in one particular time frame either. So you're kind of spreading your eggs out, I guess, and not putting everything in one basket. And that's something that, as a farmer, we work with our seed dealers, our agronomists, and pick these different varieties, different maturities. The same goes for soybeans. There's different maturities of soybeans. And right now, those infamous butterflies that we've been dealing with, they're in the second phase right now, or third, depending on where we're at. And they're going to be laying their eggs out in the soybean fields again, and then we'll probably have another flush of caterpillars. Depending on when we harvest, we're going to start getting out of the time frame to where we can spray effectively for those. For safety reasons, we have restrictions and regulations when we can apply different insecticides or chemicals.
Sure.
So that's something that we'll be watching. We're kind of getting in that window right now if we're going to be able to do that again.
Okay.
So,
well, actually, we've had a good summer. We've had a fairly good summer.
It has been.
Yeah.
We
got a little rain. We didn't have the suffocating heat without the rain.
There are some parts of Iowa, though, that are starting to show up on the National Drought Monitors.
Oh, yeah.
East of here a little bit, straight east is, and then you get in some of the hills. Of course, the sandier soils and whatnot tend to dry off a little quicker. So we are seeing some of that, but these, again, we got another chance of rain Friday. I think again next week. So we've got some potential. I'd love to get a couple inches real gently right now. That would kind of finish it off. But I'll definitely take these showers as we get them.
Sure.
As long as we don't have any severe weather or anything like that.
I went to the farm Progress show last year, and I think that was probably the end of May or 1st of June. I can't remember exactly.
That's the end of August.
Is it the end of August?
Yep, it's right around Labor Day.
Okay. Well, we had a rough spring
you
last year.
You got
as
a
well.
deluge of water down there, if I remember right.
It was just an absolute mess. And I was talking with people from all over the state, really, and from Minnesota. Some folks came down. It was really well attended. Yeah, the first day, the Farm Progress Show was rained out. It was just tremendous, just terrible. Anyway, I sat down and started talking to a woman, 40s or something like that. And she was originally from Britt. And I know a lot of people in Britt. But she had married a farmer from a little town in southeast Iowa, extreme southeast Iowa. I want to say Kale or something like that, but it probably wasn't that. But she said that they had a terrible drought problem down there. We had just been getting pounded up here, but they had a terrible drought problem down the southeast part of the state. Mm-hmm. And you mentioned that Iowa is showing up on some of the drought maps. Southeast Iowa is showing up again this year.
Yeah.
And, of course, we've had the opposite problem.
We're dry. I mean, it's not. We're doing okay. Like I said, I kind of judge it off my yard, right. And I'll probably have to mow yet this week. So,
okay.
But it was close.
Steve Peterson's our guest. This portion of the program brought to you by the Webster County Farm Bureau. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. News is next. You're listening to KVFD in Fort Dodge, Iowa.
Wall Street rebounds. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. The Dow up 376 points at the closing bell, sparked by a delay in the latest U.S. tariffs on China.
The administration backing off planned tariffs by the U.S. on certain Chinese imports based on health, safety, national security, and other factors. As a result, cell phones, laptop computers, video game consoles, computer monitors, and certain items of footwear and clothing will be exempted from additional tariffs of 10% on September 1st. Those tariffs have now been delayed until December 15th.
Fox's John Decker at the White House. The president telling reporters today he wanted to avoid any potential impact on the holiday shopping season. Meantime, China has just canceled port visits by 2 U.S. warships to Hong Kong, where pro-democracy protests continue.
For months, China has been trying to extinguish these protests as officials in the U.S. government are watching what exactly the Chinese government is doing there and how it is responding. President Trump tweeted, quote, "Our intelligence has informed us that the Chinese government is moving troops to the border with Hong Kong. Everyone should be calm and safe." Though it's unclear whether China's military presence there is only a show to intimidate the population or meant as part of a broader operation.
Fox's Rich Edson at the State Department. He acted alone. Police in Ohio just releasing video from the night 9 people were shot and killed outside a bar. And Dayton Chief Richard Beals says it doesn't show anyone helping the gunman.
That plus some follow-up investigation seems to strongly suggest that his companion had no idea what he was going to do, nor did he have any knowledge of the weapons that were in the trunk of that vehicle.
Police say it also remains unclear whether the gunman intentionally targeted his sister, who was among those killed, before police killed him. This is Fox News.
Driving is freedom. The freedom to keep moving, to control your destiny, and to choose your path. And now, that freedom fits in the palm of your hand. It's called Ford Pass, the only app that gives you roadside assistance, Ford Pass rewards, and now when you buy or lease a new Ford, earn points you can use toward flexible complimentary maintenance that gives you, well, more freedom. Ford Pass, built to keep you moving, built Ford proud. Visit your participating Ford dealership to find out about getting flexible complimentary maintenance when you buy or lease a new Ford and sign up for rewards.
Roadside assistance is included for certain Ford owners and available to everyone for a per-service fee. Ford reserves the right to change program details without obligations. Visit your participating dealer or FordPassRewards.com for program rules and restrictions. Ford Pass, compatible with select smartphone platforms, is available via a download.
World-famous opera star and conductor is under scrutiny. accused of sexual misconduct.
Legendary tenor Placido Domingo has been accused by 9 women of sexual harassment. The women, 8 singers and 1 dancer, say they were pressured into a sexual relationship with the conductor of the Los Angeles Opera. 7 of those women say they were punished for refusing the relationship, according to the Associated Press. The women say this happened over a 30-year period, beginning in the late 80s. The Philadelphia Orchestra announced it had withdrawn its invitation for Domingo to perform at its opening night concert on September 18th. Domingo's rep has denied the accusations, while the LA Opera says they will investigate. Michelle Polino, Fox News.
Facebook users who opted in to having voice chats transcribed in the Messenger app were being transcribed, at least some of the time, by outside contractors. Sources telling Bloomberg those contractors were apparently paid to check whether Facebook's artificial intelligence correctly interpreted the messages. No comment yet from the company. The search is on in Texas for someone who keeps posing as a wedding guest.
It's kind of like that movie Wedding Crashers.
It's wedding season, kid. This is completely against the rules.
Investigators north of San Antonio say one guest has been breaking the rules and the law. Deputies in Spring Branch say a woman has been showing up uninvited to weddings since December and making off with various gifts. Her favorite items to part from new brides and new grooms appears to be cash, checks, and gift cards. Investigators are now releasing surveillance photos of the crasher in the hopes that someone will help them slap on their version of the wedding shackles. Tom Graham, Fox News.
Recapping the Wall Street rally after yesterday's plunge, the Dow up 382 points as the numbers settle. The S&P also up about 1.5%. The NASDAQ closer to 2%. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox
News. Your news, your town, your station. KVFD News when it breaks.
With your KVFD News Update, I'm Rob Jones. 2 intersections on Fort Dodge's east side will be rebuilt after the City Council voted last night to reward a contract for the work at their meeting. The intersections of Central Avenue and 15th Street and First Avenue South and 15th Street, the council awarded the contract for those to Fort Dodge-based company Castor Construction. The contract is worth just over $4 million. Fort Dodge City Manager David Feerick says the majority of the work will be done in spring of 2020. The 2 intersections will be expanded to add left-hand turning lanes on each side of the respective intersections. The project also includes installation of an 8-inch water main. The Fort Dodge School District's Board of Education has now adopted the new return-to-play protocol for student-athletes who sustain concussions while playing school-sanctioned sports. Governor Kim Reynolds signed an update to the state's concussion law in 2018. However, the adoption of that protocol won't change much, if anything, in terms of how the local district already handles concussions currently. The Board of Education says the largest change will be the requirement that student-athletes or coaches disclose they have a concussion to their athletic trainer. All district coaches have or will receive training specific to the new protocol, and coaches will be renewing their training each year. A 29-year-old Kentucky woman died yesterday after failing to stop at a stop sign and colliding with a semi-truck. The accident occurred just east of Carroll when Tia Monique Newsom was driving eastbound on East 18th Street and went through the stop sign at the intersection of East 18th and Noble Avenue. Newsom hit the passenger side of the semi-truck, which was headed south, being driven by 24-year-old Iowa resident Cody Michael Farrell. The collision happened around 11:45 a.m. Farrell was able to maintain control of the truck despite the collision. He was not injured in the crash. The Fort Dodge City Council met last night with a number of items on the agenda. One of the largest items of discussion was the unanimous vote to add the Crossroads Mall to the Center City Urban Renewal Area. The move will make possible the usage of tax increment funding to support a project on the site. Tax increment financing occurs when increased revenue from property taxes occurs in a designated area and is set apart for investment in that area. As of right now, there has been no specific project announced for the site. Last night's vote comes on the heels of the council voting in July to add the Sears site to the Center City Urban Renewal Area. For KVFD from the Jerry Sheeter Newsroom, I'm Rob Jones.
Here's the AM 1400 KVFD weatherology forecast. Mainly clear skies and quiet this afternoon with highs around 84. Northwesterly winds 8 to 15 miles per hour. Lows level off around 59. Tonight, mainly cloudy. Cloudy tomorrow, daytime highs approaching 74. Upper 70s Thursday and Friday with a chance for scattered thunderstorms Friday. From the Weatherology Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Jennifer Wojcicki. Currently, it's 81.
We stand for people, progress and pride.
We're the Iowa Farm Bureau, and we support farm families. We're a voice on local, state, and national issues. We're also committed to making rural Iowa a better place to live and keeping Iowa farm families on the farm.
People, progress and pride, it's true. Iowa Farm Bureau's helping you.
Michael Devine at AM 1400 KVFD.
Listen to this.
Making radio great again.
Yeah, this is AM 1400 KVFD, the voice for Dodge. Steve Peterson and I started off the last segment babbling, and I made no sense whatsoever because Steve Peterson and I had gotten some shocking news that Dean Coleman of the Soybean Association, who has been on this program many times, was killed in a farm accident this morning. I'm just shocked to hear that. 62 years old.
Yep.
My gosh, you knew Dean, didn't you, personally?
Yeah, I knew Dean. Dean was he was one of the he was involved in the Humboldt County Farm Bureau. He's one of those guys. He's county fairs and extension, and he's one of those guys that's been involved in a lot of different things.
And he's a sharp guy. He was a sharp guy.
With not only being on the Iowa Soybean Association, he was on the National Soybean Association. True champion and advocate for agriculture.
He really was, and he could come in here. And what do you want to talk about? I'd tell him, and he would talk with authority, quote sources.
Yeah. So, very trying. Thoughts and prayers go out to his family at this time, and pretty shocking news. So we wanted to verify it before we, put something like that out there.
Yeah. Steve told me that he'd heard of that by text just as he came in, and again, I feel I had to explain myself for my incomprehensible babbling to start the last segment, but I was just shocked to hear that, and then we wanted to, of course, verify that shocking news that Dean Coleman of Humboldt was killed in a farm accident this morning, and we have that verification now. So, and I'm not happy that we have that verification at all. It's just I'm very, very sorry to hear that, and I want to extend my sympathy to the family and all Dean's friends, which are he had many, many, many friends, and he certainly had my respect. He was a very bright, forthcoming, and very friendly Iowa nice guy.
Sure he was.
He was an Iowa nice guy.
Yep. But
man, I just don't like to hear that at all.
It's just unfortunate. But like I said, he was a guy that was involved in so many different aspects. I know with students and 4-H kids and county fairs. He'll be missed.
Boy, will he ever. I'll miss him just being on the radio station. He was so dependable and just an outstanding guest and a good guy. And who he was would come through that microphone. Just a farmer from Iowa trying to explain his business and do right for his community and his family. And boy, you can't be any better than that in my book.
Yeah, so I'm sure some of the details will come out in the next day or so of unfortunately what happened and whatnot. So there's no need to speculate on a lot of that now.
No, there isn't.
So, but accidents, farm safety. That's something I know I was planning on talking about in the future weeks. Coming up, and that's something you definitely can't take for granted.
No, you can't. I have just been in touch with the University of Iowa, and I'm going to do the same at Iowa Central, to talk farm safety as we head into the harvest. But yeah, just shocking news. AM 1400 KVFD. Good afternoon. You're on the air.
Mr. Devine?
Yes, sir, Mayor Bemrick.
Hey, this is Matt Bemrick. Are you available if I bring a special guest in real quick?
Yeah, sure, Matt. Yeah, you coming right now?
Coming right now.
Okay, you're not coming. You're not coming from the Top Hat or something, are you?
No, I am not coming from the top.
All right. Well,
I'm
come
coming
on.
from City Hall.
All right, that would be great. Yeah, thank you, Matt. All right. Yeah, jeez. Wow.
But
we're having a hell of an afternoon here, aren't we?
We are. But yeah, farm safety. That's always something that again in the coming weeks. I know down at the state fair in the Farm Bureau area, that's one of their emphasis this year at the fair. They're having some trauma demonstrations about different techniques and whatnot, and they've got some doctors that are coming in there and. Just some examples of what to do and with being on a fire department myself and around our ambulance, there's some of the equipment and the modernization of the simulations are almost eerie sometimes, but it is, it's definitely a training tool. And of course, here in the next few weeks, you can't believe you're going to be saying this, but we're going to have kids going to school. And,
we're there, buddy. What is today? The 13th, yeah.
And of course, farm safety doesn't always just exist on the farm. It's also in the surrounding areas. And this is also a terribly dangerous time of year when we have a lot of gravel roads with the tall corn and basically the blind, uncontrolled intersections.
It's tough.
They are very dangerous, and even on some highways, there's a lot of intersections that the visual you just can't really see. There's no good way around it. Yeah. So a little extra caution there, and of course we'll have school buses and some and a whole new crop of also students that have probably never driven before. So we're going to have inexperienced drivers.
And we have the old folks out there.
And we have, some of the older generations too. But I do know that's one of the subjects, Farm Bureau, that we're going to be talking about here in the next couple of weeks is it was one of the things brought up, and that's what our opinion is of allowing children, I guess teenagers, about driving with a school-type permit for farm use. Yeah. And it's that's a discussion we're going to have. It's I don't know where it's going to end up. I don't know, but I know that is one of the topics that we've had some members bring up, and for some people they need that because the kids are a vital part of their farming operations, and they want something similar to basically a school permit. So what that looks like, I don't know, but I do know that's a discussion that's going to be come up. But I'm pretty certain that there's going to be some safety issues that are also voiced on that discussion. So I'll keep up to date where we do come out on that. But yeah, it's just real tragedy about Dean and
boy, I'm just shocked. Mayor Bemrick is here. This is Steve Peterson with the Farm Bureau.
Hi, Steve.
And the great Satan is here, ladies and gentlemen. Lutz, how you doing, man?
Good, man. How are you, buddy?
You're top of the line here today. You look terrific. I wondered who he was going to bring for a special
guest.
We
were just in a meeting. He says, let's go up and see the
that's I thought he was going to bring some minor celebrity like Chuck Long or the governor or something. Instead, he brings Lutz.
We thought it'd be fun to just come say hi.
Oh, God, yes, absolutely. Well, thank you so.
You moved to the afternoon.
Huh? I got too old, Terry, to get up at 4:30 in the morning in January. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, you did get old.
All right, well, come around here to the microphone. Let's hear from the former mayor of Fort Dodge, known as the Great Satan. Terry, I'd like to introduce you to Steve Peterson of the Farm Bureau here in town.
Nice to meet you.
This is former Mayor Lutz of Fort Dodge, who deserted us for Ankeny and
Clive.
You live in Clive now, but didn't you go to Ankeny first?
No, I had an office in Ankeny.
Oh, you had an office down there. Yeah. So what are you doing in town, bud? Are you just come to annoy a few people? Because I used to love it when you do that.
Well, I used to bring you donuts, remember?
Oh, God, I have diabetes now. Thanks a lot.
beer tonight. I tried to bring him fruit. He didn't like me very much.
He brought me an apple like I was his teacher or something. For
boring.
God's sake.
No wonder you like me better.
So what are you doing in town? You still
just
got...
coming up to look at a couple things and talk to the mayor and see how life is going.
Okay, all right.
Things are rolling here in town.
So you don't want to tell me what you're doing?
If I told you, I'd have to. Well,
you'd have to kill me. I know. Well, it's, I'm going pretty fast anyway. So, are
what
you?
time is your show here in the afternoon?
2 to 5 every day.
2 to 5.
2 to 5, and you're welcome anytime. Of
Well,
course.
I'll listen on my way home because I'm about to go back.
You're about to head back to Clive. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
what's new with you in town?
Gosh, I think I've kind of slowed down. You can ask Bemrick about that, but I think I've kind of slowed down a little bit.
He's got 2 topics, fireworks being number 1.
Right, fireworks.
And then after that, he's not sure what it is.
Yeah, after that, I just open up the microphone and take off, Terry. That's about all we do here.
That's good.
Did you stop by the Crossroads and Bulldozer yet or nothing?
No, not yet, but we're going to drive by there just on our way out of town to see
Okay.
how Fifth Avenue South has come along.
Well, that was kind of your baby.
I
mean,
remember
you
you
got
used to beat me up over all that.
Well, I was initially, and I will admit this again, I will every now and then I'm wrong, not often, but I questioned the Crosstown Connector. I questioned the Fifth Avenue South project when Terry Lutz was mayor, and he would come in every Tuesday with donuts, of course, and we would discuss it. And I'll have to admit that you were wrong, Terry. no, you were absolutely correct. You were.
Well, it's hard to
do
discuss things with someone with such lack of vision.
Sometimes.
Well, I was kind of in the camp at the time, and I hate to admit this now, but, Fort Dodge had probably seen its best days the way I was looking at it. And at the time, this was 10, 11, 12 years ago.
You can't ever think that. You can't ever think that.
I guess not. And now we, we didn't have CJ BioAmerica then or anything. We just, we had Terry Lutz with his vision. And I thought he was having a hallucination.
Well, I would have to admit that Matt has done a tremendous job.
He has. Bemrick has been a really a positive force.
I hate to say that he's really been, it's like the second best mayor this town's ever had. But
is that
it's
right?
probably true.
Clyde Knupp was the first, or what?
Clyde and others.
Jim Janvrin. Jim Janvrin. Well, that's
But
great.
no, it's great to see the city keep rolling. There's a lot of good things going, and Matt's doing a heck of a job. Council seems to be moving ahead, and the supervisors are doing a nice job.
Yeah.
The supervisor, especially when you were here, and I think still to this day, and Matt will probably tell you that, there is a high level of cooperation between the city council and the county, which is good.
That's super.
Yeah,
That's what it takes.
And
I mean, Terry works all over the state, and he can tell you that a lot of cities and counties don't talk at all.
Yeah. Well, he had kind of a hostile council when he was mayor, too. More hostile, perhaps, than what you have now.
I don't have a hostile council now.
You don't at all,
I
no.
had a little bat
But
there
Terry
where
did.
I had a period where we were kind of, let's not do anything for a little bit. But for the most part, the council's kind of, really, it's the planning, it's the, engaging in good capital improvement planning, then breaking that down and putting it together in strategic plans so that you can execute things. So I think the council bought into that idea under Lutz's leadership.
Yeah, he got into that planning crap. Him and Plows.
Remember how much crap I got over all the plans we were doing, and we're just doing another master plan, this and this and that and this and that.
Oh yeah, I remember distinctly.
The majority of the plans.
Yeah.
That we've
now they're getting executed. That's what.
Now
it
they're
takes.
getting executed. Yeah, I remember that. What was that deal down? We've gotten rid of it. Down by the little dam that Cedar Rapids group came up here.
Oh, the hydro dam.
The hydro dam, yeah.
Oh my God.
That was right when we both came into office. I remember I was maybe a councilman for a month, and I walked into Terry's office with all the documents, and I said, "This thing doesn't make any sense." And he goes, "I'm glad someone else sees it."
If I recall, that we were going to, the voters had passed a $7 million bond issue.
Correct.
Of which we would have been on the hook. The citizens
The taxpayers,
would have been on the hook for $7 million. That thing would have never made money, and it would have been more than $7 million because you would have had to pay to operate the thing. So, luckily, we had council support to kill that deal, even after the public had voted for it.
Yeah,
but that was the right thing to do.
Yeah, as it turned out, yeah.
And now we've removed that dam.
Yeah, now that's
Is it
gone.
gone?
Not completely gone, but we've started the process.
I was just one of the people who probably voted for that $7 million.
You probably did, because it
I
was
probably-
pitched that it was such a good deal.
It was.
But the other thing that's happened that would have probably even made it worse is electric costs have gone down. In the forecasting of their pro forma,
They had them going up.
they had them going up substantially. Well, with renewable energy, all the stuff that's been going on, it made even less sense now than it did back then.
Who was pushing that, or would you just assume
Three consultants out of Cedar Rapids who had just, I thought, created a heck of a sales pitch. And really, it was an easy thing to kind of buy into back then. But when you dug into the numbers, it didn't make any sense.
and sold it to Mayor Patterson at the time, or
and the council.
and the council,
And the public, too.
And the
public,
It-
right?
On the surface, it looked like it made sense, but if you got into it, it didn't. And maybe that was the one thing we did right back then is we killed that deal.
I used to love Lutz's city council meetings. So, okay, you're done. All right, you're done. Hey, you're done. Matt's a much nicer guy.
I know. That's why you have Vote Bemrick.
Vote Bemrick up here.
I put that there.
Oh, well, I'm
he
thinking.
let some guy go on for 45 minutes the other night. Now that I see you here again, I thought Lutz would have put up with that for 5 minutes tops. He booted him off.
No, it was a lot of fun. I really missed the days of being with the council, and we did a lot of great things. It
Well,
was a
hell,
lot
I
of fun.
personally miss you. I think there are a lot of folks that do. So, Terry, great to see
Good to
you.
see you.
Always see you. Matt,
Sorry to barge
steal
in.
your time.
Yeah.
no. Matt, thanks for bringing him over.
You
It
bet.
was,
Yeah.
it was great.
Hopefully, you weren't trying to sell anything.
No. All right, Terry, thanks a lot,
Thanks.
guys. Thank you very much. Yeah. Actually, this portion of the program brought to you by the Webster County Farm Bureau. Sorry about that. That's our old mayor there.
No,
as you
that's not a
obviously-
problem.
But I always, obviously, I disagreed with him a lot when he was mayor, but he was right a lot of the times. He's a sharp guy.
You know,
Sharp guy.
it's neat to put things in perspective of someone that's been here before, and you know the path that was then and the path we're on now. And as a good example, sometimes you got to look at the big picture of things.
That's and he did have vision. We had Dave Flatter. He's still on the council. He's a visionary as well.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I have been one of the folks, as I mentioned earlier, that I just thought the best days for Fort Dodge in the area were over. And
you know, and Fort Dodge is like they said, a lot of, I think Webster County as a whole, and I speak from someone from the county. You know, living in the rural part is what's unique, and I see, and that's dealing with other farmers in Farm Bureau, and some of their stories when they talk is the relationships that we seem to have here in Webster County are sometimes rare. There's a lot of counties where especially the urban and the rural part are definitely less communication and troublesome in some points. So you know, we are fortunate in Webster County. So
we are. I tell you, what a roller coaster of emotions. I know that's a cliche, but we heard that local farmer Dean Coleman was killed this morning in a farm accident. Apparently, that's what we're hearing, which is just shocking. I'm just reeling as I sit here today. And then Terry Lutz, the old mayor, comes in and brightens up the day. But gosh almighty, that Dean thing is hitting me hard there. I have to admit. But let's finish with some local farm news here. I mean, how far are we away from harvest?
well, we have a pool going down at the local co-op right now. I've got September 20th is bringing my first load of beans in. So we'll see. I don't know if I'm the earliest or whatnot, but yeah, we do kind of a little informal pool on where we're at, and yeah, we'll see. But I'm thinking some of the early planted beans we'll start seeing. As I remind them, we're about 39 days away from harvest.
39 days.
So we'll see how that works out. But end of September, I think we'll start seeing some soybeans, especially the early varieties and early planted ones. So there's a little bit of everything out there.
Well, I come out in the morning, in the early morning. I still get up fairly early.
Mm-hmm.
And there's that fog in the air as the temperature changes, you know.
Yep.
And the St. Aid kids have been practicing football over here right across the street for a couple of weeks, you know.
It's in the air. The locusts are singing, and
I hear them.
So the college football starts in a few weeks, and
in a few weeks.
there's been some pregame professional games on, and fall is nipping on the heels of us right now.
The 31st is the first Iowa State game. They're taking on UNI. The 31st, that's 2.5 weeks from where we are right now.
Yeah, it'll be for us. So what I'm doing right now is getting equipment out, and a little preventative maintenance right now goes a long ways, and just trying to do what I can, and going through each and every piece, and take your time, and you get done with it, and then you park it off to the side, and you move on to the next one. So be here before we know it.
That's the hum and drum of our life in Iowa.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Then you put it all away and grease it up and
put it all away,
clean it up,
and we'll do it. But I did see a combine out this afternoon on the way up, and it was.
Oh no, you didn't see a combine already.
It was pulled out of the shed. And,
well, that's different.
And it was dirty. So I think when they got done, because last year was a marathon harvest.
Yeah.
And a lot of guys just drove them in, I think, and threw the keys on the floor and walked away.
Yeah.
They were done with it. So I did see one come out of it was parked outside of their shed, and it was quite dirty. I was kind of shocked. And so I think you're going to see a lot of dirty equipment getting daylight for the first time pretty quick.
That's probably true. This portion of the program brought to you by the Webster County Farm Bureau. Steve Peterson's been our guest. And again, we're just shocked at the news of the passing of Dean Coleman. Anyway, thanks for being here, Steve.
Thank you, Mike.
AM 1400 KVFD, the voice for Down.
Michael Devine at AM 1400 KVFD.
Listen to this.
Making radio great again.
3:29, the news is next.
Ride the bus with the Dart and Midas Transit.
Need to get somewhere in Hamilton, Pocahontas, Calhoun, or Humboldt County this summer? Midas will take you there. Live in Manson and need a ride to the grocery store? Midas will take you there. Live in Webster City and need a ride to the theater? Midas will take you there. Live in Rockwell City and need to get to the clinic? Midas will take you there. Call 800 Bus Ride. Midas, helping you get where you want to go. Your connection to Jefferson Lines.
I'm Jamie Brundage, owner of Historic Bruce Funeral Home. We're a full-service funeral home with an off-site crematory. At Bruce's, we specialize in pre-arrangements and family support before, during, and after the service. We also offer beautiful memorial items to help you remember your loved one forever. Bruce Funeral Home is proud to be by your side every step of the way throughout the funeral process. Historic Bruce Funeral Home, Fort Dodge.
Your news, your town, your station. KVFD News when it breaks.
With your KVFD News Update, I'm Rob Jones. 2 intersections on Fort Dodge's east side will be rebuilt after the City Council voted last night to reward a contract for the work at their meeting. The intersections of Central Avenue and 15th Street and First Avenue South and 15th Street, the council awarded the contract for those to Fort Dodge-based company Castor Construction. The contract is worth just over $4 million. Fort Dodge City Manager David Feerick says the majority of the work will be done in spring of 2020. The 2 intersections will be expanded to add left-hand turning lanes on each side of the respective intersections. The project also includes installation of an 8-inch water main. The Fort Dodge School District's Board of Education has now adopted the new return-to-play protocol for student-athletes who sustain concussions while playing school-sanctioned sports. Governor Kim Reynolds signed an update to the state's concussion law in 2018. However, the adoption of that protocol won't change much, if anything, in terms of how the local district already handles concussions currently. The Board of Education says the largest change will be the requirement that student athletes or coaches disclose they have a concussion to their athletic trainer. All district coaches have or will receive training specific to the new protocol, and coaches will be renewing their training each year. A 29-year-old Kentucky woman died yesterday after failing to stop at a stop sign and colliding with a semi-truck. The accident occurred just east of Carroll when Tia Monique Newsom was driving eastbound on East 18th Street and went through the stop sign at the intersection of East 18th and Noble Avenue. Newsom hit the passenger side of the semi-truck, which was headed south, being driven by 24-year-old Iowa resident Cody Michael Farrell. The collision happened around 11:45 a.m. Farrell was able to maintain control of the truck despite the collision. He was not injured in the crash. The Fort Dodge City Council met last night with a number of items on the agenda. One of the largest items of discussion was the unanimous vote to add the Crossroads Mall to the Center City Urban Renewal Area. The move will make possible the usage of tax increment funding to support a project on the site. Tax increment financing occurs when increased revenue from property taxes occurs in a designated area and is set apart for investment in that area. As of right now, there has been no specific project announced for the site. Last night's vote comes on the heels of the council voting in July to add the Sears site to the Center City Urban Renewal Area. For KVFD from the Jerry Sheeter Newsroom, I'm Rob Jones.
Here's the AM 1400 KVFD weatherology forecast. Mainly clear skies and quiet this afternoon with highs around 84. Northwesterly winds 8 to 15 miles per hour. Lows level off around 59. Tonight, mainly cloudy. Cloudy tomorrow, daytime highs approaching 74. Upper 70s Thursday and Friday with a chance for scattered thunderstorms Friday. From the Weatherology Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Jennifer Wojcicki. Currently, it's 84.
Here's a look at how the markets closed today. September corn down 19 1/4 at 3.60. September up 9 1/2 cents at 8.76 1/4. November up 9 3/4 at 8.89. January up 9 1/4 at 9.02. September wheat up 1/4 penny at 4.72. Soybean meal up 5.90 a ton at 2.97.80. August live cattle down the 450 limit at $100.55. October limit down at 99 1/4. August feeder cattle down 6.67 at 127.72. September down the 6.75 limit at 127.20. August lean hogs down 17 cents at $79, and October down 2.50 at 64.57. From the farm desk, I'm Dwayne Murley.
You can cook with pork in so many different ways. You might be surprised. Hi, I'm Julie Harker with Healthy Living on Brownfield. Indiana chef Alan Sternberg cooks with pork every day. He says not only is it delicious, but there are many ways to prepare it.
It's got a lot of good fat in the shoulders, especially in the belly, and they transfer flavor really well. So it's fun to work with on that end of things. It's the animal that we get most of our charcuterie from, most sausages come from, but at the same time you could roast a whole cut and it's fine. It's just there's so many things you can do with it that it's just a lot of fun to work with, and there's no limit with what you can do with a pig.
There can be a learning curve to cooking pork depending on the cut, but Jeanette Merritt with the Indiana Pork Producers Association says it isn't difficult.
There's always a learning curve sometimes in how to cook something other than ground pork, so we want them to know how to properly cook a pork loin, how to use a pork shoulder to make a really good pulled pork.
There are also many nutritional benefits to eating pork.
A pork loin is just as lean as a chicken breast, so you can go out and have a nice lean pork loin. You can eat a nice pulled pork, skim some of the extra fat off maybe a little bit. Pork can really be part of a heart healthy diet. We've worked with the American Diabetes Association to get that message across as well. So we encourage people to find that cut of pork that works best with whatever eating plan that they're following.
For some unique recipes, visit forkmorepork.com. I'm Julie Harker with Healthy Living on Brownfield.
Iowa farmers are continually striving to improve the quality of our land so future generations can continue farming these acres. And it starts by working together to incorporate more sustainable practices in our fields. The Iowa Department of Agriculture and Land Stewardship works with farmers and landowners to implement proven conservation practices that protect water quality and improve soil health. Farmers can sign up now for funding to help offset the cost of trying a water quality focused conservation practice like cover crops. Apply now through your local soil and water conservation office.
If you develop non-Hodgkin lymphoma after being regularly exposed to a weed killer for at least 2 years, you may qualify for a cash award. In some weed killers, the ingredient glyphosate may be linked to an increased risk of cancer. Landscapers, farmers, city and county workers, even home gardeners or people who live near areas where weed killers are often used may be at risk. If you are exposed to a weed killer and develop non-Hodgkin lymphoma, call now. Call 800-298-2025. That's 800-298-2025.
Warning: if you're buried in debt you can't afford, do not let the credit card companies make you think you have to pay it all back, because you don't. What the credit card companies don't want you to know is that there's actually a way to get debt-free without paying off your entire debt or going bankrupt. If you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt, you now have the right to let us settle that debt for a fraction of what you owe. For free information, call Credit Answers at 800-970-5932. If you're struggling to pay off your debt, do not let the credit card companies make you think you have to. Call Credit Answers now for free information on how to get out of debt faster than you ever thought possible, without debt consolidation or bankruptcy. We offer a guarantee with no upfront fees, so there's no risk. For free information, visit creditanswers.com or call 800-970-5932. That's 800-970-5932.
Hi, I'm Jen. I'm a dog person.
I'm Clara, and I'm a cat person.
As a dog person, I wear Bobs for Dogs from Skechers because with every pair sold, Skechers makes a donation to the Petco Foundation to help save sheltered dogs.
As a cat person, I wear Bobs because they've already saved over 240,000 sheltered pets, including cats.
But I like that you can find Bobs at over 600 Petco stores.
I prefer to buy them online at Skechers.com.
Let's just agree that we both like Bobs.
Agreed.
Bobs for Dogs from Skechers. Available at Petco, Skechers, and wherever stylish shoes are sold.
Blue Ribbon, Pelham Waters, your water pro since 1949.
Do you have questions about your water? What is a whole home filter? Is my softener working or not? Can I get rid of that red stain around the sink? I'm Brian with Blue Ribbon Pelham Waters. We're here to fix problem water. We'll work with you to find the right solution for you. We've been serving the Fort Dodge area since 1949. Let us serve your water treatment needs. Sales, service, rentals. Blue Ribbon Pelham Waters, your complete water store.
If you don't listen to him, you suck.
He's sneaky, but he's right.
Michael Devine at AM 1400 KVFD.
Well, you heard it or saw it in the paper today. You heard it if you listen to this radio station. Menke and Allstott have announced for re-election. They're looking to take over the town. That's right, folks. Let's just call them the Axis Powers, Menke and Allstott. They will be marching into your neighborhood soon to demand your money. So it should happen just any time now. Councilman Menke just happens to be in the studio right now. How are you, Terry?
Well, I was all right until just a couple of seconds ago.
Just a couple of seconds when I again dissed you.
You
oh
dissed
my
me.
God, Terry's been dissed.
Yeah, been dissed.
On citywide radio.
Oh, here we got a caller already.
Got a call already.
Correcting everything you just said.
All right, this is AM 1400 KVFD. Good afternoon. You're on the air. What's up?
I was wondering if Mr. Mickey could help me out here.
Probably not, but go and try it anyway.
I used to have a membership out at Lakeside, but this year I didn't do it because they wanted $940 and went down to Gowrie for $250. But they keep on sending me emails, and I can't unsubscribe from them because you go to unsubscribe, and then all you can do is redo your email. I was wondering if you could take care of that.
Well, probably. I can talk to him about it. Tyler runs the infrastructure and probably is more aware of that than what I am. But I will check into that. And what are the emails for? They send you past due notices or recruitment?
Well, stuff about golfing and park activity and stuff.
So you're golfing in Gowrie all the time now?
Yeah.
That's a rough crew down there.
Okay.
Well, it's a tougher course. I used to get birdies all the time out at Lakeside and haven't got one yet down in Gowrie.
Probably worn out from the drive. All right, I'll have them look into that and see what they can do.
You want to give us your name so they know?
I hate to get Michael or Fredo Divine to take him down to the Parks Department or something.
No, he has enough ammunition. He doesn't really need any more.
That's right.
I'll see if we can't figure out how to
I'm locked
unsubscribe.
and loaded all the time. You want to give us your name so the Parks Department?
We just put an unsubscribe button on there. That's probably better than him putting his name out there.
Why is that?
Well, he probably.
They called me Fredo. I'm not.
He probably doesn't. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to be blasted on social media.
I know who this is.
Okay.
All right. Thanks a lot for calling.
Yep. Thanks.
All right. See you later. This is AM 1400 KVFD, the voice of Fort Dunn. You got to admit, Donald Trump can be pretty funny. Fredo Como. Chris Fredo Como would not be on CNN if it were not for his family, not for his family name. So Trump now wants to red flag him for gun purchases. That's perfect.
I wonder if he realizes that he's got better things to do.
Who? Trump?
Trump, yeah, like North Korea, little things like that.
What a wet blanket you are.
Well, I'm just
Try to have a little fun, will you?
Well, I was down there at the state fair. I had a chance to listen to a couple of candidates, but I had no idea who they were. There's about, what are there now, 25, 26 of them
In there
running?
somewhere.
Yeah, and I had no idea. I saw somebody took off, but they had all the people following them, and I didn't get a chance to see which one of the celebrities was there, but it's way too early for me to get excited about a presidential candidate at this point. So I wish them luck. I think sometimes they have some kind of a mental imbalance to want that job because the rewards just aren't there. So anyway, I'm sure that's why you brought me here today. You called me and disturbed me from my sleep at the office and wanted me to come in, and you bring in Lutz and the mayor, and it's just, and then you got David following me, so no matter what I say, it's probably going to be corrected in a half hour anyway.
Well, the big news is you and Allstott are running for re-election, the Axis Powers.
Well, we, it was that time from August 12th to August 29th is when people submit the papers. I think everybody that's on the council is doing a very good job, and I think everybody that's running for is eligible for re-election this year is going to run, is my understanding. So I think we've done a good job. I think we've seen a lot of
Everybody's
progress.
running? Is Nevin going to run?
It's my understanding that he hasn't made the official announcement yet. He was going to make his mind up over the weekend, and here it is Tuesday, and he forgot to tell me. But indications were...
I never get to see Nevin anymore. I think the Democrats got on him too hard.
He kind of bounces all over. He's been in Lorenz, and he's been...
that's part of it. But the Democrats they never liked him on this show at all.
Well, that's probably
I liked him on the show. Nevin was great.
Yeah.
He is great.
Nevin's a good guy. I get along well with Nevin. I get along fine with Lydia. I get along fine with all of them. Dean and I, we sit down in the corner, and Kim and Dave. I mean,
I
Jeff.
think you have a lot of unresolved hostility.
No,
Terry.
not really.
No?
Most of my unresolved hostility involves different things in the council. The council is part of my family. We have.
Don't start boring me with that crap. Don't even start.
That was a shout out to Lydia. She said something about.
Well, the last time you were here, you had me do it, and you did it yourself. We were taking shots at poor Lydia.
Yeah, I know it. I heard about it.
You heard about it? You were in the room.
I know. I heard about it after I left the room. Yeah. Apparently, there's something called SoundCloud where you can go back and listen to our recordings.
Yes, absolutely.
Apparently, somebody went back and listened, and I
went back and listened. We were live on the air.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah.
And
you
were having a little fit.
It's all done in jest. It's all done in jest.
Really?
Yeah. So anyway, we did have a council meeting last night. 3 big things went through the council last night. 3, at least as far as I was concerned. We did have a discussion on the Blandon new classroom project, which I think is going to be cool. They're going to add a building on the west side of the Blandon. Hopefully not distract too much from the historical look of the Blandon, but they have an air conditioning unit that they need to put in. And they thought as long as they had to put in this big monstrosity of an air conditioner unit, that they would build an additional classroom. So they're going to add that on the west side, which is kind of cool. Most of the funding for that, the air conditioner, is basically maintenance item, and that the city will pay for that since it is a city property. And the building itself, I think the Blandon Charitable Foundation will probably head up the drive for that, and you'll probably hear more about that in the next few months. About $1.6 million, about $910,000 for the classroom. So we also talked a little bit about the recycling and the OOPS stickers. Brett was there. Brett Daniel.
I got one here.
Yeah, I know it. I had a couple of complaints about it. First off is the fact that those dumb things don't come off the cans once they're put on. So how does a driver know that you got the oops this week, last week, or a month ago? I also thought that rather than having a supervisor go out and do it, there should be better use of the supervisor than walking around and looking for stuff. And I also thought we needed to have a little bit more consistent message as far as what's allowed in there.
We used to have a city employee, a longtime city employee, get in his city pickup, and drive around town, taking down signs that church ladies had put up for a bake sale, for God's sake. And you're worried about wasting tax dollars?
No.
God.
Yeah. But anyway, I mean, Brett talked about that, and obviously we need more information out to the public, and they are going to continue to put it in the water bill. So no styrofoam, no clothing, no yard waste. Those things obviously are all no-nos, and they do not want those. A lot of trash has been ending up in the recycling. Unfortunately, the west part of town is more guilty of that than any other. You have trash containers for trash. Well, they have more trash in the recycling on the west side.
What are you trying to say? The West Side people have more trash?
No, they're just not following the rules as good as some of the other areas in town. But we used to have the recycling bins over there on Avenue C parked down on the hillside, and they had to pull those out because people were throwing garbage in there instead of recycling. So when you get garbage in the recycling, it contaminates the whole load, and it all has to go to the landfill. So it's bad all the way around. So just
what we really need is Kevin Crimmins to run opposing Kim Allstott and schedule a series of debates on air.
You have Kevin
El Duderino.
You'd have to do it from Skype because I think
that's fine.
Kevin's gone all the time.
Dude would be great at a debate like that.
I think he's about 16 hours difference from where he is to where he should be. We also talked about...
What the hell are you babbling about over there?
He's in Australia all winter. He doesn't hang around
It's
here.
August!
Yeah.
Duder's in town. He's
here
do
now. Yeah, but come election time in November, he's going to be in Australia.
So what? We used to have a councilman that went to San Diego every doggone winter.
Yeah, I know.
And he'd attend council meetings by phone.
Yeah, I know that. But I don't think that's an effective way to attend meetings.
You just don't approve?
Nope, I don't approve.
Sister Mary Minky.
Yep, it's me.
Remind me of one of my old nuns back there at the St. Cecilia's Academy.
Whap you across the knuckles.
Oh, no. They grab you by the ear and shake your damn head and nearly pull your ear off. I really do think a nun damaged my hearing in my left ear.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
My mother told me I had it coming because I was a sinner.
I thought you had a tour in Vietnam. You could blame it on that and get some disability.
I should have.
Yeah. You probably should.
But I've blown that now.
some of your mental issues could probably be addressed by the VA too.
I don't have mental issues, man. I'm as free as a bird. Singing a song. Our old friend Marlon Garland from your Sertoma days there.
He's retired.
And they are having a print equipment liquidation center going on now at Jiffy Print.
Oh.
All those years that they were in business. Marlon and Mary, when they were first in business, they had an old house down there with that right on the corner of 15th Street and 5th Avenue South.
For years.
For years. And they used to print our top 40 lists at KKZ Radio. We'd run down there and get them every week. And they went to the old railroad station office, which is an impressive building, really.
Yeah, I think the building's been sold.
Yeah, they sold the building. Or at least they told me that.
That's what they told me,
it was in the process or whatever.
Yeah.
What, you been talking to him lately?
Well, I did a lot of
Marlon
business.
dropped out of Sertoma.
Yeah, well, Mary's been in. She's like an adversary of mine. You've tangled with Mary a time or two. Mary has not been she's very vocal. She was a Joe Biden supporter, and then she's not a Joe Biden supporter, and she.
Who is she?
I don't know.
Is she a Minky supporter?
No, I don't think so.
Is she going to support Allstott?
No, I don't.
How about
think
Nevin
so.
Conrad?
I think she's just going to sit on her porch and just yell at people, and they go over to the park.
That could be any woman in Fort Dodge.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of women in Fort Dodge that sit on their porch and throw rocks at passing cars.
Yeah, but you're related to her, and I'm not, so I can make fun of her.
It's kind of a stretch. Her daughter married my son, so what kind of relationship? What kind of relation do we have?
Closer than the one I have with her.
Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, getting back to the meeting last night.
You're going to have to cop to the fact that I'm the only friend you have.
Yeah, I've been told I have to be cremated because it's only going to take one person, so I have no friends to carry me.
There you go, bud.
So anyway, we're going to do the plans and specifications for 1st Avenue South, 15th Street, Central Avenue, that whole intersection over by the fire station and the old Y. That's going to be done. We awarded the contract last night to Castor. Rash was a close second, and Castor's done a lot of work work around town. They are going to start working on 16th Street. That will be torn up after September. I think September 3rd. It has to be completed by the middle of November. The intersection there will be messed up, and the street will be messed up. They're putting water, sewer line, and whatever to the new fire station, and so that road will be redone. Any businesses on 16th Street are going to be affected by that, and it'll be interesting to see how people are going to survive. But I guess if TC May can survive First Avenue South, that poor lowly guy in the middle of 16th Street should be able to survive a month and a half, 2 months of being shut down too.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
Didn't we run Gloria out of business with our incompetent actions on?
That was a long time ago, and we.
We're sorry, Gloria.
Gloria used to be my neighbor. We talked about that. Gloria Buttrick lived right up around the corner from me.
Sure.
Yep. So anyway, that project, First Avenue South, the intersection will end up looking just like the mall area by Hy-Vee, and also on 25th. We'll have a turning lane and a straight lane, new traffic control, also Central Avenue, and again, that's going to be taken down to a 3-lane road on 15th Street. And as Nevin pointed out last night, despite what you hear and see on social media, there has been and never will be a roundabout in that area. It's going to be an intersection.
Not?
Well, there's no need for it there. And it's going to be a nice streamlined intersection just like out at the mall. Hopefully the traffic flow will be much nicer than what it is now, because that left turn off of First South, well, both ways, from east and west on First South, getting on 15th has always been a challenge. A lot of accidents over there. It's just difficult to get through that intersection during the day, especially around 5 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the morning when the big rush hour is. And so we're working on that, and we should start working on that in September, and then they'll do some patchwork on First South probably yet this fall too. The other big thing was the Olson Park. We did approve last night, set the public hearing anyway for the pond over at Olson Park.
Mm-hmm.
That will be started in September and should be done yet this fall. It will be a living, breathing pond. In other words, it's going to
living and breathing.
Yep, we're going to have koi fish in there, so it's going to be the koi fish, and the plants will probably put in next spring. But because we do have koi in the water, we will have it deep enough so it doesn't freeze, and the pumps will work year round, and it's basically going to be a cool little area when it's all done, with a walkway, a seating area, and it's just going to look a lot nicer. So that is a phased in project. There's been a little bit of pushback on the way the park looks right now, but again, we have to phase these projects as money becomes available. We've spent about $1 million over there in the last 2 years, and the roadway is pretty well done, and the parking lot's pretty well done. Pathways are pretty well done. They were pouring concrete out there last week when I was there, but the pond work will kind of cap off this year's efforts, and I think once people see it, they'll be a lot happier with what's happening out there. I think it's going to be much better.
You think so?
Yep. And then we're going to start working on the fences around the barn, and hopefully we'll get some animals back in there shortly. I won't tell you an exact date. I thought we were going to get them this summer, but it didn't quite work that way. So I'm anticipating once we get the pond work done that we'll start working on the fencing next year, and then possibly get some animals in there. That big bull and that big pig from the state fair, maybe we can get them loaned to us for a short time.
You think so, huh?
Yep, so you can go out and point at them. Those are big animals.
Big. Did you see Lutz when he was in here?
No, I didn't. I'm not invited to those meetings.
That's right. That's right. Nobody likes you.
No, I didn't get involved. I have a feeling I know why he was in town for something, but I don't know.
He didn't want to tell me.
Yeah, well, that's understandable. Most of the time we don't want to tell you stuff because, you have an audience of your mother and a couple other people.
Yeah, so what's the problem? I mean, nobody listens, so you guys are going to be fine.
Yeah, we'll be fine. Well, actually, the information's out there. It's just that nobody's bothered to really pay a whole lot of attention to the agenda recently. There's a lot of exciting things that are happening. I think a lot of progress is happening. The Warden Plaza, is continuing to progress. We're here from KDG in about a month at the council meeting. Matt Brown will be there, and we'll discuss a little bit about what their plans are for submitting for the historical grant money this spring, the one that they missed this last spring. We're hopefully to get it in this spring. Again, that is scored, and it's a competitive bid, so we're hoping that they are prepared. If they're not prepared, then they're not going to get the money they need, and it'll push the project back even farther, which won't make anybody happy. The Wakanza Annex, again, is on the demo list. They're going to start doing asbestos removal over there this fall. I don't think it will come down this fall. Maybe David will have a better timeline on that, but once the asbestos is out, the money is there. We did bond for it, and we're hoping to get that building down. As far as what's going to go back there is still up in the air. I think eventually, if the rec center does move into that location, and that's a big if, then obviously we'll need some parking facility there. And, I don't know if that'll be bonded for part of the rec center or what's going to happen. We do thank those that participated in the broadband study. We will be probably looking at a referendum during the next election in November. That referendum doesn't authorize us really to do much other than to continue working on broadband. If we have the support, then it's up to us to find either a company to come in and do the project with the support of the people. I'm not sure that we're looking at financing that from the city level. I don't think that that's going to work, because that's a $10 to $20 million project, and I think we've got better things to spend our money on. So,
like what?
Well, roads, alleyways. Finish some of the projects we've had going. Northwest River District. Looking at the riverfront. A lot of different projects that we've got. We can actually take care of some abandoned and neglected properties in town, which is a never-ending process. There's 2 or 3 of them that we would like to get down yet this year, but it's tough to find money right now because we're kind of pushing it a little bit with our, we're kind of looking forward to our next bond issue, and we just had a bond issue, so we're kind of tapping into some of the money, and we're paying a lot of debt off so we can take on more debt, but it's just tough to come up with the cash.
Let's go to the phones. AM 1400 KVFD, the voice of Fort Dodge, real quickly. You're on the air with Councilman Menke.
Yeah, I was just wondering, the big dam where the old hydroelectric, is that finished now? Is it all cleared out?
No, it's not. They have to take 5 more feet out of that. I haven't heard when they're coming back. The water level had to drop down a little bit for them to get in and do the finish work, but they're going to take another 5 foot off of that, and then they'll come back in. There's some trees down there that'll be removed, and the bank will be stabilized. I think the concrete on the west side is going to come out too, as well as that fence, and some landscaping will be done on the west side.
That's great. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Dr. Menke, you want to stick around a little bit to be with David Feerick?
I think David would sleep better if I wasn't here.
Oh, baloney. You want to come back at 4:30? I got another segment.
No, I can't. I actually have to go to Sheridan tonight to pick up some items for the silent auction for Unite to Fight, which is tomorrow night. So.
No, work. All right, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Thanks to the Access Powers, or 1.5, for being here. 4 o'clock, and the news is next, and we'll have Feerick at AM 1400 KVFD, the voice of Fort Dodge.
Hi, this is Leslie Segretti.
And I'm Tom Kreitler, and you can hear the Money Pit every Saturday afternoon from 4 to 6 on the voice of Fort Dodge, AM 1400 KVFD, Fort Dodge.
He had a plan. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News. Police in Dayton, Ohio, offering a detailed timeline of the gunman's movements. The night 26 people were shot in 32 seconds, killing 9 before police killed the shooter. But they don't have a specific motive.
Motivation seems to suggest this specific location, this particular night, these individuals who were victims. I think that's way, way, way downstream.
Dayton Police Chief Richard Beal says they may never have that level of clarity. He also says the FBI continues to investigate the killer's mindset, including a history of mental health issues and a fascination with violence. A briefing just held in California on the deadly shootout yesterday between officers and a man during a traffic stop. Fox's Jessica Rosenthal, live in L.A.
Lisa, CHP Inland Division Chief Bill Dance says Officer Andre Moye was impounding the suspect's vehicle during a traffic stop when the suspect pulled a rifle out of that car and started shooting.
Officer Moye sustained serious injuries. He was life-flighted to the hospital where, unfortunately, he succumbed to his injuries.
He had managed to call for help, though, and other officers showed up. 2 of them were injured as well, 1 seriously. The suspect, Aaron Luther, also died in the shootout. He had a long criminal history. His father told an LA TV station that his son was depressed, and he thinks he was trying to commit suicide by cop, Lisa.
Thanks, Jessica. 2 California counties, San Francisco and Santa Clara, become the first to take the Trump administration to court over the new immigration policy announced yesterday, denying green cards to migrants who use public assistance programs, including food stamps or housing vouchers. It expands an existing federal requirement that migrants prove they won't be a burden to the U.S. The suit argues the new rules will increase public health risks and financially harm the counties. This is Fox News.
Driving is freedom. The freedom to keep moving, to control your destiny, and to choose your path. And now, that freedom fits in the palm of your hand. It's called Ford Pass, the only app that gives you roadside assistance, Ford Pass rewards, and now when you buy or lease a new Ford, earn points you can use toward flexible complimentary maintenance that gives you, well, more freedom. Ford Pass, built to keep you moving, built Ford proud. Visit your participating Ford dealership to find out about getting flexible complimentary maintenance when you buy or lease a new Ford and sign up for rewards.
Roadside assistance is included for certain Ford owners and available to everyone for a per-service fee. Ford reserves the right to change program details without obligations. Visit your participating dealer or FordPassRewards.com for program rules and restrictions. Ford Pass, compatible with select smartphone platforms, is available via a download.
President Trump says Pennsylvania is part of the restoration of U.S. manufacturing, including steel.
Your business was dead. And I put a little thing called a 25% tariff on all of the dumped steel all over the country. And now your business is thriving.
The president visiting a petrochemical plant under construction outside Pittsburgh, defending his policies as the trade war with China continues. Earlier in the day, he told reporters a delay in the latest tariffs on Chinese goods was aimed at avoiding any potential impact on Christmas shopping. That delay fueling a rally on Wall Street, the Dow gaining 382 points. It's not clear yet whether the pro-democracy protests in Hong Kong could end up impacting the trade talks with China. The protests crippling the Hong Kong airport for a second day.
After some 200 flights were blocked yesterday, over 100 were affected today. But the real trouble broke out when angry protesters turned on at least one, maybe two people they thought were working with the Chinese. That triggered the riot police. They came in fully armed, banging into the crowds, and the crowds fought back. Several people were injured on either side. Some activists were taken away. It was a nasty scene, unprecedented, according to the locals.
Fox's Greg Palcott monitoring from London. The State Department says the U.S. has long supported democracy in Hong Kong. China is now canceling planned port calls for two U.S. warships in the city. He's considered one of the greatest opera stars of all time, but Placido Domingo is now facing sexual harassment allegations from multiple women. He denies them, but hours after the Associated Press broke the story, several venues have canceled his appearances, the San Francisco Opera becoming the latest. The L.A. Opera, where Domingo has served as general director since 2003, says it will hire outside counsel to investigate. Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Your news, your town, your station. KVFD News when it breaks.
With your KVFD News Update, I'm Rob Jones. 2 intersections on Fort Dodge's east side will be rebuilt after the City Council voted last night to reward a contract for the work at their meeting. The intersections of Central Avenue and 15th Street and First Avenue South and 15th Street, the council awarded the contract for those to Fort Dodge-based company Castor Construction. The contract is worth just over $4 million. Fort Dodge City Manager David Feerick says the majority of the work will be done in spring of 2020. The 2 intersections will be expanded to add left-hand turning lanes on each side of the respective intersections. The project also includes installation of an 8-inch water main. The Fort Dodge School District's Board of Education has now adopted the new return-to-play protocol for student-athletes who sustain concussions while playing school-sanctioned sports. Governor Kim Reynolds signed an update to the state's concussion law in 2018. However, the adoption of that protocol won't change much, if anything, in terms of how the local district already handles concussions currently. The Board of Education says the largest change will be the requirement that student athletes or coaches disclose they have a concussion to their athletic trainer. All district coaches have or will receive training specific to the new protocol, and coaches will be renewing their training each year. A 29-year-old Kentucky woman died yesterday after failing to stop at a stop sign and colliding with a semi-truck. The accident occurred just east of Carroll when Tia Monique Newsom was driving eastbound on East 18th Street and went through the stop sign at the intersection of East 18th and Noble Avenue. Newsom hit the passenger side of the semi-truck, which was headed south, being driven by 24-year-old Iowa resident Cody Michael Farrell. The collision happened around 11:45 a.m. Farrell was able to maintain control of the truck despite the collision. He was not injured in the crash. The Fort Dodge City Council met last night with a number of items on the agenda. One of the largest items of discussion was the unanimous vote to add the Crossroads Mall to the Center City Urban Renewal Area. The move will make possible the usage of tax increment funding to support a project on the site. Tax increment financing occurs when increased revenue from property taxes occurs in a designated area and is set apart for investment in that area. As of right now, there has been no specific project announced for the site. Last night's vote comes on the heels of the council voting in July to add the Sears site to the Center City Urban Renewal Area. For KVFD from the Jerry Sheeter Newsroom, I'm Rob Jones.
Here's the AM 1400 KVFD weatherology forecast. Mainly clear skies and quiet this afternoon with highs around 84. Northwesterly winds 8 to 15 miles per hour. Lows level off around 59. Tonight, mainly cloudy. Cloudy tomorrow, daytime highs approaching 74. Upper 70s Thursday and Friday with a chance for scattered thunderstorms Friday. From the Weatherology Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Jennifer Wojcicki. Currently, it's 84.
It's gift time at Merle Norman. With the purchase of 2 or more products, you'll receive a trial-size set of fall beauty essentials. Create a fresh fall look with Merle Norman's new Cozy Chic color collection. You'll be on trend with autumn-inspired shades for eyes, lips, and cheeks. Don't miss out on fall's limited edition shades and free gift. Available right now at Merle Norman, located inside Mary Kay's Gifts and Home Decor, 1108 Central Avenue, downtown Fort Dodge.
Your gift is free with the purchase of 2 or more Merle Norman cosmetic products. Cosmetic accessories not included. Offer valid while supplies last at purchasing Merle Norman Cosmetic Studios beginning August 1st, 2019. Limit 1 per customer. They reserve the right to substitute individual components of gift.
It won't be long before the kids will be back in school. Got your to-do list ready? School supplies? Check. School clothes? Check. School sport physical? Not check. Uh-oh. Better call Active Health Chiropractic today. At Active Health Chiropractic, they offer sport physicals for kids in grade school through high school. As part of their school sport physical, they'll also do a pre-concussion screening. Call today and schedule an appointment for your star athlete. Active Health Chiropractic, Fort Dodge.
Hey, my friend's retail store was the victim of IoT password theft.
Yep. Cybercriminals are taking over security cameras, payment systems, and other IoT devices by exploiting vulnerabilities.
What if they target us and our dispersed network?
We're secured with Barracuda. We have advanced firewalls for our sites, enhanced security for our cloud infrastructure, and total email protection.
Such a relief.
Protect your business at Barracuda.com. Barracuda, your journey secured.
It's happening to you every night. One snores and the other can't sleep. But now, there is a quick and easy-to-use solution. A natural solution. Snore Stop, the #1 selling anti-snoring medicine in the U.S.
Thank you, Snore Stop. You saved my marriage.
It's time to try Snore Stop and make every night a better night for both of you. Spray or tablets are available today at Rite Aid and CVS or online at snorestop.com.
Michael Devine, the mayor of Manville.
It's a fancy title for a part-time job.
Michael Devine at AM 1400 KVFD.
You don't have bad luck. The reason that bad things happen to you is because you're a dumbass.
Now we know. Now we know why bad things happen. AM 1400 KVFD, the voice of Fort Dodge. I'm Michael Devine. We are going to tell the truth, make it matter, and we're never going to be boring. Joining me in that effort now is City Manager David Furyk. I offered to let one of the Access Powers, Councilman Menke, stick around and be on the air with you, or even to come back. And
he was on earlier today?
He was on just before you. Didn't you see him out in the hallway or anything? He must have slunk out the... He's getting kind of sneaky as he gets older.
Maybe he went out the back door.
He probably did. I don't know. You know, he's just... He used to be kind of, you know, He'd let you know he was in the room. Now he just, he sneaks around. He sneaks around. So he and Allstott are running for city council.
Yeah, they've got their papers in. That's cool. Yeah.
Can you be you can't be in public office in the city of Fort Dodge because you're city manager.
I can't be in any elected office.
None, zip, nada.
Well, I think there might even be something in my contract that actually my contract with the city prohibits me from doing anything like consulting work, anything else I get paid without the council's approval.
Okay.
And then as a city manager, as a member of the International City Managers Association, I can't be a member of that association and run for any kind of elected office.
Within the association?
No, any elected office. They would consider that a violation because I'm now getting involved in politics.
How about a church board? Can you be?
Well, that's not necessarily. Well, I guess
not necessarily.
I think I mean, let's say if you had your congregation vote on it, yes, you could do that. I'm talking about like a public position election kind of thing. You can't do that.
Yeah,
no. They try to keep a pretty wide separation between administration and policy making.
Well, like Allstott was. I saw his credentials in the paper this morning. He's chairman of the board over at the Salvation Army.
Okay,
I bet there are a lot of people fighting tooth and nail to get that job. But
those volunteer things you can do. I mean, I could do that. If I chose to.
Well, why don't you do it? Just ease Allstott right out of it.
No, I wouldn't want to do that.
You wouldn't want to do that. No, okay. No. Mayor Bemrick surprised me today, and he brought over a guest who turned out to be former Mayor Lutz. Mm-hmm. Was Lutz in office when you became the city manager, or was Willie Patterson?
Yes, no, Lutz was the mayor. So he was. He had just been. So he had been elected in November and took office in January, and then they sent out. They had 2 rounds of interviews. The first round they went through, I didn't apply, and they didn't end up getting to an agreement with their finalists. And in the second round, which is later on in the spring, I did apply, and then I interviewed in late July.
Where were you working before you came here?
Richton Park, Illinois, which is suburban Chicago.
Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Were you the city manager there?
Yeah,
or okay.
I was.
All right.
It's a city population about half the size.
Okay. But it's in the Chicago metro.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's a different set of challenges there, I'm sure.
Oh, there are definitely a different set of challenges.
So who was on the board that hired you? I mean, was that the city council, or did they have a?
Are you talking about here when I was hired?
Here,
okay, so I think the only remaining city council member was Matt Bemrick. He was on the council when I was hired.
Not Flattery.
Flattery was not. He came in the next election.
Okay.
And he defeated Jane
Burleson.
So
Dave defeated her?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
well, that proves he's racist right there. I didn't know that. Flattery's racist. He beat Jane Burleson.
Why would you even say that?
Oh, everybody's a racist. Haven't you heard?
Anyways, so Matt, Jane, Cindy Litweiler, Richard Inman.
Richard Inman, there's a blast.
Don Wilson. So
Donnie.
That's 5. I'm missing 2.
Well, you got it. Bemrick was there.
I said Bemrick first.
Oh, you did say
so
Bemrick.
Matt, Cindy, Richard, Jane, Don. Who am I missing?
I can't.
Dan Payne.
Danny Payne was
there. How could I forget Dan Payne?
How could you really?
Yeah. And then I'm missing Kurt Olson.
Kurt, sure. Oh, gosh, my old friend
Did you
Kurt.
believe it? Yeah. That's an awesome group.
Yeah. Kurt and Dan, of course, were in the Marine Corps League, and they were, did a lot of things together.
Yeah, 3 of those guys have passed away. Kurt, Dan, Richard Inman passed away.
Yeah, gosh. Some came and went pretty fast, but yeah, that was a pretty good group. So the mayor brought over former Mayor Lutz, Great Satan, and I asked Terry what he was doing in town. He wouldn't tell me. He just gave a very vague, non-committal response.
He owns an engineering firm.
I know he does, but he's here for something. He's here for something, David. No. I can tell by the way you look over there. You have the worst poker face in the world.
I don't play poker.
You shouldn't either. Yeah. Never play poker, that's for sure. So what's Lutz doing in town?
He's came to see how his engineering firm was doing.
I'm sure he did. And what else was he doing? I'm sure since he does business with the city of Fort Dodge. And as a matter of fact, there was an ongoing campaign, as long as we're going back in time, to kick Lutz and his firm off the city payroll. Don't sit there and look like, there was a few councilmen wanted to make sure that Lutz's business didn't get any more business.
Yeah, there was people that objected to it, I think, on political levels and maybe even some policy levels. But
I'd say it was personal.
personal, political. I don't know.
A few of those guys hated Lutz. They just hated him.
But yeah, that's why we put in place measures that made it, a more standardized process for selecting engineering, just to avoid that complaint of conflict of interest.
So what is the current plan that Mayor Lutz is working on right now and his firm?
The current plan?
The current
plan.
They're
currently working on our water plant.
Okay. Mm-hmm. What are we doing at the water plant?
We're building the addition to the water plant.
Anything involving the mall?
What?
What? Where? What are you, Vinnie Barbarino?
Yeah. There are some potential redevelopment of the mall. I mean, last night the council amended our urban renewal. Urban renewal area to add the add the mall to the urban renewal area. So,
if you keep this up, Rob over in the news department will not be able to use any of your blurbs and sound bites in newscast tomorrow. It'll just be, there you are. What? Where? What? 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 Me? Huh? What? So what happened last night in regard to the mall at the city council meeting there, City Manager Fury?
So the council had a public hearing which they had to do first before they could add the mall property to the urban renewal area.
So the mall is now on the urban renewal area.
And what that allows us to do is to utilize tax increment financing on a potential mall redevelopment.
So we're not just talking about the Sears building then?
It's not just the Sears.
We're talking tax increment financing for the mall.
The mall.
Okay. Yeah. Because the Sears building has already been decided, as I recall.
The Sears building, there already is a separate deal for the Sears building.
And that deal has been completed.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's been agreed upon. I mean, it obviously hasn't been done because the deal was that the owners were going to tear down the building, the old Sears building, and going to bring in some businesses to redevelop, and any tax increment that's created, new increment that's created from the new businesses, they get reimbursed to them to cover their demolition costs.
Right. Mm-hmm. So that has been settled then. The Blessing Group is where? Out of where?
Kansas City.
Kansas City.
Or is it St. Louis? One of those two.
Okay. And they have agreed essentially to tear down the old Sears building.
Yeah.
And to redevelop that property.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And we will, reimburse them for the cost of the demolition? Or how does that work?
From the new tax increment, which tax increment is the amount. So there's a tax base on the Sears building. And when you tear it down and build something new, it's going to have a higher value because it has a pretty low value for its square footage because it's old and basically, for lack of a better term, decrepit. I know I couldn't think of anything better to say.
It is all beat up. It is.
So anything new that goes in there is going to increase the property taxes, and then the city gets to take that increment and use that for redevelopment. In this case, we have an agreement with the Blessings to reimburse them a portion of that money to cover their demolition costs for demolishing the Sears.
Demolishing the Sears building.
Yeah.
So obviously we have plans then for the rest of the mall.
We don't have plans for the rest of the mall.
We do not have a plan for the rest of the mall.
We don't have a plan, no.
Well, why are we moving forward with approving it for tax increment financing?
There's potential redevelopment. But
what does that mean?
Well, could be potentially a redevelopment coming soon and a redevelopment plan. We don't have that now. I mean, I can't articulate a specific plan, but there could be the potential for redevelopment of the mall.
So do we have any feelers for a potential redevelopment of the mall?
Like what's it going to look like? Who's going to be in there? Is that what you're asking?
No, not necessarily. You're saying there's a potential. Mm-hmm. Do we have people interested in potentially doing something with the rest of the mall? Buying it, redeveloping it, tearing it down, starting over, any of those things?
I would say at this point, we don't know for sure. I would say there's a probability that that's where we're headed. And I'm not just trying to be evasive. I got to be evasive, kind of because retailers get really skittish with this stuff.
I understand.
But you never know what's going to happen. It's a big piece of property. It could turn out that it's, ideas and plans turn out to, or ideas and visions turn out to not work well and don't become plans.
Right.
So for me to articulate, hey, here's what we're going to do. Here's
no. I'm not looking for that
really
at all.
That.
I would not ask you to do that, but I am asking if there are discussions going on with a specific company or group that would lead to something being done with the Crossroads Mall other than a superficial facelift or something.
Yeah, the discussions are that wouldn't be superficial.
Yeah. it would be more than superficial.
Yeah.
Okay, so the mall's dated. The mall's it's from the 60s.
It's tired.
It's a tired old mall.
Yeah.
It is. It was the jewel of the east side of town for a long time.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, we didn't really keep up with the times there.
Well, and it's happened for all malls, kind of its size. That whole shopping behavior changed, where
it did.
People just the only malls where people really go to are the really big ones.
Yeah.
Either they have something really big to offer, like the big one down in Des Moines. The big two down in Des Moines,
Jordan Creek,
or Valley to a certain extent, Valley to a lesser extent, and then, the Merle Hay, they've done some efforts to try to reinvigorate that, even with some more kind of entertainment level stuff, opened it up a little bit.
Yeah. Merle Hay was a big deal when I was in high school, but that was when I was in high school a long time ago.
They have a movie theater in there. I don't know if they always do, but the movie theater sells beer now, which is kind of interesting. I haven't gone to it. I was walking through it one time.
Movie theater that sells beer.
Yeah, you're walking through and you see the movie theater on a second level, and then they got these beer signs. I'm like, oh, that looks cool.
You see, years ago, the Crossroads Mall had a little tavern in it. It had a little lounge, actually. I think it was called the Flame or the Embers or something. I don't remember. But the mall owners at the time thought that was sending a wrong message, or it would attract drunks to the mall. And really why they put it in was, this is some time ago, the idea that a couple and their kids would go to the mall and the wives would go off shopping and the guys would go into the bar and soak it up, which did happen at the time. But again, the mall managers or owners at the time didn't really like the idea of a bar being out there.
Yeah, and that's happened, and that was kind of the trend in malls. Even my hometown.
I think that was a mistake. They should have left that little.
Well, at the time I wasn't drinking age. Now I look at it and say, what a great idea.
What a great idea. AM 1400 KVFD, good afternoon. You're on the air with City Manager Fierig.
I thought the Flame was on the square.
There was, the Flame, the Flame that I was thinking of actually was on 6th Street, I think. Wasn't that right on the corner there, or was that the Embers? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
The Flame was on the square and the back door was behind it.
The Flame was on the square and the back door was behind it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I hit them all at one time or another.
Like where Central Auto was.
Okay.
Or next door.
All right. Hey, thanks a lot.
Yeah.
All right. This is AM 1400 KVFD, the voice for done. Well, there we go. I got my bars all mixed up again. Yeah. I got my bar. Well, anyway.
But that was the trend. I remember, I had a Diamond Dave's in the mall that I used to hang out when I was a kid, and they got rid of that. That
yeah, they did.
There, but they just don't do that, which is interesting because you think I don't know why that. Maybe just the malls didn't want the alcoholic or the alcohol serving.
The malls at
places.
the time didn't want liquor in their business. They thought it was not a family friendly thing. And of course, anytime you have a bar somewhere, there's going to be a couple of guys that are drunk in there.
Yeah.
And I don't know who goes out and hangs out in a mall bar to get blasted. I don't know, but they have the Mexican food place out there, which by the way is a great place.
Yeah.
And they got guys out there sitting at the bar, but they're not obnoxious, I don't know. I thought if they'd have left that bar in the Crossroads Mall, they'd have done better in the long run. But
they even had video game arcades in malls.
Oh yeah,
oh
god, yeah,
back there, and of course that's all gone.
When my son was little, he wanted to go out to the arcade every Sunday.
Oh wow, we did every
Sunday
we could go. We went to the
God.
We went to the video arcade.
Got a little expensive for me.
Yeah,
Jesus. So we are leaning. So there is action. We can say with certainty there is action and plans for the Crossroads Mall. They just haven't come together.
Yeah. Again, I don't want to split hairs. I wouldn't necessarily call it plans, but there's some ideas.
Yeah, there we go. That's close enough for this town.
Yeah.
We're having ideas.
And potential redevelopment, so there's some motion
going
and moving there, which is exciting. I mean, it's a huge piece of property. It's a very valuable retail piece, critical to that whole area. And anything we can do to bring high quality shopping back to that area.
That would be great. Amazon did land like a spaceship. Malls everywhere. So what about these OOP stickers? Minky keeps saying that he gets calls complaining that the OOP stickers won't come off the barrels.
Well, yeah, I know you got yours stuck here on your console. I don't know if you're gonna get off. Yeah, they're kind of sticky.
I don't care about the console.
They're kind of sticky. Yeah,
they're way sticky.
I bet if the sun beats on them for 3 or 4 hours,
you're probably going
to
become as one with.
So
the
I think one of the complaints we've gotten is the idea was there to inform the individual what was wrong with their recycling, and there's an easy way to check it off and kind of list it. We realize they are hard to get off, and so when we do them again, we're going to just kind of take a little bit of the backing off and stick it on there so they're easy removable, so we can get the message out there without causing people a bunch of heartache trying to scrape the sticker off, because you got to scrape the sticker off because you don't want the recycling guy to come back in 2 weeks and see the sticker and say, oh, well, it got tagged again.
Well, that's exactly the point, yeah.
So scrape it off, black it out with a marker, whatever. Make sure we.
Well, that would be a bunch of ugly garbage barrels all over our town with the stickers on it, they're marked out or partially scraped off. Isn't there something we can do a little bit better than that?
I don't know.
Maybe. You don't know. So we got to. Do we need to form a committee and then start having
a blue ribbon committee to
investigate
how to remove the OOP sticker? Yeah, we ended up with the same thing with the orange stickers we use for property maintenance. You may have seen those around town on the door. Yeah, at first they were total peel off, and you stuck it on there, and they were really hard to get off. So we just do the corners now of that one.
This is AM 1400 KVFD, the voice of Fort Dodge. You have a question or comment for City Manager Ferrick, you better hurry because he's just about out of time. I'm going to have a point of privilege here. There's the big old house up on the corner of 4th Avenue North and 10th Street. The city bought it from the Second Baptist Church, and it's slated for demolition, I understand. Is that going to happen yet this year or what?
I don't know. Asking me cold on it. What's the plan for it? I can ask and get back to you. Shoot you an email or something and find out.
That would be great.
If it is scheduled and when. I haven't seen a contract for it.
Is that right?
Probably would be something that would be bid out and contracted out. I don't recall seeing that.
Well, I don't think the city is going to knock it down. We have a couple of places or guys around who knock.
But we still, based on a price, there's probably someone's going to have to put together a bid package and bid on it.
We're going to have a meeting and a blue ribbon panel and several other things, and maybe we'll get it done in our lifetime.
Yeah, so. A committee, and then we could even have a corn vote on what's the best.
Corn vote?
Yeah. The seed corn vote or whatever they call that at the state fair.
I think the question of the week is, are we ready for a president who wears an adult diaper?
Where does that come from?
That's Biden. Biden is obviously doesn't have all his facts.
Has he admitted to that? Or
no, he hasn't admitted to it. But I don't want to see it. If he's walking away, I don't want to, get the faint outline of an adult diaper on the president of the United States. Gross me out. It would. Totally. So, yeah, Joe's, I couldn't believe I was down there last week, and he was really getting into it on the soapbox. And, of course, I couldn't get anywhere near the place, but he said, as Democrats, we believe in truth over facts.
Yeah, he made a couple gaffes in Des Moines.
Oh,
yeah.
God, he did.
Was that other gaffe on the soapbox, the one that he got?
Oh, yeah. Poor kids can do just as well as white kids.
Oh, no.
Yeah. That feeds into the stereotype, I think, of liberals as secret rednecks.
He must have his speechwriter or someone just behind him just cringing every time. Could you imagine there's probably a staff person that just went,
oh my God. Well, he's always done that, though.
Yeah,
he's done that his entire political career.
Yeah.
Well, anyway. So is there anything else we need to know? Or
I think that's it. The other big news is we accepted the bids for the repair of the 15th Street and 1st Avenue South intersection.
That's right.
And the Central Avenue and 15th Street intersection. So that area, pretty much next year, will be all dug up as we replace
Boy,
those
that'll be
intersections.
talk about a shift in traffic patterns there.
It'll be great when it's done, just like around the mall when we did those 2 intersections. It'll be great when it's done, but yeah, it'll be a little
major
bit of
pain in the neck.
It'll be a
though,
pain in the neck, and you got to remember also doing a lot of First Avenue South, like from 13th to 20th. So a good portion of that road will be reconstructed as well. So it'll be a lot of redevelopment in that area, a lot of new. And once it's done, that'll be pretty much have that whole corridor, that whole crosstown connector. We'll pretty much got it done and got the intersections improved. And
I used to have a lot of council people on the program, and mainly what we did is nothing. We never found out anything. I bring you here, and we find out all kinds of things, and that's terrific. So ask the city manager. The council people apparently don't know. Maybe they don't want to know.
No, it'll be a good project, and it's good to. It's good to reflect that Castor Construction is a local guy, relatively. I wouldn't say relatively new contractor, but I recall he used to work for Hovey back in the day, and I remember he was the lead when Hovey did that corridor, that phase of the corridor, and he stepped out on his own, and he's kept growing the company. And I think it's really cool that you have a local guy that's grown it into the kind of construction company that can do big jobs like this.
I've known Jordan since he was a teenager, and he's always been a hard-working young man, and I'm glad to see that he decided not to just be a worker for somebody, and he got his own company, and he's doing quite well, and I see his trucks all over town, so I'm delighted and very proud of Jordan. I don't get a chance to talk to him much anymore, but he's a good young man. Well, he's not even that young anymore.
It's good to see that a company like that can compete on these bigger jobs.
Yes, absolutely,
and I'm sure he'll do a great job on it.
I'm sure he will too. All right, David Farrick has been our guest. Thank you, David.
All right.
This is AM 1400 KVFD, the voice of Fort Dodge.
If you don't listen to him, you suck.
He's sneaky, but he's right.
Michael Devine at AM 1400 KVFD.
That's right. Thank you, David Farrick. AM 1400 KVFD, the voice of Fort Dodge. The news is next.
Hey, people at my friend's company got blackmail emails.
Yeah, it's a popular type of spear phishing attack.
Wow, that sounds serious.
It is. Scammers claim to have compromising information, like a video, and threaten to share it with their contact list, unless the victim pays a ransom.
What if they target someone at our company?
We're secured. Barracuda Sentinel uses artificial intelligence to block spear phishing attacks, including blackmail emails.
Well, that's a relief.
Protect your business at Barracuda.com. Barracuda, your journey secured.
Mark Patrick Hypnosis is coming to Fort Dodge tomorrow for one day only. Lose weight or stop smoking now through hypnosis. Join the over 500,000 people who have stopped smoking and lost weight the Mark Patrick way. That's right. Join America's best-known hypnotist, Mark Patrick. This incredible weight loss hypnosis seminar is tomorrow night from 5:30 till 7:30. The Stop Smoking Hypnosis Seminar is from 8 till 10. Both are at the Quality Inn and Suites. Registration starts 30 minutes prior to the sessions. Seating is limited, so get there early to reserve your spot. For only $49.99, attend these life-changing programs and learn how the power of hypnosis can help you achieve your goal to lose weight or stop smoking without any willpower. 100% guaranteed. So whether you need to lose weight or want to stop smoking, join Mark Patrick Hypnosis tomorrow night at the Quality Inn and Suites on Highway 169, Fort Dodge. Doors open 30 minutes prior to seminars. For more information, go to markpatrickseminars.com.
The bakers at Village Hearth are proud to introduce the latest addition to their Artisan Hearth brand family of products. Artisan Hearth Rustic Country White Bread. Thickly sliced and lightly dusted with flour, this gourmet loaf has been carefully crafted to deliver the homemade taste and slightly chewy texture your family will love. Try Artisan Hearth Country Rustic White Bread. Toasted or untoasted, it's the perfect complement to your favorite sandwiches. Artisan Hearth, baked fresh locally.
Your news, your town, your station. KVFD News when it breaks.
With your KVFD News Update, I'm Rob Jones. 2 intersections on Fort Dodge's east side will be rebuilt after the City Council voted last night to reward a contract for the work at their meeting. The intersections of Central Avenue and 15th Street and First Avenue South and 15th Street, the council awarded the contract for those to Fort Dodge-based company Castor Construction. The contract is worth just over $4 million. Fort Dodge City Manager David Feerick says the majority of the work will be done in spring of 2020. The two intersections will be expanded to add left-hand turning lanes on each side of the respective intersections. The project also includes installation of an 8-inch water main. The Fort Dodge School District's Board of Education has now adopted the new return-to-play protocol for student-athletes who sustain concussions while playing school-sanctioned sports. Governor Kim Reynolds signed an update to the state's concussion law in 2018. However, the adoption of that protocol won't change much, if anything, in terms of how the local district already handles concussions currently. The Board of Education says the largest change will be the requirement that student athletes or coaches disclose they have a concussion to their athletic trainer. All district coaches have or will receive training specific to the new protocol, and coaches will be renewing their training each year. A 29-year-old Kentucky woman died yesterday after failing to stop at a stop sign and colliding with a semi-truck. The accident occurred just east of Carroll when Tia Monique Newsom was driving eastbound on East 18th Street and went through the stop sign at the intersection of East 18th and Noble Avenue. Newsom hit the passenger side of the semi-truck, which was headed south, being driven by 24-year-old Iowa resident Cody Michael Farrell. The collision happened around 11:45 a.m. Farrell was able to maintain control of the truck despite the collision. He was not injured in the crash. The Fort Dodge City Council met last night with a number of items on the agenda. One of the largest items of discussion was the unanimous vote to add the Crossroads Mall to the Center City Urban Renewal Area. The move will make possible the usage of tax increment funding to support a project on the site. Tax increment financing occurs when increased revenue from property taxes occurs in a designated area and is set apart for investment in that area. As of right now, there has been no specific project announced for the site. Last night's vote comes on the heels of the council voting in July to add the Sears site to the Center City Urban Renewal Area. For KVFD from the Jerry Sheeter Newsroom, I'm Rob Jones.
Here's a look at how the markets closed today. September corn down 19 1/4 at 366. December down 16 1/4 at 376 1/2. March corn down 13 1/4 at 390. May down 10 1/4 cents at 398 3/4. August soybeans up 10 1/2 at 872. September up 9 1/2 cents at 876 1/4. November up 9 3/4 at 889. January up 9 1/4 at 902. September wheat up a quarter penny at 472. Soybean meal up $5.90 a ton at $297.80. August live cattle down the 450 limit at $100.55. October limit down at 99 1/4. August feeder cattle down $6.67 at $127.72. September down the 675 limit at $127.20. August lean hogs down 17 cents at $79, and October down $2.50 at $64.57. From the farm desk, I'm Dwayne Murley.
This is AM 1400 KVFD, the voice of Fort Dodge. It's 4:40. First of all, in the weather, 84 degrees. Going to be sunny today. We've reached our day's projected high. Overnight, increasing cloudiness with a low of 59. Tomorrow, sunny with a high of 74. Thursday, sunny with a high of 78. Friday, slight chance of rain. Sunny, other than that, with a high of 80. On Saturday, it'll be sunny with a high of 83. Sunday, it'll be sunny with a high of 83. On Monday, it'll be sunny with a high of 84. Right now, 84 degrees at AM 1400. KVFD, the voice of Fort Dodge. Obituaries this hour brought to you by the historic Bruce's Funeral Home at 923 1st Avenue South in Fort Dodge. You may contact the historic Bruce's Funeral Home by calling 515-576-5117 or online at www.brucesfuneralhome.com. Paul Jordison has died. Paul V. Jordison, 93 years old, of Otho, died on Saturday at Iowa Methodist Medical Center in Des Moines. There will be a service honoring the life of Paul V. Jordison, and that'll be at 1 o'clock in the afternoon Friday at Community of Christ Church in Colville. Interment will follow at Memorial Park Cemetery. Obituaries this hour brought to you by the historic Bruce Funeral Home at 923 1st Avenue South in Fort Dodge. You may contact the historic Bruce's Funeral Home by calling 515-576-5117 or online at www.brucesfuneralhome.com. 440, 184 degrees at AM 1400. KVFD, the voice of Fort Dodge.
From the Fox Business Network, all Wall Street stocks closing higher after the U.S. announced it was delaying the implementation of tariffs on certain goods imported from China. The news sending investors into a buying mode. Shares of toy makers like Mattel and Hasbro closing higher on the news, as the toy industry gets a Christmas present earlier by being spared from the latest round of tariffs for now. The 10% tariff will now get pushed back until December 15th, which is beyond the time most of the toys that would be sold during the key holiday period arrive in the U.S., with the Dow rising 382 points, the Nasdaq up 153, S&P 500 up 42. And a nice perk for some Chipotle workers, the Mexican casual chain announcing that over 2,600 staffers from its 135 restaurants qualified to earn up to an extra week of pay through a new crew bonus program. All hourly staffers who have been employed for the full quarter are eligible for the bonus as long as the teams meet sales and cash flow requirements for the period. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Hillary Barsky.
Hi, I'm Jay Farner, CEO of Quicken Loans. 30% of Americans who are planning home improvements of $5,000 or more will pay for those renovations with a high-interest credit card. That may not be a great idea. A better idea may be to take cash out of your home with a Quicken Loans 30-year fixed-rate mortgage. The rate today on our 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 4.125%. APR 4.22%. Call us today at 800-QUICKEN or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Rate subject to change. Pay 0.88% fee to receive this discounted rate. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. License in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030.
When severe weather threatens, keep it here for the Severe Weather Advisor. Brought to you by Creative Signs and Graphics Fort Dodge. For signs, decals, vehicle graphics, magnets, logos, customized documents, and more. If your business needs it, Creative Signs and Graphics can make it. And a stitch above the rest embroidery, Fort Dodge. Step out in style with quality brands, timely turnaround, and professional service. A stitch above the rest. Embroidery professionals worth finding. Remember, when severe weather threatens, stay with your friends on KVFD.
Come closer. I want your rack. Your great big rack.
Stop dreaming about big racks and put one on your wall. Head for the Iowa Outdoor Store for a full line of accessories for your bow. Bring it in with you and they'll make sure it's ready for the season. Need a new bow? Then check out the new Hoyt Carbon RX3, the aluminum helix, and the Matthews Vertex bow. They even have entry-level bows starting at just $2.99. Make your big rack dreams come true with help from the Iowa Outdoor Store at the junction of Highway 7 and 169, Fort Dodge.
Have the talk of the lifetime with the ones you love and make the difference of a lifetime.
Grandma, this card asks, what's your favorite family tradition?
Christmas would be my favorite. You know how we use the special tablecloth and all the fancy dishes?
And those cookies you always make.
Should we whip up a batch and bake some together now?
Sharing stories and memories with those who matter most isn't just important today, it will be especially significant when it's time to honor a life lived. Contact Gunderson Funeral Home to learn more about having the talk of a lifetime.
Sounds like you've got the crud. Cough, fever, sinus pressure, body aches. What should you take? Which over-the-counter medicine is best? You sure don't know, but the people at Daniel Pharmacy do. The pharmacists and technicians at Daniel Pharmacy are ready to help. They drop what they're doing, ask you what you're looking for, go down the aisle with you, and help you find the best medication for your symptoms. Daniel Pharmacy, caring for you and about you for over 50 years at 1114 Central Avenue, downtown Fort Dodge.
Is it time for a new roof, or did your roof take a beating from Mother Nature? If so, here's some great advice from Hahn Roofing. When you're trying to decide on a contractor, never tolerate high-pressure sales tactics. Never sign a contract without a price. Never make a payment until your job is done. And never accept a job that is not installed to manufacturer specifications. No warranty, no deal. Make the right choice. Call Hahn Roofing today at 515-573-7440. That's 515-573-7440. Hahn Roofing, an Owens Corning Platinum contractor.
Connect to this radio station from all across the country. Take us to the gym, shopping. How about a road trip? Listen to us now on the free iHeartRadio app. You'll never miss a moment with your favorite radio station. Download the free iHeartRadio app and search for this station so we can go wherever you want us to.
Michael Devine, the mayor of Manville.
It's a fancy title for a part-time job.
Michael Devine at AM 1400 KVFD.
That's right. That's where we are. AM 1400 KVFD, the voice for Dodge. We're going to tell the truth, make it matter. And we're never going to be boring. Live local radio from right here at the corner of 2nd Avenue North and 10th Street. Please join the program by calling 515-955-1400. Had shocking news a little earlier today. Just shocking news earlier today. Dean Coleman, local farmer, and good guy, contributor to this program for a number of years. Dean apparently was injured in a farm accident yesterday afternoon and died overnight. And it just isn't enough to say our thoughts and prayers are with Dean's family. It is a loss. It is a loss for our area. It's a loss for Webster County, Humboldt County. Dean was very, very active in promoting soybeans, and he was on this radio station to promote a better understanding of farm life, which we have certainly lost over the many years. We don't have now, in this time period, a direct relative who's involved in farming anymore. And so it was very good to have Dean come in here and talk about soybeans and life on the farm where he was and what was going on with soybeans and in international trade. And I'll tell you, Dean could talk about international trade like nobody else. And this is a loss. This is a loss for our entire area. And I can't tell you how upset I am about it. It just threw my game off all day to hear about Dean, and it's going to bother me for a long, long time. I'll be down at the State Fair tomorrow with the pork producers, with Greg Hora and the pork producers. And if I see any presidential candidates, I'll again try to get close to them. I didn't have any luck on Friday, I can tell you that. There's, again, so much national media on top of the media here in Iowa. I'm talking television stations, and of course the Des Moines Register is kind of jealous of its soapbox there, and I'm there with my little microphone from little old Fort Dodge, Iowa, and 1,000 watter the 1,000 watt radio station that I represent. There's been even some snide comments made by bigger media. Well, better known media, I should say, statewide, better known statewide, when I try to elbow my way forward, which doesn't bother me a bit. I have a story for you, by the way. I will always have a spot in my heart for Rick Perry, former governor of Texas, and he's now the U.S. Energy Secretary. Rick Perry ran for the Republican nomination for president in 2015-16. He was one of the first to drop out, which I thought was unfortunate. The reason I have a soft spot in my heart for Rick Perry is he was in Fort Dodge. Oh, probably a couple times. But the time I'm thinking of, he was headed out to talk with some supporters at the pizza ranch here in town. Now, I was waiting for him out there again with my little microphone and recording, little KVFD thing going on, when then Governor Perry pulled up and got out of the car with some big shot, or he thought he was a big shot, from CNN. And this CNN guy was following Perry all over the country and all over Iowa and making nightly reports on CNN about the Perry campaign's progress and what Governor Perry had said that day. Anyway, as Governor Perry walked toward the front door, and I approached and I said, excuse me, Governor, I'm Mike Devine. I'm with KVFD, a local radio station. Excuse me. And I wonder if I could get a few minutes to talk with you. Governor Perry didn't get a chance to respond before this CNN guy, who was tanned and had highlights in his hair, made some snide remark about local radio. Oh, radio. Isn't that funny, Governor Perry? And he kind of implied that we should just, Governor Perry should just keep on going. We don't want to mess with this. And Governor Perry just stopped the guy, and he said, why don't you go inside and wait? And I'm going to talk with, what did you say your name was again? Governor Perry said. And I introduced myself, and he spent as much time as I needed there, standing in the parking lot, talking with me about why he should be the Republican nominee. Then we went inside, and Governor Perry started taking questions from a packed room in the back there at Pizza Ranch. Most of you folks have been to Pizza Ranch, and you know what I'm talking about. They got that little room in the back. It was just packed. And the The big shot from CNN there, one with the tan and the highlights, and look at me, I'm a male model, and I'm so cool. He was standing in the corner. He was a little shrunk up. He really was a little shrunk up, and he had some sort of recording device in his hand, and he looked all the world like some kid who'd just been spanked by his mom or dad for running his big fat mouth. And I will always feel good about Rick Perry for that. Now, of course, he's in the Trump administration, so that means he needs to be hated. But you can really tell the character of a man for how he reacts in these sorts of situations. He could have done exactly as this CNN blowhard said. Oh, I haven't got any time for some radio station in Fort Dodge. I'm just passing through, doing a photo op. I'll drop a couple of truth bombs, and I'll keep right on going. He didn't do that. He thought I might be important enough, just as a human being, to deserve a few minutes of his time. Now, I will tell you, several years ago when Al Gore was running for president, he'd served as Bill Clinton's vice president for 2 terms. And he came here to Fort Dodge, and he was appearing over at the Larimar. Well, some of the Democrats I knew were very excited about meeting Al Gore. They were very excited about meeting Al Gore. And one of the Democrats had a good student for a son. And the student was involved, he and his class members were involved in a discussion on the political system in the United States. So this guy, I know, he's not a regular, he's not one of the people that we associate with the Democratic Party here in Webster County, but he was a Democrat. He was a voting Democrat. He was not an active Democrat. He was not active in the party, but he was definitely a voting Democrat, and he brought his little son along to meet the Vice President of the United States and maybe get a picture. He approached Gore, and Gore was very nasty to him and didn't want to meet his son and didn't even want to talk to him. He was here for a specific purpose. He came to say what he wanted to say, and then he was leaving. He just brushed my friend and his little son off. I thought that spoke about Al Gore's character. And maybe we're lucky that Al Gore was never elected president. Oh, yeah. It was a big disaster, wasn't it? George Bush was elected and got us into 2 wars. All that is true. But Bush holds a celebration for wounded warriors down in his Crawford, Texas ranch every year. He does it without fanfare. He doesn't invite the media. As a matter of fact, the media is excluded. And he brings people wounded in the Afghan and Iraq wars to his ranch and their families, and they have a little get-together. And he gets up on a podium and he just says, thank you for coming and thank you for your service. That's it. Now, does Bush sound like a better man or does Gore sound like a better man? Because a lot of folks are going to look at Gore's policy and say, well, he's a Democrat and I'm a Democrat, so I'm going to vote for Al Gore. And a lot of Republicans will say that same thing about George Bush as a Republican. But I'll tell you, from what I know of their character, I would vote for George W. Bush again. Not because he screwed up the country or anything like that, but because he's a better man than Al Gore is. And Rick Perry is a pretty good man himself. This is AM 1400 KVFD, the voice of Fort Dodge. On Wednesday, congressional representatives heard from an asylum-seeking Guatemalan woman whose 2-year-old daughter died shortly after being released in a Texas Immigration and Customs Enforcement Detention Center. Now, that's a terrible story. The child apparently had a lung infection. Now, I don't know if the child got the lung infection in the detention center or came up to our country with it. Well, the mother, of course, is suing the federal government over her daughter's death. She alleges that the serious lung infection came about while the child was detained. Now, the mother gave very emotional testimony. Made for TV testimony about losing her child. However, and you never know what someone is going to notice due to their background. But a beauty and wellness business owner picked up something about this mother who was crying on television and trying to shame those who would enforce our border. Apparently, this Guatemalan mother had a nail job that cost almost $500. And she also had something called microblading eyebrows. That's between $300 to $500. Altogether, this attractive Guatemalan mother who was suing our country because we apparently were cruel to her and her daughter, and it's terrible that a 2-year-old child died, but we don't know if the lung infection came about in the detention center. It could have, very well could have. But who gave her an $800 beauty makeover and combed her hair and groomed her, as what to say? Who did that and why? Well, do you really? That's a rhetorical question. It's a stupid question. We know why the mother got all that beauty treatment. We know who put her up to the testimony. This is AM 1400 KVFD, the voice of Fort Dodge.
It's happening to you every night. One snores and the other can't sleep. But now, there is a quick and easy-to-use solution. A natural solution. Snore Stop, the #1 selling anti-snoring medicine in the U.S.
Thank you, Snore Stop. You saved my marriage.
It's time to try Snore Stop and make every night a better night for both of you. Spray or tablets are available today at Rite Aid and CVS or online at snorestop.com.
If you've bought Nike or Adidas shoes lately, I'm sorry. Sorry that you didn't just get yourself some Skechers. Because Skechers have all the performance and comfort you could ever dream of for less. Just ask Skechers elite runner Edward Cheserek, who tied the world record for the fastest 5K. Or the nurse who's comfortable on her feet all day thanks to Skechers air-cooled memory foam. Or people wearing Skechers Go Walks who feel like they're walking on clouds. They'll all say no shoes perform better and are as comfortable as Skechers. Find Skechers at a Skechers store near you or wherever stylish shoes are sold.
Hi, I'm Jamie Brundage, owner of Historic Bruce Funeral Home. When you're planning the memorialization of your loved one, you're telling their story and sharing special memories with your family and friends. At Historic Bruce Funeral Home, we're proud to help you celebrate the life of your loved one, and we're here to guide you with your selections as we help you and your family say goodbye in a way that's right for you. Our staff is committed to compassionate care and attention to detail. Historic Bruce Funeral Home, Fort Dodge. Online at brucesfuneralhome.com.
All right, thank you for listening. Thanks again to my guest, Councilman Terry Menke, City Manager David Ferrick, Steve Peterson of the Farm Bureau. The great Satan, Terry Lutz, stopped in today, along with Mayor Matt Bermick. I'll be at the State Fair tomorrow, so please tune in then. I'll be there on behalf of the pork producers. It's always a good time with the pork producers. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Thanks again for listening. KVFD Fort Dodge.
Straight talk on life and money. This is the Dave Ramsey Show on the voice of Fort Dodge, AM 1400, KVFD Fort Dodge.
Was she a target? I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Police in Dayton, Ohio say the suspect in the August 4th mass shooting had a plan to carry out the attack, but they're divided on whether he purposely went after his sister. Fox's Steve Rappaport has more live.
Lisa, Police Chief Richard Beal says Connor Betts knew his sister Megan was there when the suspect opened fire, but investigators don't know if he could see her standing under an umbrella at a taco stand.
We're divided about how whether that was intentional or not. I think it's inconclusive.
Police say the gunman killed 9 people and wounded at least 17 others. Officials initially said at least 14 suffered gunshots.
Although I don't anticipate any additional victims necessarily coming forth, we need to be still open to that possibility. I will say that.
Officers killed Betts 32 seconds after the shooting began. Lisa?
Thanks, Steve. Police in Riverside, California, investigating a traffic stop that ended in a shootout. Highway Patrol Officer Andre Moye was killed.
Officer Moye was impounding the pickup truck from that traffic stop. At some point during the stop, the suspect retrieved a rifle from his vehicle and assaulted Officer Moyer.
CHP Chief Bill Dance, the suspect also died. 2 other officers were shot but are expected to recover. The motive for the shooting is still being investigated. The San Francisco Opera canceling an October concert featuring Placido Domingo after an Associated Press story quoting numerous women saying they were sexually harassed or subjected to inappropriate behavior from the superstar. The Los Angeles Opera issued a statement saying it will investigate the allegations. Domingo called them deeply troubling and, as presented, inaccurate. Wall Street at the close, stocks going higher after it was announced the U.S. would delay tariffs on Chinese imports of phones, toys, and other items on holiday shopping lists. This is Fox News.
Driving is freedom. The freedom to keep moving, to control your destiny, and to choose your path. And now, that freedom fits in the palm of your hand. It's called Ford Pass, the only app that gives you roadside assistance, Ford Pass rewards, and now when you buy or lease a new Ford, earn points you can use toward flexible complimentary maintenance that gives you, well, more freedom. Ford Pass, built to keep you moving, built Ford proud. Visit your participating Ford dealership to find out about getting flexible complimentary maintenance when you buy or lease a new Ford and sign up for rewards.
Roadside assistance is included for certain Ford owners and available to everyone for a per-service fee. Ford reserves the right to change program details without obligations. Visit your participating dealer or FordPassRewards.com for program rules and restrictions. Ford Pass, compatible with select smartphone platforms, is available via a download.
Your news, your town, your station. KVFD News when it breaks.
With your KVFD News Update, I'm Rob Jones. 2 intersections on Fort Dodge's east side will be rebuilt after the City Council voted last night to reward a contract for the work at their meeting. The intersections of Central Avenue and 15th Street and First Avenue South and 15th Street, the council awarded the contract for those to Fort Dodge-based company Castor Construction. The contract is worth just over $4 million. Fort Dodge City Manager David Feerick says the majority of the work will be done in spring of 2020. The 2 intersections will be expanded to add left-hand turning lanes on each side of the respective intersections. The project also includes installation of an 8-inch water main. The Fort Dodge School District's Board of Education has now adopted the new return-to-play protocol for student-athletes who sustain concussions while playing school-sanctioned sports. Governor Kim Reynolds signed an update to the state's concussion law in 2018. However, the adoption of that protocol won't change much, if anything, in terms of how the local district already handles concussions currently. The Board of Education says the largest change will be the requirement that student athletes or coaches disclose they have a concussion to their athletic trainer. All district coaches have or will receive training specific to the new protocol, and coaches will be renewing their training each year. A 29-year-old Kentucky woman died yesterday after failing to stop at a stop sign and colliding with a semi-truck. The accident occurred just east of Carroll when Tia Monique Newsom was driving eastbound on East 18th Street and went through the stop sign at the intersection of East 18th and Noble Avenue. Newsom hit the passenger side of the semi-truck, which was headed south, being driven by 24-year-old Iowa resident Cody Michael Farrell. The collision happened around 11:45 a.m. Farrell was able to maintain control of the truck despite the collision. He was not injured in the crash. The Fort Dodge City Council met last night with a number of items on the agenda. One of the largest items of discussion was the unanimous vote to add the Crossroads Mall to the Center City Urban Renewal Area. The move will make possible the usage of tax increment funding to support a project on the site. Tax increment financing occurs when increased revenue from property taxes occurs in a designated area and is set apart for investment in that area. As of right now, there has been no specific project announced for the site. Last night's vote comes on the heels of the council voting in July to add the Sears site to the Center City Urban Renewal Area. For KVFD.
Live from the headquarters of Ramsey Solutions, broadcasting from the Dollar Car Rental Studios. It's the Dave Ramsey Show, where debt is dumb, cash is king, and the paid-off home mortgage has taken the place of the BMW as the status symbol of choice. I'm Dave Ramsey, your host. You jump in. We'll talk about your life, your money. Open phones at 888-825-5225. 888-825-5225. John is with us in Arizona. Hey, John, welcome to the Dave Ramsey Show.
Dave, thanks so much for taking my call.
Sure. What's up?
Thanks to you, I paid off about $65,000 in debt in about 3 years. I'm now on step 4, putting 15% away to retirement, and I'm just trying to get an idea of what to do with the rest.
Way to go.
Thanks, appreciate it. My financial advisor and I don't totally agree with this. That's why I wanted to ask you. So I'm in the military. I've got about 17 years left until I retire. Throughout that time, I decided I don't want to purchase a home because I don't want to end up in a long-distance landlord situation. So I'd like to still save for a home in the meantime. And what I'm curious about is if you think I should put it away in a savings account like a money market, or if I should invest in things like growth stock mutual funds instead.
I would invest because you have longer than 5 years.
Okay, that was my thought. And the pushback was kind of, we don't know what the market will look like, and it would be safer to put it in something like a money market. So
we don't know what the market will look like in 17 years?
Right, yeah, that's kind of what I said.
That's absurd. Well, why would you be putting your retirement into mutual funds then?
That would be my argument there too.
Yeah, so, yeah, the thing about financial advisors is they need to be able to explain their advice, have a logical reason for disagreement that does not contradict themselves on turning around and causing you to invest your kids' college funds for 18 years in mutual funds or your retirement funds for 25 years. If you don't think the market is going to go up for 17 years, what are you doing in the financial advising business? I mean, that doesn't make sense. So, yeah, I think you need to find an advisor that you can either get logical, good, solid explanations for their reasoning that does align. But if you have a financial advisor who says, I don't believe the market is going to go up for 17 years, I would change financial advisors. If that's the net result of the discussion after you're done talking this through. But because I am not having an estate planner that I argue with. I'm not having an insurance person that I argue with. I'm not having and you shouldn't either, by the way. I do not mind them challenging and saying, I wouldn't do that, Dave. I would do this instead, and here's why. That's why they're there, is to teach me and to advise me. But I'm not going to have an argument with these guys. So if they think I'm crazy, I had a CPA one time say, well, we don't have to agree on all your money stuff in order for me to be your CPA. And I went, yeah, you kind of do. You kind of do. Kevin is with us. Kevin is in Ohio. Hi, Kevin. Welcome to the Dave Ramsey Show.
Hi, David. How are you doing?
Better than I deserve. What's up?
I'm 26 years old, and I was just kind of wondering what should I keep doing as of right now, saving while staying at home with my parents, renting, or buying a house.
What do you make a year?
So I make $47,000 a year right now.
What do you do for a living?
I actually just graduated from Hiram College.
Oh, good.
And I'm an accounting and financial management major.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, I work at DFAS, and I'm an accountant over there.
Okay, cool. So are you going to sit for your CPA?
It is definitely a possibility. Right now, I'm in a leadership program. It's called LIM, and within the next 2 years, I get $10,000 each year. So in 2 years, I should make around $70,000. And once I'm done with that program, my work said they'll pay for my CPA. So I'm going to be prepping for the test.
Sweet. I love it.
That's going on.
Very cool. Well, I think you. If I'm in your shoes, I celebrate graduation by moving out, getting my own place, and being my own man, and having my own electric bill. And you might have a roommate or something if you want to cut costs, but I would go ahead and do that. and then I would just begin to pile up cash and, work the baby steps. Do you have any debt?
So I paid off all my student loans. I don't have any of those. I paid off my car. That's all paid for. No credit card debt. The only thing when I used credit cards for was to possibly get a mortgage because of the credit score. I paid all those off. I don't have any debt at all. No. And
Excellent.
then I have the $1,000 in the bank. I have the down payment for a house. If I was to do that, my parents advised me instead of renting to actually just buy a house since I have the finances for it and I don't have any debt. But I just wanted your professional opinion.
That's fine. It's okay to buy. How much of a down payment do you have saved?
Right now it's going to be $25,000. So
okay, excellent. Well, we just tell folks never take out more than a 15-year mortgage where the payment is more than a fourth of your take-home pay. And if you're doing that, then I'm fine if you want to go ahead and buy. That's up to you. The thing I would caution you on, moving from your parents' house to a purchased home, is your life may go through some changes in the next 3 years, and you may end up changing that house. So buy something that is generic enough that it'll be easy to resell. If you like for instance, if your income goes from 47 to 77, that may prompt you to think I maybe would have a different house. So it's okay to rent for a year and think this through and see, get the new career stabilized and all that kind of a thing. But if you want to go ahead and purchase, I'm okay with that as well. Open phones at 888-825-5225. Coming up at the bottom of the hour is Ken Coleman, Ramsey personality and the host of The Ken Coleman Show, author of the #1 best-selling book, The Proximity Principle. So he'll be with us to answer your questions for this half hour about career, and we hope you can join us. If you've got a career question for Ken, something about what you're doing for a living, and he's going to hang out with us for a half hour beginning in about 15 minutes. And we're going to open up some phone lines right now for you to jump in with career questions. The phone number is 888-825-5225, and he'll come by and help us with that. That book, The Proximity Principle, has just gone zoom. It is just selling like crazy. And it's the proven process, of course, to get into the job you love, the proven strategy that will lead you to the career you love. That's what we'll be talking about, is his process on that. It has been very cool. And if you didn't know, the Ken Coleman Show is heard on XM Radio, Sirius XM. We have the Ramsey Network on Sirius XM, and you can hear it live weekdays from 1 to 3 Eastern Time. Check it out there. And, of course, you can also hear it on about 40 radio stations around America. So you can learn about all of that at kencoleman.com or kencolemanshow.com, and, of course, at daveramsey.com. This is The Dave Ramsey Show. Road trips, beach vacations, mountain vacations, trips of a lifetime, and trips on a budget. No matter what your upcoming vacation looks like, a vehicle from my friends at Dollar Car Rental can make it even better. We've been hearing from you, our listeners, that Dollar's been amazing to work with. We've seen the emails and the posts about how well they've taken care of you, and many of you have already signed up for their Dollar Express rewards at dollar.com/Ramsey. And now, as summer is coming to an end, it's time to put the bow on your vacation plans. Go to dollar.com/Ramsey and see just how easy it really is to book your next trip with a debit card. If you aren't ready to book your trip just yet, then go ahead and sign up for the Dollar Express rewards so that you can skip the counter and head straight to the Dollar Express lot on your next trip. Find out all the details on their industry-leading debit card policy at dollar.com/Ramsey.
Hey, this is Anthony O'Neill, teen and millennial expert and author of my national best-selling book, The Graduate Survival Guide. I'm excited to tell you about my new book, Debt-Free Degree, the step-by-step guide to getting your kid through college without student loans. It will teach parents how to help their kids pay for college, even if they haven't saved for it. Your kids can and will go to college without debt. You can pre-order it today on AnthonyO'Neill.com for only $19.99 and get over $40 in free items.
If you're a responsible parent, you've taken my advice and gone to MamaBearLegalForms.com to get your will done. I salute you. If you're a parent with kids going to or into college, I want you to think about something. What happens if they get in a wreck and are not able to communicate? You can no longer speak for them if they're over 18. Mama Bear Legal Forms has created a young adult power of attorney for under $50 to help. Go to MamaBearLegalForms.com today to protect your college students.
Radio Iowa, I'm Dar Danielson. Governor Kim Reynolds says she wants to arrange a meeting with Madison County officials who are considering a local ordinance prohibiting wind turbines within 1.5 miles of a residence. Reynolds says she's not an expert in the area, but plans to gather stakeholders to discuss the ordinance.
I don't have all the facts in front of me, so if they want to sit down with me and they want to talk to me about some of the information that they've been gathering, I'll meet with them.
The Madison County supervisors did not address a recommendation from the health board at their meeting today, but could do so at a future meeting. An anhydrous ammonia cloud could be seen after a leak developed in a tank at an agricultural business in central Iowa in the town of Collins. The leak started at the Landis Cooperative around 11 a.m. Most of the buildings in the area were evacuated. No injuries were reported. AAA Iowa spokesperson Mark Peterson says Iowa's gas prices continue to be among the lowest in the country.
The average price per gallon in Iowa is at $2.45, and the national average is $2.64.
That's 28 cents lower than the same time last year. Radio Iowa, I'm Dar Danielson.
Welcome back to the Dog Show. Up next, we have Satchmo. Satchmo is a member of the Shelter Pet Group.
That's right, a group known especially for their couch-snuggling, ball-chasing, face-licking, tail-wagging, backyard-hanging, and, of course, companionship.
And what breed would you say Satchmo is?
I'd have to go with maybe a lavish terrier-hound chihuahua-looking kind of mix.
Tremendous dog.
I'd also like to point out Satchmo's coloring, a white, gray, brown, black brindle, simply marvelous.
You know, it's such a treat to watch a dog like this.
Now, let's see him in action.
Look how he makes eye contact with his person.
That's actually known as the treat stare.
How intuitive. And now he appears to be excitedly turning in circles.
Ah, the happy dance, so common with this group.
And finally, the loving face lick.
It's great how he just gets in there and, well, licks.
Fantastic. But really, the best way to know an amazing shelter pet like Satchmo is to meet one.
Visit theshelterpetproject.org today. Adopt.
Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad.
Joining us at the bottom of the hour, Ken Coleman, The Ken Coleman Show, talking careers. Your questions about your career, your direction, your job. Do you feel stuck in your job? Are you trying to make a decision on a change? Ken will be here to help you walk through that. Phone number is 888-825-5225. Amanda is with us in New Jersey. Hi, Amanda. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm actually from Tennessee, not New Jersey.
Oh, okay. How can I help?
So, question regarding in-laws and debt. We are $33,000 in debt, all in cars. They bought us 2 of those cars. They are in maybe step 7. They wanted to help us out, so they paid for the cars in cash and then wanted us to make payments to them. Yeah.
Such a blessing.
Oh, yes.
So they made the decision on the cars for you, or you guys picked the car out and then they just bought them for you and financed them for you?
We picked the cars out. They went shopping with us because they wanted to make sure we made the right decision. So they bought them in cash, and now they're having us pay $600 a month for both of the cars.
Yeah. So what do you owe? What do you owe your in-laws for these cars?
In total, we owe them $25,000.
And what is your household income?
$85,000.
Okay. And so how much other debt do you have other than this and other than your mortgage?
My husband also bought himself a car, and we owe $7,000 on that.
I'm sorry, so you have 3 cars?
Well, we bought the first car. His parents paid for it in cash, and then we decided we got pregnant with our third baby and we needed a minivan. So we traded that car in. We took about a $12,000 loss on it, and we got our van. So it's kind of a big screw up.
So you owe $7,000 on the van plus...
the van we owe $13,000.
Okay, so what's the $7,000 car?
That's my husband's car.
How many cars do you own?
We have 2 cars.
Okay. And you owe on the 2 cars, you owe your in-laws $25,000?
Right.
Plus
$12,000 on a different car that we traded in.
Okay, so you have $37,000 in debt, not counting your mortgage.
That's right.
You have
Yes.
student loans or credit cards?
No credit cards, no student loans.
Okay, and again, your household income was what?
$85,000.
Okay, so how fast are you going to pay off $37,000 in debt?
We're hoping to pay it off by next year Christmas.
18 months.
Yes.
Or 14 months or whatever. Okay. And is that a problem?
It's becoming a problem between the in-laws, kind of monitoring everything that we do with our money and making sure that we still pay them, which is not a problem, but every little expense that we pay for ourselves, it's like, why do you pay that much money? Remember, you still have a car payment to us. So we kind of feel like slaves to them.
Okay. Yeah, you are, because this is a really stupid arrangement. Okay. And they're obviously very controlling and have very bad boundaries. Okay. And you're really disgusted with them, I can tell by the whole conversation. All right. And so the problem is, if you sell both cars, I don't think you get $25,000, would you?
No.
Okay. Do you have good enough credit to go borrow $25,000 and pay them off?
Yes.
Okay. Let's just go do that. Get them out of your life.
Okay.
Just go down the credit union.
Never would have thought of that.
Yeah, just go down the credit union, borrow $25,000. Matter of fact, you could borrow just $37,000 on the 2 cars, right? And then, just put it on a 36-month payment and pay it off by next Christmas, right?
Mm-hmm.
Same amount of time to get out of debt, except you get them out of your life instantaneously.
Except that would kind of break the relationship.
Why would it break the relationship? The way they have a relationship with you is they demand you're in debt to them?
They're helping us.
No, they're not helping you. They're a pain in the butt. So, no, the way it sounds is this. Mom and Dad, listen, we tried to do a good thing here. You were trying to be kind to us, but it's actually putting a strain on our relationship. And so in order for us to be free from that and you guys not have to worry about our finances anymore, we're just going to go ahead and take out a loan and pay you guys off. And we appreciate what you tried to do. It just didn't work out. It's not working for us. And, we love you. And thanks for trying. Thanks for playing. But we're not going to do this. If they get pissed off at that, these people have other issues. Which I suspect they do, by the way. But you need to pay them off and do it as kindly and gently as you can. But if your relationship with them is dependent on them fiddling around in your checkbook all the time, it's time to draw that line. And this is a beautiful way to do it. And then just get about the business of paying it off. Tell them your financial coach advised that they don't owe family money. I'm your financial coach, and I just advised you that. Because I tell everybody that, by the way. All right, Liza is next. Liza's in, where is Liza? Florida. Hey, Liza, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Dave?
Better than I deserve. How can I help?
Okay, so I just this past weekend finished baby step 2, so the car's paid off, all the debt is paid off. Woo-hoo! And I'm very excited, working on the house. I have a great condo that I love, and I owe about $50,000 left on that. My mom and I have decided that as she has more needs physically and financially, because she's getting much older, that we're going to kind of merge our lives. So I'm actually building a little mother-in-law suite into her home, which is much larger. And I guess my question is, should I keep my house and rent it out as an investment property, even though it's not paid off yet, or should I sell it?
How old is your mom?
She's 77.
And how's her health?
It's been pretty good. However, it's been relatively good. However, she has had a couple of falls. Definitely, just in a situation that we'd like to keep a closer eye on her.
How old are you?
I'm 53.
Okay, and you're single?
I am.
Okay, and what happens to her house when you die? When she dies?
So I have siblings. I have 3 other siblings, and we assume that we would dispose of it, and that would be our inheritance. And
so, in what way have you merged with your mom then?
We haven't. Well, I guess just residence. I really meant to say that I would.
Okay, so you're just going to be a roommate with her.
There.
You're going to have your own
Correct.
separate financial life. She's going to have her
Correct.
own separate financial life. Are you going to live there free?
No, I plan to help her financially, so by paying rent and also by paying for some of the repairs that she needs on her home. So it would be a big improvement for her financially, as well as just having somebody to help keep an eye on her.
Okay. And, okay, so if she lives 10 years, she's 87, you're 63, and you're moving out and going to buy a house when she dies.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's the plan.
Okay.
Or come back here, which I love this place.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if that place is around the corner and you want to keep it as a rental while you do this, that would be okay with me. And let's get it about the business of paying it off with the idea you're probably going to renovate it after having rented it before you move back into it when your mom passes. That's fine. Don't overpay for the rent and the repairs at mom's place. If you're giving her extra money, your siblings need to participate in that because they're going to benefit from the value of the house going up. This is the Dave Ramsey Show. Let me tell you a story about 2 families that are very much alike in a lot of ways. Both families have 2 working parents and a couple of young kids. Each has debt and has struggled to make ends meet, but they're starting to make headway with their budgets and smarter decisions with money. They have dreams and plans, and the only real difference is that one family has the right amount of term life insurance and the other doesn't. Big difference. If one of the parents die, and that does happen, their well-being would be destroyed. Paying for the mortgage, utilities, food, and other bills would be impossible, let alone saving for education or retirement. That's why every day I talk relentlessly about getting term life insurance. Just go to XanderInsurance.com or call 800-356-4282 and see how inexpensive it really is. Be the family that takes those deliberate steps to be different and responsible. It really does make you the hero of your story, and it puts you on course for better things ahead.
From the Fox Business Network, stocks surging on Wall Street. All of the major indexes rallying Tuesday on news that the U.S. will delay China tariffs on certain items, including laptops and cell phones, ahead of the holiday shopping season. At a media mega deal, CBS and Viacom agreeing to a merger Tuesday, ending years of on and off talks. The agreement gives CBS new assets such as Paramount Pictures, Comedy Central, and Nickelodeon. And Snapchat introducing their latest line of sunglasses, the Spectacles 3. The new shades feature 2 HD lenses that can capture 3D video and send content directly to your Snapchat account. Turns out teens are interested in news, but just have a different way of getting it. According to a new report from SurveyMonkey, more than half of teenagers say that they stay connected to current events through social media sites. That's compared to just 41% who say they stay informed through traditional print and online sources. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Connell McShane.
Hi, I'm Jay Farner, CEO of Quicken Loans. 30% of Americans who are planning home improvements of $5,000 or more will pay for those renovations with a high-interest credit card. That may not be a great idea. A better idea may be to take cash out of your home with a Quicken Loans 30-year fixed-rate mortgage. The rate today on our 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 4.125%. APR 4.22%. Call us today at 800-QUICKEN or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Rate subject to change. Pay 0.88% fee to receive this discounted rate. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. License in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030.
Sounds like you've got the crud. Cough, fever, sinus pressure, body aches. What should you take? Which over-the-counter medicine is best? You sure don't know, but the people at Daniel Pharmacy do. The pharmacists and technicians at Daniel Pharmacy are ready to help. They drop what they're doing, ask you what you're looking for, go down the aisle with you, and help you find the best medication for your symptoms. Daniel Pharmacy, caring for you and about you for over 50 years at 1114 Central Avenue, downtown Fort Dodge.
When severe weather threatens, keep it here for the Severe Weather Advisor. Brought to you by Creative Signs and Graphics Fort Dodge. For signs, decals, vehicle graphics, magnets, logos, customized documents, and more. If your business needs it, Creative Signs and Graphics can make it. And a stitch above the rest embroidery, Fort Dodge. Step out in style with quality brands, timely turnaround, and professional service. A stitch above the rest. Embroidery professionals worth finding. Remember, when severe weather threatens, stay with your friends on KVFD.
In today's economy, it just makes sense to plan ahead. At Historic Bruce Funeral Home, pre-planning your funeral arrangements can save you money. By planning ahead, you can secure your arrangements at today's prices, no matter when our services are needed. Pre-planning your funeral is one of the most thoughtful things you can do for your family. Call us for details. Historic Bruce Funeral Home, Fort Dodge. Online at brucesfuneralhome.com.
Good Samaritan Society Manson is looking for full and part-time certified nursing assistants for all shifts. Don't miss your chance to work at this Bronze Award 5-star Christian care facility, named one of the best in the country by U.S. News and World Report. Good Samaritan Society Manson offers excellent benefits, working just 30 hours a week. Qualified CNAs may apply online at good-sam.com. Good Samaritan Society Manson is an equal opportunity employer. Women, minorities, and veterans are encouraged to apply.
Have you heard what President Trump said recently?
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too.
Now you can watch Newsmax TV and get the truth about Trump from Bill O'Reilly, Mike Reagan, Alan Dershowitz, Pat Buchanan, and more. Newsmax TV is America's fastest growing cable news channel, now in 70 million homes. Find Newsmax on DirecTV, Dish, Xfinity, Spectrum, Optimum, Fios, Uverse, and more systems. See Newsmax TV today. It's real news for real people.
With Amazon Music, a voice is all you need.
Won't you stop your crying? I know that you're trying. Everything's gonna be okay.
Alexa, play Maren Morris.
Okay. Oh, girl, won't you stop your crying? I know that you're trying. Everything's gonna be
Get unlimited access to over 50 million songs. Download the Amazon Music app today.
Enjoy all of Adventureland's rides, shows, and attractions, including the Phoenix. Our new spinning roller coaster, now open. Fun for the whole family. 2 great parks, all for one low price. See our website for park and water park operation dates.
Come on over to Adventureland. You're gonna love it at Adventureland.
So how would you like to have a career you love? Well, the proven strategy that will lead to that is a book called The Proximity Principle. It's a #1 best-selling book by Ramsey personality Ken Coleman, and he is also the host of the Ken Coleman Show, now broadcast on almost 40 radio stations, as well as our Sirius XM network. You can join him there. If you want to talk to him, though, you can actually get through right now. The phone numbers are 888-825-5225. We're going to take career questions for Ken this half hour. 888-825-5225. So now you're a guest, but you've done 2 hours of hosting already today.
Yes, sir. So, we just took a little quick break and come on over here. I'm about 15 feet away from your door, one of the gorgeous studios here in the lobby. And I got to tell you, Dave, it's hard to stop the show because it's just so much fun. These gorgeous studios, there's a lot of energy. Our team's getting ready for all these amazing folks going to come visit us here at Ramsey Solutions World Headquarters. It's going to be buzzing, and it's so much fun to get to do what you love every day.
Amen. Good times.
Yeah.
Good times. All right, let's jump in with William in Arizona. William, your question for Ken Coleman.
Yes, so I've been applying for career change, and I haven't been getting any interviews, and I'm thinking it's my resume. So I need to know how far back do I need to go? I've been working since, 97, after high school. So how far back do I need to post my other jobs that I've had, on my resume?
Well, I appreciate this question, William. But before we dive into your resume, I'm just curious, of all of these jobs that you've applied for, how many of them did you have a personal relationship that was recommending you to somebody in that company? So it could have been a mutual relationship with that hiring manager. It could be somebody that worked at that company that would vouch for you and walk your resume into that person saying, hey, William applied online, but let me tell you about William. I've known William for X amount of years. I think William's a great culture fit. I think he's worth giving an interview. How many times did that happen?
None, because all these jobs that I've been applying, I don't know anybody in these careers.
Well, you don't.
Except for the last one that I just applied for, I do have someone that knows the hiring manager, and he texted him my information. So that's about it.
Okay. And so, have you heard back on that one?
No, I haven't. No,
How long ago was that?
This was maybe a week ago.
Okay. But again, we don't want him texting. Well, now, that's nice. That's a very nice personal connection, but we really want that person to vouch for you. And if they can, have a nice face-to-face, could be just a 5-second, hey, gotcha. I'm bringing my friend William's resume to you. He's applied online. I texted you about it. I think it'd be a great fit. Are you interested? Because this way we get some closure. But again, let me address what you said, because I get this call every day, Dave, on the Ken Coleman Show. Well, I don't know anybody there. Well, that's what you think. And maybe you don't know somebody in a one-to-one connection, meaning if you think about all of your relationships, William, you don't know somebody personally in those companies. But my question is, how many people do you know in your area? Think about your zip code, your city. How many people would you say that you know on an acquaintance level or on a very close personal level? How many people, ballpark?
Say maybe about 20, 25 people.
How many people, ballpark, do you think those 20 to 25 people know in your area?
How
many?
It's about the same. It's about the same.
Yeah, but collectively.
A lot of people.
Collectively. We're talking about hundreds, correct? If you think about everybody. Okay.
Yeah.
That is how you go about getting jobs. There's a guy by the name of Mark Granovetter who did a study several years ago. He's a well-known sociologist, and he said he found, Dave, that most people get jobs through their acquaintances, not the close personal network. So what you've got to be doing practically here, William, is you've got to be talking to everybody that you know in any kind of social circle that you run in and say, hey, I'm applying at company XYZ. Do you know anybody that works there? And then it's like turning over rocks. At some point, you're going to get to a yes, and then it's very simple. Would you be willing to vouch for me and tell them that you know me and use the Ken Coleman resume? It's free at kencoleman.com. We're hearing every week that people are getting calls because our resume looks different than everybody else's because it starts with who I know. And, Dave, we've talked about this a lot. To get hired at Ramsey Solutions, you got to know somebody.
William, your resume is useless.
It's worthless without a relationship. That's right.
It's not. No one is going to just go, oh, look at this resume. I'm calling this guy.
That's right.
It just doesn't happen. We had 26,000 applications at Ramsey to go to work last year. We hired 200.
Wow.
Not one of them did we hire because we went, would you look at that resume?
That's right.
It just doesn't work that way when you're hiring folks. So you can't write a resume that's impressive enough without a relationship. What Ken's saying, it's like who you know matters. Well, yeah, it does.
Mm-hmm.
It does. And it's not that you have to have politics or good old boy network or something like that. It's just a matter of a friendly face.
My favorite story, Catherine, who does social media for me and Anthony O'Neill, does a phenomenal job. I remember getting to interview her, and the personalities are at the very end. So the team really liked her, and they felt it was a really good fit. And so I got to sit down with her, and she showed me the Ken Coleman resume template. She showed it to me in the meeting with me and Jeremy Breland, and I smiled because right at the top, under who you know, she said, I have a very good friend who has known Christy Wright for over a decade. Now, let me tell you something. As soon as I read that, I went, oh, so tell me about that relationship with Christy. And guess what? I was able to go talk to Christy, and Christy could vouch for Catherine because of the relationship that Catherine demonstrated. That was a mutual relationship between her and Christy Wright. That's how it works. So the resume template that even we provide is worthless if you don't do the homework and get an endorsement from somebody that is in that company. That's how you
just
get calls
get
back.
You out of the pile.
That's exactly right.
You get a shot.
That's right.
And then you got to go in and do the interview, and you got to knock that out of the park. And you've got interview guidelines and resume guidelines for free at KenColeman.com.
That's right. And we just added a third, the touch point timeline. How do you follow up after the interview? How do you do it the right way to stay top of mind? All three of those are free. KenColeman.com.
Yeah, it's a fine line between pestering and following up.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, and it's attitude and staging and messaging and
how about the handwritten note, which has become a thing of the past, but to this day sends much more of a personal brand message than anything else you can do?
Yep.
Just a handwritten note.
Yep.
2 lines. I'm super grateful that you gave me a shot to have an interview with this company.
Yep. So listen to this one. Guy walks into our new building with a balloon, helium balloon.
Mm-hmm.
We're not open yet. It's a balloonogram. But our guys don't know this, so security guys are like, going to take this balloon out.
Yeah, of course, right.
And because there's no telling, right? And all it was some guy trying to get a meeting with me. You know what? That's cute.
Mm-hmm.
But sorry, balloon guy.
Yeah.
A balloon without a relationship.
It's going to get you an escort.
Just gets popped.
It's so true, though. I mean, you got to give him credit for creativity.
It's cute. I did. I gave him.
But other than that, it doesn't work.
The credit was a nice grin, and we moved on.
No credibility.
So, yeah,
high on creativity, low on credibility.
Yeah. Well, because it kind of weirded people out a little bit.
Well, yeah.
And yeah, I bet you've never gotten a balloonogram.
No. Didn't even know that existed until about 37 seconds ago. But I mean,
that's kind of what your resume, though, is. I mean, it really is that.
It is.
Except it doesn't weird people out, hypothetically.
Here's what we know from multiple HR studies. Hiring managers spend, on average, Dave, 6 to 60 seconds scanning a resume.
Oh, 60 is really
generous. So you think about that. What can they take away from a sheet of paper in 6 to 10 seconds? You are essentially anonymous. They know nothing about you. And so it just proves the point.
There's very few skills that are so unique that they leap off the page and grab the hiring manager by the throat. There's just not. I mean, I'm sorry, guys. I wish you were that special.
And please don't carry a balloon around.
So, KenColemanShow.com, is that where they get that stuff?
KenColeman.com.
KenColeman.com. KenColeman.com. And back with your calls for Ken on your careers. Author of the #1 best-selling book, The Proximity Principle. There it is, baby. It's a big deal. This is the Dave Ramsey Show. Hey, folks, cut the cord on long-term contracts and save big on your monthly bills by switching your cell phone service to Pure Talk USA. Pure Talk USA has the same great coverage with half the price of other brands and no contracts. Switching to Pure Talk is a great way to stay on budget. Try it risk-free today. Visit puretalkusa.com or call 844-862-3677. Enter the promo code RADIO and receive 50% off your first month. I know it's back to school season, but that doesn't mean you have to stress out about what's for dinner. For almost 10 years, I've been telling you about my friends at eMeals who make meal planning and shopping virtually stress-free. You can even have your groceries gathered for pickup or for delivery right from the eMeals app. It's the smartest way to save money every month. And you'll be a hero as your family eats delicious, healthy dinners together. Sign up for a free 2-week trial today at emeals.com. That's emeals.com.
To keep your vehicle running at its best, keep up with routine maintenance. The certified service techs at Humboldt Motor Sales make maintaining your vehicle easy. They offer convenient hours and competitive prices on all service and parts. And they take care of your GM warranty needs too. From oil changes to tires, brakes to batteries, engine repair and transmission repair, Humboldt Motor Sales can handle it all. Have your vehicle serviced soon at Humboldt Motor Sales. Log on to HumboldtGM.com to schedule an appointment now or call 800-566-8671.
Blue Ribbon, Pelham Waters, your water pro since 1949.
Who would have thought there'd be entire aisles devoted to bottled water and that people would buy more water than pop? I'm Brian with Blue Ribbon Pelham Waters here in Fort Dodge. Spring water, drinking water, mineral water. There's so many choices, and we're proud to offer you them all. From our own refreshingly pure drinking water to ultra-pure Mountain Valley spring water, Blue Ribbon Pelham's is your complete water store.
Warning: if you're buried in debt you can't afford, do not let the credit card companies make you think you have to pay it all back, because you don't. What the credit card companies don't want you to know is that there's actually a way to get debt-free without paying off your entire debt or going bankrupt. If you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt, you now have the right to let us settle that debt for a fraction of what you owe. For free information, call Credit Answers at 800-970-5932. If you're struggling to pay off your debt, do not let the credit card companies make you think you have to. Call Credit Answers now for free information on how to get out of debt faster than you ever thought possible, without debt consolidation or bankruptcy. We offer a guarantee with no upfront fees, so there's no risk. For free information, visit creditanswers.com or call 800-970-5932. That's 800-970-5932.
This weekend, unplug. Getting closer to nature can get you closer to your family. To find the forest nearest you, go to discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Number one best-selling author, Ramsey personality Ken Coleman. The book is The Proximity Principle, the proven strategy that will lead to the career you love. We're taking career questions this half hour. The phone number is 888-825-5225. Lachey is with us in Virginia. Hi, Lachey. Welcome to the Dave Ramsey Show.
Hi.
Hi. How can Ken help?
So I have two jobs. One, they're both like $12 an hour. The second one is in car sales. And I'm looking to take that one on full time and let the first one go because there's no extra hours I can get with that one. And I pretty much know the answer, but I kind of just needed confirmation because I don't really talk to anybody about my situations. So,
well, I appreciate you calling. So what do you think the answer is? What are you supposed to do? I want to hear you say it.
The car sales.
Yeah. Are you doing well? Excuse me. Are you doing well in that role? Are you selling cars, seeing some growth?
Well, it's been like internet BDC department, but I think I'm going to get into the actual car sales part. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm getting emotional.
It's okay. It's okay. Why are you emotional? What's going on?
Because my last time that I was in car sales, I was not treated right. Mm-hmm. And that was last year, and I was just afraid. So,
Well, let me share something with you. Because of that painful experience, you know what to look out for, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah. So have you been in this situation, this part-time job, long enough to assess the culture and make sure there's no hurtful people, it's not a toxic environment? Have you been able to assess that and say, okay, this is not the same kind of place?
yes, I have been able to assess. It's definitely not the same environment.
Well, that's great news. So there's nothing for you to be afraid of.
Here's the thing. Car sales is not bad. People are.
That's exactly right.
Right.
Car sales is not the common denominator. Bad people is the common denominator that you're looking for. You can do anything. You could do the most holy, wonderful thing in the world, whatever that thing is, the most righteous thing in the world, and get around toxic people. So people are the common denominator that you got to watch for. It's not car sales.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
So have confidence and don't put up with that again. And I think you're strong enough to be able to handle that. And I think that you take this thing. My question is, this is a financial play for you. So what are you unsure of that are factual things that you need to get answers to before you decide to take this full-time gig?
Well, I am. I have to pay child support, and I'm just afraid I don't want to get fired. Because last time I got fired, and I was unemployed for 6 months because I was afraid to go into another dealership. And then the whole unemployment thing is just not. And I was just afraid to jump into like a McDonald's or something. So I kind of just.
Okay.
I held on to unemployment as long as I could, and then I got tired, and I finally just started applying. I got these 2 jobs.
Well, here's the deal.
So,
Lachey, you are gripped with fear because of the responsibilities that you have. But you are allowing things that have happened in your past to color your future. And you've got to make some decisions that, am I going to learn from the past? You were fired. You had a toxic situation. You need to make sure before you make this move that you have learned what you needed to learn from those things, and ask yourself, can I make changes? Have I made the changes so this isn't going to happen again? And then you understand that, hey, I'm going to go in and do a great job. And instead of being afraid of being fired, you're going to be motivated by the child support, by the other financial decisions that you're going to be able to make and thrive with because you're selling more cars. That needs to be your focus, not fear, but looking forward.
Well, Shay, I think what happens is the more experience you have, the less pain you're willing to tolerate from people misbehaving. My tolerance for that kind of pain is almost zero. If somebody's going to misbehave, I get done really, really, really fast now, and that's because of wisdom, because I've put up with crap off of different situations, and it didn't play well for me. In other words, I tried to tolerate the pain, and so my pain tolerance for BS is just real low. And so yours is much lower than it was at the last gig. You'll go find another dealer job real fast, and you'll just move on if these people start that same routine. So the good news is, I think Ken's right. You've learned, and you're going to be fine. Alan is with us in Georgia. Alan, your question for Ken Coleman.
Hi there. Thanks so much for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm in a 100% commission sales job, and the money is sort of drying up. I've got a 1-month-old baby at home, and I've got really no other skills that are demonstratable outside of sales, but I really don't want to keep being in sales because of these uneven paychecks that are just driving me crazy. You know, I'm on baby step 2. I'm trying to budget. I'm trying to, build wealth, but it's just, like last month was great. I made $6,000, but this month I'm like, I don't even think I'm at 2.
Well, a couple things, Alan. Alan, first of all, you're lying to yourself, and you need to understand what you just said. You said you have no transferable skills to offer this economy other than selling. And that's just preposterous, and I think that you're feeling defeated. I think you're feeling defeated because of the ups and downs of a 100% commission job, which that's what you signed up for. That's the price of admission. But I'm just here to inject some confidence into you that you're feeling defeated because of fear. You're so gripped with fear because you're in baby step 2. You got that 1-month-old, and you've got more responsibility on your head than you've ever felt in your life because of that baby. And the reality is that you do have a lot more to offer. So let's at least address that. If you want to get out of that 100% commission job and get something more steady, you do have a lot to offer.
Alan, how long have you been selling?
About a year, a little more than a year.
So what's been your income for 1 year? What's your annualized income in this straight commission role?
I suppose it was around 40,000. I know from March to December of 2018, I made about 32,000.
Okay. And what are you selling?
Insulation.
Insulation, like home insulation?
That's right.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. And how old are you?
21.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, you're overwhelmed as a new dad and a young guy getting started. Let me tell you, as an old guy, the highest paid profession in America is sales.
That's right.
It is not doctors. It is not lawyers. It's not even CEOs. The highest paid profession is sales. You have proven in a straight commission environment at 21 freaking years old, dude,
that's right,
that you can sell. Now, what you need to do is find another sales job quick.
Ding, ding,
that
ding.
has a base to it and gets rid of some of the desperation. And when some of the desperation leaves, you'll do a lot better because you'll relax a little bit and make sure it is a product line that you're very, very, very proud of.
I shared an article today on the Ken Coleman Show, Alan, that said there's 1.4 million jobs above and beyond the amount of people that are unemployed. So we've got a
underemployment,
massive surplus, and companies are saying, hey, we'll just take you and train you on the job. But Alan, you're a successful sales guy selling insulation. Your homework assignment today, before you go to bed tonight, I'd come up with 5 to 10 legitimate, they're out there, they're looking for somebody, products or services that you personally could get excited about and that you believe has a much bigger upside than insulation. And I would be going after those gigs. You can handle this.
Your
you can
favorite thing that you already know something about. It's a hobby. It's, you're a gun guy. You love guns. You need to be in the gun business. You're a fisherman. You need to be tying flies and working with the people on the fishing. There is something that you are fired up about and you already know a lot about because you can't stop from reading about it because it's your favorite thing.
That's exactly right.
You need to be selling that, dude, and you can make a lot of money. Hold on. We're going to send you a copy of Ken's book, The Proximity Principle. You got a great future ahead of you because you're a good man. It's a good man that's worried about feeding his 1-month-old.
Yes.
I love you, man. You're awesome. Very good stuff. Ken Coleman, thanks for dropping by.
Thanks, Dave. Always a pleasure.
The Dave Ramsey Show. That puts this hour in the books.
Hey, it's Kelly, associate producer and phone screener for The Dave Ramsey Show. This episode is over, but if you heard about a product or service and didn't have a chance to write it down, don't worry. We list everything that is mentioned during this episode in the podcast show notes section. Thanks for listening.
Hey, guys, we have some big news around here. Financial Peace University is turning 25 years old. You heard me. We're celebrating the almost 6 million people who have learned to kick debt to the curb and win with money through Financial Peace University. And we want you to be part of the party all month long. That's why we're giving away $2,500 to 4 lucky winners. We're calling it our Baby Step 2 $1,000 Payoff Challenge. No purchase necessary. To join all the fun, all you have to do is make your online pledge to pay off $1,000 of debt in the month of August. This might sound like a lot, but don't worry. We'll give you free tips and tools to help you track your progress all the way to the finish line. In August, it's time to show that debt who's boss. Go to DaveRamsey.com/payoff and make the pledge for your chance to win $2,500 to help pay off your debt. No purchase necessary.
This is Dave Graveline. Be sure to listen to Into Tomorrow right here on the voice of Fort Dodge, AM 1400 KVFD, Fort Dodge.
A plan. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. That's what police in Dayton, Ohio are saying about the suspect in the August 4th mass shooting as they reveal more about his movements that day. Fox's Steve Rappaport has more live.
Lisa, Police Chief Richard Beals says Connor Betts spent about an hour in a bar with his sister Megan and a friend before heading to another nightclub alone and then to his car to prepare for the attack.
He spends the next 8 minutes gathering content out of the trunk of that vehicle, in which he has also now changed attire. He has a very heavy backpack that he is carrying.
Authorities say Betts killed 9 people, including Megan, but they don't know if he intentionally targeted her, the gunman wounding 17 others before officers killed him. Lisa?
Steve, San Francisco and Santa Clara counties in California filing the first lawsuit challenging the Trump administration's new rules to deny green cards to migrants who use Medicaid, food stamps, housing vouchers, or other forms of public assistance. In a filing, the counties argue the rules will worsen the health and well-being of their residents, increase public health risk, and financially harm the counties. As the Justice Department continues to investigate the suspected suicide of accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein, several people who work where he was jailed are now off the job.
Attorney General William Barr temporarily reassigned the warden of the Metropolitan Correctional Center, where Jeffrey Epstein died of an apparent suicide. He also placed the 2 guards assigned to Epstein's unit on administrative leave, pending the outcome of the investigations by the Department of Justice and the FBI. The Associated Press reporting one of the 2 guards was a substitute and not a correctional officer. The union representing the guards tells Fox News Epstein's death is the fault of the Bureau of Prisons for systemic understaffing and overworked guards.
Fox's Brian Yennis in New York City. This is Fox News.
Driving is freedom. The freedom to keep moving, to control your destiny, and to choose your path. And now, that freedom fits in the palm of your hand. It's called Ford Pass, the only app that gives you roadside assistance, Ford Pass rewards, and now when you buy or lease a new Ford, earn points you can use toward flexible complimentary maintenance that gives you, well, more freedom. Ford Pass, built to keep you moving. Built Ford proud. Visit your participating Ford dealership to find out about getting flexible complimentary maintenance when you buy or lease a new Ford and sign up for rewards.
Roadside assistance is included for certain Ford owners and available to everyone for a per-service fee. Ford reserves the right to change program details without obligations. Visit your participating dealer or FordPassRewards.com for program rules and restrictions. Ford Pass, compatible with select smartphone platforms, is available via a download.
Day of demonstrations shutting down a major airport in Asia.
Protesters and police clashing at Hong Kong's international airport. The local media called unprecedented chaos breaking out at one of the world's busiest transport hubs. For the second day in a row, pro-democracy activists staged a sit-in, blocking check-in and security areas, getting in the way of passengers, stopping over 100 flights from leaving. The trouble really breaking out when an angry mob turned on at least one person thought to be a double agent for the Chinese, tying him up and roughing him up. That's when riot police burst into the terminal, armed with weapons, batons, and pepper spray. The crowds hit out at them with carts, barricades, and taunted them with lasers. Several were injured in the dangerous brawl. Some activists were targeted and taken away.
Fox's Greg Palcott. The demonstrations in Hong Kong have been going on for several weeks. They began over a controversial extradition plan that would have criminals sent to mainland China. The city of Portland, Oregon, preparing for protests and counter-protests as a far-right group is expected to rally in the city, and anti-fascists are planning to oppose them. Police in Texas on the hunt for an uninvited wedding guest.
It's kind of like that movie Wedding Crashers.
It's wedding season, kid. It's completely against the rules.
Investigators north of San Antonio say one guest has been breaking the rules and the law. Deputies in Spring Branch say a woman has been showing up uninvited to weddings since December and making off with various gifts. Her favorite items to part from new brides and new grooms appears to be cash, checks, and gift cards. Investigators are now releasing surveillance photos of the crasher in the hopes that someone will help them slap on their version of the wedding shackles. Tom Graham, Fox News.
More the details of the MTV Video Music Awards have come out. Lil Nas X, Lizzo, and Shawn Mendes set to perform. Ariana Grande and Taylor Swift have the most nominations. The awards will be given out August 26th. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Hi, I'm Michael Devine with AM 1400 KVFD. I want to thank you for listening all these years to one of the last local radio talk shows in the state of Iowa. That's right, this is one of the last local radio talk shows in the state of Iowa. Certainly the only talk show in a town this size in the state of Iowa. I plan to continue and have great and interesting guests talking about local issues at AM 1400 KVFD, the voice of Fort Dodge.
Here's the AM 1400 KVFD weatherology forecast. Partly cloudy skies tonight with lows around 59. Winds out of the northwest, 5 to 10 miles an hour. Cloudy tomorrow, 74. Lows dip down to about 54 tomorrow night. Upper 70s Thursday and Friday, with a chance for scattered storms Friday. From the Weatherology Weather Center, I'm staff meteorologist Derek Height. Currently, it's 84 degrees.
Live from the headquarters of Ramsey Solutions, broadcasting from the Dollar Car Rental Studios, it's the Dave Ramsey Show, where debt is dumb, cash is king, and the paid-off home mortgage has taken the place of the BMW as the status symbol of choice. I'm Dave Ramsey, your host. Thank you for joining us. Open phones at 888-825-5225. That's 888-825-5225. You jump in. We'll talk about your life and your money. Travis starts off this particular hour in Nebraska. Hi, Travis. Welcome to the Dave Ramsey Show.
How we doing, Dave?
Better than I deserve. What's up?
Just calling to talk about life for a minute. So I am totally out of debt. I don't have any debt. I make about $115,000 a year. I've been first of the year I started out and I seen stupid in the mirror and I started putting 50% back. So I'm fully funded Roth IRA, putting another $1,000 a month into mutual funds. I'm getting married in less than a year, and she has $30,000 in school loan debt and $3,000 in a car loan. Is it? And I'm 100% disabled through the VA. Should I just go ahead and pay off her student loans? And is it wise, being 100% disabled and working, to do a VA loan for a house?
Okay. I would not pay off her student loans until you're married, but I would have $33,000 sitting in a bank account, so when you return home from the honeymoon, you write a check and it's done.
And that's my plan. I told her I wasn't touching it until we were married because she could run away.
Right.
But
and no, I would not use if you're 100% disabled, the VA loan is an okay loan at that point. It's not a good loan. It's expensive, but they waive a bunch of the fees if you're disabled. And so what you would do is just get with Churchill Mortgage and run the numbers out, or whoever your mortgage company is, and run the numbers out on a conventional mortgage in comparison to a VA loan with your disability. So the VA loan can be fine with a disability because it waives a bunch of the fees. But I would do a hand-to-hand comparison between the two and make that decision that way. Good questions. All right, Selena is with us in Idaho. Hi, Selena. Welcome to the Dave Ramsey Show.
Hello, thank you. I'm trying to figure out, or my husband and I are trying to figure out, if it's smart for us to move forward with refinancing our house right now. We currently have a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage with a 5.25% interest rate, and I'm looking at moving it to a 15-year fixed-rate 3.25%. And by moving it, we would lower the terms and then be able to drop the PMI. And I ran through and did all the calculations based on what I think you would say, and I just don't know if my numbers are right, so I wanted to call and ask.
Okay. What's your loan balance?
$295.
Okay. And so you're saving 2%, so it's going to be about $6,000 a year, plus your savings on the PMI. And how much is that going to save you?
I think we're paying $210 a month in PMI.
Wow. So another $2,400. So like $8,500 a year savings. And how much is the closing cost on the refinance?
The closing cost is going to be about $2,500, and then with the escrow funding, all the fees together would put the overall loan at $300.
You should do this refinance by Friday.
Okay.
This is going to, you're going to break even in just a matter of a couple months.
That's what I thought, and I did the calculations with the savings on a annual interest and then the life of the loan, and it looked ridiculous. So I just didn't know if I was doing the math wrong or if it was too good to be true.
Cool. No, the closing costs sound unbelievably low. $2,500 on a $300,000 loan does not sound right. So
Okay.
I would double check that and make sure you've got that whole picture. But let me just tell you, even if your closing costs are 3 times that, $7,000, $8,000, you're going to break even in 1 year. So you definitely need to refinance this loan, but I would double check. I think you've probably got an incomplete picture on the closing costs. I'd be a little shocked that they're $2,500, but I'd check it out. Hey, good question. Thank you for joining us. Open phones at 888-825-5225. You jump in. We'll talk about your life and your money. Nathan is next in Connecticut. Hi, Nathan. How are you?
Hi, Dave. How are you doing?
Better than I deserve. What's up?
So I have a question for you. I am a financial rep with in Connecticut, as you said. I have about 1.5 years left in college, but the job that I'm doing is 100% commission, and I'm debating if I should continue this job, which I do like a lot, go back to school, or join the Army because I'm still young.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Where did join the Army come into the equation?
I've always wanted to serve for the country. I think it would be a great opportunity and way to serve for a greater purpose. And on top of that, my oldest brother served, and it was really rewarding for him and his family. But I'm just not really sure which way to go. I'm getting pulled in a lot of different directions on, what door to go down next.
Okay. Well, you just need to decide which itch you want to scratch because, military service is a wonderful thing, and I appreciate your willingness to do that. And, I would not do that if you weren't going to engage into it for a while. I mean, if you don't say, okay, I'm going to spend the next 10 years in the military.
Right.
Otherwise it's just a sidebar that's not necessary in your situation. So you need to decide what it is you want to do with your life. And if the military service is the first chapter in your life, that's fine. If it's the first 3 pages, no, I wouldn't do that. So
okay.
Then as far as you're in school or you're thinking about going back to school, what was the story on that?
I'm thinking about going back to school, but the job that I'm in is very physically and emotionally demanding. It takes a lot of hours, so I don't know if I would be able to do both. And at the same time, the job that I'm in and the job that I aspire to do doesn't really require a degree.
Mm-hmm.
I'm licensed to do all of the needs that I do currently. But the problem is I'm not getting any salary or any pay, and any type of financial service job takes a couple years to begin to build that wealth, and it's a matter of staying afloat or surviving without going into mounds of debt.
Yep. Oh, well, no, I wouldn't be going into mounds of debt. That last part ended that. I'm not doing that. I'm going to have a career that I can eat out of while I'm growing the career. And if you're not making enough to eat out of, then you need to change careers or change direction with this particular career. Yeah, it sounds like somebody's selling you a bunch of hype, and you've worked straight commission for a whole lot of hours and almost no money. You got to see this turn very, very quickly. I'm not borrowing money to get to work. That's not a plan. So either one of the other directions is fine, but you got to pay for it as you go. This is the Dave Ramsey Show. You know what I've learned after talking to so many people who have been victims of ID theft? They feel violated, and they have a sense of fear and intrusion. It can be overwhelming. It's scary and infuriating at the same time. People question your character. You try to figure out how it happened, and you worry it's going to happen again. Then you have to deal with cleaning up the mess. Bill collectors, credit bureaus, even the police just make the nightmare worse. And trust me, ID theft is not going away. That's why I personally worked with Zander Insurance to develop an ID theft plan that provides the best protection and value. Smart strategies to help reduce your risk so you don't feel so helpless, along with taking over all the work if you do become a victim, and without wasting your money on gimmicks or things you can easily do for yourself. Go to Zander.com or call 800-356-4282. Do not wait until it's too late and you have to go through this nightmare on your own. Go to Zander.com.
Christians have an affordable and credible way to meet their overwhelming healthcare costs. It's Christian Healthcare Ministries, the original health cost sharing ministry. A Better Business Bureau accredited organization, CHM members share to pay each other's medical bills. It's not insurance. It's Christians financially and spiritually supporting each other. It's what CHM has done for over 35 years. Learn more at chministries.org. That's chministries.org. Christian Healthcare Ministries is a proud sponsor of Dave Ramsey Live Events.
Studies show that security systems deter burglars. That's why securing your home with SimpliSafe is truly a necessity. SimpliSafe believes fear has no place in a place like home. So they made their system ridiculously smart with sensors that will protect every point of access to your home. Best of all, SimpliSafe has no long-term contracts. Protect your home and family today. Get a free HD security camera when you order at simplysafedirect.com.
Have the talk of the lifetime with the ones you love.
Grandma, this card asks, when did you get a TV and what was your favorite show?
I think around 1950 they had a Fort Dodge TV station that had a local barn dance show every Saturday night. Oh, honey, it was so much fun. They'd play instruments, we would sing and dance.
Sharing stories and memories with those who matter most isn't just important today, it will be especially significant when it's time to honor a life lived. Contact Gunderson Funeral Home to learn more about having the talk of a lifetime.
Thrifty White Community Health Corner. August is National Immunization Awareness Month, and everyone can benefit from vaccinations. You could be at risk for serious diseases that are still common in the U.S. Vaccines are one of the safest ways to protect your health. Our pharmacists can vaccinate for illnesses such as shingles, measles, pneumonia, seasonal flu, and more. So visit your local Thrifty White pharmacy. Our pharmacy team can help you determine which vaccines are right for you.
Every month after paying my bills, I used to wonder if I'd have enough money left to buy groceries. Sometimes I did. A lot of times I didn't. Then I learned about 211. It's the number seniors can call for help finding food. With their help, I found a food pantry near me. Now I don't have to wonder if I'll be able to afford groceries because there's plenty of food for everyone. Call 211 for help finding healthy food near you.
Funded by USDA's Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP.
Nurse, set up an IV. And you, her boyfriend, you were the driver?
Yes, doctor, but I didn't mean to hurt her. I only had a few drinks. I was just buzzed.
Just buzzed? Oh, then your girlfriend is fine.
Hey, sweetie. I feel great.
She's really okay?
What, are you kidding? No, not really. Nurse, get me a suture kit. Stat.
Buzzed driving. Maybe we should stop acting like it's no big deal. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation and the Ad Council.
Americans owe almost $1 trillion in credit card debt. 78% of you that use credit cards do not pay it off every month. That means only 22% do. When you use a credit card to purchase something, on average, studies have shown, several pieces of research, that you spend more money. The average is 12 to 20% more that you spend. Now, depending on the item, the size of the item, the process that you're using, you may or may not spend more than that or less than that. An example is that the average person using a credit card at a vending machine spends 178% more, meaning they get a Coke and a candy bar and a bag of chips, where they were just going to get a Coke. When you use a credit card, it reduces the emotional friction, and that's why everyone wants you to use plastic. Yes, you do spend more when you use a credit card. It's just a matter of how much more. The larger the item, the less the percentage, but it doesn't have to be much percentage for you to spend more. And those of you that are collecting airline miles, all the studies tell us, the reason they offer the airline miles, all the studies tell us that you are the worst. There's tons of research. And the hilarious thing is that you are massively in denial. That you really do believe you're beating them at their game. Which is humorous, really. I mean, it's like you thinking you're going to come out playing throw the ball at the carnival. A semi-rigged game. Put the ring over the hoop. Put the hoop over the pylon at the carnival. A semi-rigged game. You're not going to come out in these games. They know the behaviors. It's not a conspiracy theory. They're just world-class marketers and spend $1 bazillion studying your behaviors. You spend more when you get airline miles because you're so freaking excited about your free trip to Europe that's not free. Because you're so stupid, you believe all that stuff. Well, I don't agree with Dave Ramsey on the airline miles. It's just because you don't know the background and the data on this. 90% of airline miles are never redeemed. And of those that are redeemed, you have a substandard experience with the airline, which having a substandard experience with a substandard industry pretty much means it sucks. I mean, think about airline service other than Southwest as an oxymoron, isn't it? I mean, Delta is Greek for we're not really taking you there. We just said we were. It's a substandard experience to start with. And then you get the opportunity to fly through 3 extra connections to use your free miles that was brought to you by overspending on your credit card. And somehow you in your little brain have figured out that that makes sense. This is stupid. It's stupid. Even when you're on a cash basis with a debit card like I use. I don't own a credit card. I haven't in decades. But even if you use a cash basis like a debit card, you do not feel the pain. Back in the day when the dinosaurs roamed the earth and we put gasoline in our car, we used to have to leave the car, walk into the store, and hand the person in the store money with presidents' faces on it. When gas prices went up, we squalled and threw a fit. They go from $2 or $3 to $5. We had a fit. People were acting like the entire world was in meltdown because when they paid for their gas with presidents' faces, they knew that gas prices had gone up. Here's what's interesting. When gas prices go up now, you and me, we pay at the pump, don't we? I pay with a debit card. Some of you pay with a credit card. And when gas prices go up, you don't think much about it because it's kind of like monopoly money. It's a digit. You're not even pulling the receipt off the thing. I know because when I pull up there, your stupid receipt's still hanging there. So you have no idea what your last tank of gas cost. You can't tell me. And the reason you can't tell me is it created no pain for you inside your brain. Pain is associated with memory. If you create a pain around something, you will have a memory of it. When you know When you buy something that you saved up for and you pay cash for it, you can tell me to the penny what you paid for it because it registers in your psyche. The research shows the more money you make, the more credit card debt you have. Because the sloppier you get and the more you buy into these stupid rationalizations where you are not experiencing any emotional friction. MIT did a study that showed that the pain centers of the brain are activated when you release cash that is yours to purchase something. When you spend cash, it activates the pain centers of the brain. When you buy the exact same item with the exact same amount of money with a credit card, nothing happens in the brain. No pain center activation. No brain, but no pain center activation. Which means you're simply not registering the spending. There's no emotional friction. There's no intellectual friction. Nothing is acknowledged, and you spend more. You really do. And to argue with that is ludicrous, because that means you have pride about your level of discipline, which is absolute horse crap. I teach discipline for a living. It's what I do. I have taught this for 30 years, and I can fall in this trap of spending more because I'm using plastic. I mean, we're on a Disney cruise, and your room key buys everything. Took the grandbabies on the Disney cruise, right? And before I know it, we're just buying Mickey this and Mickey that. And I get the bill at the end of the cruise, and I'm going, well, we got Mickey Moused. Unbelievable, man. There was no acknowledgement that this money was leaving by Papa Dave or by the precious overspending grandbabies. I'll do it again. It's wonderful. I can afford it. But when you're broke and you rationalize, you have no net worth, your net worth is $4, and you have no income, or limited income, you have a lot of debt, you're misbehaving with money, and then you come off as prideful and arrogant about how you can handle your credit cards because you pay them off every month when 78% don't, and even those that do overspend, especially those of you with airline miles. It's the biggest scam in freaking history. It's the credit, it's the cigarette of the financial world. It used to be cool. And people are going to acknowledge that it kills you. They're going to quit doing it. If we have a proven plan to teach you how to get out of debt, go to daveramsey.com/FPU. Learn about Financial Peace University. Start your journey to being debt-free. No more credit cards. No more debt. It's time to change. What you're doing isn't working. This is the Dave Ramsey Show. We've been voted one of the best places to work in Nashville 11 times. You want to know how we do it? Well, our team has been using LinkedIn Jobs for years to find the best people from all over the country to come and help us change lives. Think about it. LinkedIn has more than 600 million active members. I'm talking about people who come to LinkedIn to make connections, grow their careers, and discover new job opportunities. In fact, 90% of LinkedIn users are open to new opportunities, but not actively scanning job boards. This means LinkedIn Jobs gives you access to an entirely different demographic. Don't wait. One hire can change the direction of your company. Post a job today at linkedin.com/Ramsey and get 50.
From the Fox Business Network, Stocks surging on Wall Street. All of the major indexes rallying Tuesday on news that the U.S. will delay China tariffs on certain items, including laptops and cell phones, ahead of the holiday shopping season. At a media mega deal, CBS and Viacom agreeing to a merger Tuesday, ending years of on and off talks. The agreement gives CBS new assets such as Paramount Pictures, Comedy Central, and Nickelodeon. And Snapchat introducing their latest line of sunglasses, the Spectacles 3. The new shades feature 2 HD lenses that can capture 3D video and send content directly to your Snapchat account. Turns out teens are interested in news, but just have a different way of getting it. According to a new report from SurveyMonkey, more than half of teenagers say that they stay connected to current events through social media sites. That's compared to just 41% who say they stay informed through traditional print and online sources. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Connell McShane.
Hi, I'm Jay Farner, CEO of Quicken Loans. 30% of Americans who are planning home improvements of $5,000 or more will pay for those renovations with a high-interest credit card. That may not be a great idea. A better idea may be to take cash out of your home with a Quicken Loans 30-year fixed-rate mortgage. The rate today on our 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 4.125%. APR 4.22%. Call us today at 800-QUICKEN or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Rate subject to change. Pay 0.88% fee to receive this discounted rate. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. License in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030.
When severe weather threatens, keep it here for the Severe Weather Advisor. Brought to you by Creative Signs and Graphics Fort Dodge. For signs, decals, vehicle graphics, magnets, logos, customized documents, and more. If your business needs it, Creative Signs and Graphics can make it. And a stitch above the rest embroidery, Fort Dodge. Step out in style with quality brands, timely turnaround, and professional service. A stitch above the rest. Embroidery professionals worth finding. Remember, when severe weather threatens, stay with your friends on KVFD.
Good Samaritan Society Manson is looking for full and part-time certified nursing assistants for all shifts. Don't miss your chance to work at this Bronze Award 5-star Christian care facility, named one of the best in the country by U.S. News and World Report. Good Samaritan Society Manson offers excellent benefits, working just 30 hours a week. Qualified CNAs may apply online at good-sam.com. Good Samaritan Society Manson is an equal opportunity employer. Women, minorities, and veterans are encouraged to apply.
Ever wonder why Europeans seem to speak so many languages? Maybe it's because they use Babbel, the #1 selling language learning app in Europe. Babbel's award-winning technology gets you speaking right away, whether you're learning Spanish, French, or German. And best of all, you'll remember what you've learned.
I always thought I was bad at languages, but after using Babbel, I can tell you I was just taught the wrong way.
Using Babbel's 10 to 15-minute lessons, you can be speaking confidently in your new language within weeks.
I was amazed that I could start having real-life conversations right away. It was so fast. Now I'm speaking Spanish. Woohoo!
No wonder Babbel is the #1 selling language learning app in Europe. Try it for yourself and see why Babbel is the quick way to get conversational in a new language, like Spanish, French, or more. You can try Babbel for free. Go to Babbel.com or download the app and try it for free. That's Babbel, Babbel.com, or download the app to try it for free.
You've heard the saying, save for a rainy day. But saving on a rainy day can make your retirement savings flourish too. Don't take our word for it. Check out the numbers yourself. A great place to start is Social Security's Retirement Estimator at www.socialsecurity.gov/estimator. The estimator gives an instant, personalized estimate of your future retirement benefits. Learn how much your benefit will be to get an idea of how much you need to save for the future. Get started at www.socialsecurity.gov/estimator.
For a child with asthma, it can seem like monsters are everywhere. Even an innocent teddy bear with dust mites could trigger their next asthma attack. Learn more at noattacks.org or call 866-NO-ATTACKS. Brought to you by the EPA and the Ad Council.
Ramsey.com/FPU. Thanks for joining us, America. This is the Dave Ramsey Show. Open phones at 888-825-5225. You jump in. We will talk about your life and your money. Steve and Carrie from Hartford, Connecticut are on the line. I see on my screen you guys are debt-free. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
Way to go, guys. How much have you paid off?
We've paid off $45,000 in 15 months.
Good for you. Well done. Well done. And your household range of income during that 15 months?
It started at 71 and it went up to 115.
Nice jump.
Yeah.
What happened during that 15 months that makes it go up 30%?
I switched jobs. Through doing your program, I kind of took a leap of faith and needed to pay off debt quick, and it really took off from there.
Wow. So great job. What do you do for a living?
I'm a funeral director.
Okay. Wow. Very cool. So $45,000. What kind of debt was this?
It was about $23,000 credit cards, $15,000 on a minivan, and about $7,000 on medical.
So you're just kind of normal.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, at first.
So what happened? What shook you guys up? What lit the fuse on this?
Well, I had taken your course once before we got married. We took it when we got married, so I should have had a master's degree in Dave Ramsey, but I didn't follow the principles. I didn't see the long-term vision, and we started having kids, and that changes a whole lot of things. And so we really buckled down, and I just remember looking and saying, okay, we're starting to make some pretty good money. Where is it all going? It's all just gone. And it just racked up and up and up. And, we had several kids. We had several miscarriages, but we got, charged from the hospital still for them. And it just added in medical bills, and enough was enough. And I took a leap of faith, got a new job, and we lived on half of what I made. And we just...
okay, so how long have you been married?
Going on 8 years.
All right, but out of that 8 years, you were just still diddy-bopping along. What happened 15 months ago? What was the precise thing that occurred where you went, okay, game on?
I would say it was, we had a hard time getting pregnant for a couple of years, and then we had, so we have a 4-year-old, a 2-year-old, and a 1-year-old, and in between, and we're pregnant with another one, too, due in December.
Wonderful.
Yeah. But, between the kids, the diapers were coming in, the wipes, the milk, everything, the medical bills, it was between kids. And I said, if we're going to keep having kids, we want to have a large family. We got to do something. We can't, we're going to need an extra bedroom for all the debts that we have.
Yeah. So, Carrie, he comes in and sits down and goes, this has got to change. What did you all do then?
Well, we sat down and doing a budget made a huge difference. I'm a stay-at-home mom, so while I wasn't contributing to the income, I tried more on the spending side to keep our spending to a minimum, use hand-me-downs, because we have nieces and nephews, so we got hand-me-downs, which was a huge help. And just for our side, especially our groceries, just learning how to kind of cook a little bit cheaper and just be smart with what we have.
You are a professional home economist.
Yes, ma'am. Or yes, sir.
And you can save some money doing that. That's pretty serious.
Yeah,
so that changed the outgo side of the equation. Steve jumps over, takes the new gig, starts making more money. You guys get on a written budget, and then how did you connect to us?
Well, I've taken...
You've taken the class back in the past. That's right.
Yeah. My brother-in-law is one of the master coaches, and he was a huge, huge help to us. He's debt-free, and he's 45, house paid off, making good money, and I said I want to be like that.
Yeah.
And I'm on my way, a lot younger than him, so I'm we're in good shape there. But we've had a lot of cheerleaders in our family, just really pushing us along and helping us any way they can.
Very cool. How's it feel to not have any payments? First time in 8 years.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, it's unbelievable to be able to do things for the kids that we never could before. So it's really been incredible to not have anybody calling or mailing me anything other than normal bills. It's pretty unbelievable. It's a weird feeling when you first do it.
Yeah, worth all the sacrifice then.
Oh yeah. It's hard to start spending money now too, but we're working on it.
Yeah. Well done. I'm proud of you guys. Excellent job. Way to go. And your next chapter is to be Everyday Millionaires. We've got a copy of Chris Hogan's book for you to help you do that. Everyday Millionaires, #1 best-selling book, How Ordinary People Built Extraordinary Wealth, how you can too. You can follow right in the footsteps of that brother-in-law. This is perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate it.
Good job. All right, it's Steve and Carrie from Hartford, Connecticut. $45,000 paid off in 15 months, making 71 up to 115. Count it down. Let's hear a debt-free scream.
3, 2, 1. We're debt-free!
Yeah! Woo-hoo-hoo! This is how it's done. I love it. Very well done. Great job, you guys. Nicole is in Arizona. Hi, Nicole. Welcome to the Dave Ramsey Show.
Hi, Dave. I appreciate you taking my call.
Sure. What's up?
First, just wanted to say really thank you. My husband and I are on track to be debt-free next year, in about a year. The reason I'm calling, though, is I really am trying to get my family on board. My parents they've got a lot of debt. I don't have all the numbers. They recently just moved to Georgia. They have a $325,000 house that they just bought. They have 2 car payments, credit cards, debt.
And how old are they?
My dad just turned 50, and my mom is 46.
And how old are you?
I'm 25.
And what makes you think they want your opinion?
I'm mostly that's the thing. I don't know that I don't think they want my opinion.
I don't either.
I am just so concerned with all the debt that they have racked up, and I'm just trying to, I bought them the Total Money Makeover book. My mom is on board. My brother's reading it right now. He's got a little bit of debt. And then I also have a 14-year-old brother who I'm trying to keep out of debt. He's got nothing. He wants to go to college, though, and I'm trying to keep him so that he doesn't end up where we did. I'm just really, like I said, I'm really concerned with how much debt that they've racked up. And I'm just looking for tips if there's anything I can do. I was thinking, would, funding them to go to Financial Peace University, would that help? Or
I don't know. If you paid for it, would they go?
I think my mom would definitely go.
I would not send her without him.
Is definitely the more stubborn one. So.
Yeah, you'll cause a divorce. Because she'll come home all enthusiastic about doing this, and then when he won't, you're going to cause some major problems. So I don't recommend couples go to Financial Peace University without the other one.
Okay.
Only if you can get your dad to go. The problem is that when you're 25 years old, it's hard for your parents to listen to you. It's called the powdered butt syndrome. Once someone's powdered your butt, they don't really want your opinion about sex and money.
Okay.
And it's just very hard. You don't have standing with them. Now, do you know anyone that they deeply respect that as a peer or even an authority figure that you could talk to them, like their pastor or their brother or their parents or whoever, someone that they respect that would, that they would listen to more likely than they would listen to you?
Yeah, I have a couple of people that come to mind.
Yeah, let's talk to them and say, hey, I'm worried about mom and dad. I don't think they'll listen to me. Would you consider talking to them and see if you can speak into their life? Because it's very unusual for someone in their 50s to take financial advice from their child in their 20s. It's just an unusual relationship that would do that. So it's kind of an uphill battle for you. This is the Dave Ramsey Show. Many parents believe that college is essential to their kids' future success, but most struggle to pay for it and end up turning to student loans. That's why the average graduate walks away with over $35,000 in student loan debt and no clue how much that debt will actually cost them. But there's a better way. Your kids actually can go to college without debt. I am so excited to tell you about a brand new book written by Ramsey personality and best-selling author Anthony O'Neill. It's called Debt-Free Degree, the step-by-step guide to getting your kid through college without student loans. Debt-Free Degree will teach parents how to help their kids pay for college, even if they haven't saved for it. Here's the great news. You can pre-order it today for only $19.99 and get over $40 in free items. So, go to the online store at DaveRamsey.com, AnthonyO'Neill.com, or call Ramsey Concierge at 888-227-3223.
It's gift time at Merle Norman. With the purchase of 2 or more products, you'll receive a trial-size set of fall beauty essentials. Create a fresh fall look with Merle Norman's new Cozy Chic color collection. You'll be on trend with autumn-inspired shades for eyes, lips, and cheeks. Don't miss out on fall's limited edition shades and free gift. Available right now at Merle Norman, located inside Mary Kay's Gifts and Home Decor, 1108 Central Avenue, downtown Fort Dodge.
Your gift is free with the purchase of 2 or more Merle Norman cosmetic products. Cosmetic accessories not included. Offer valid while supplies last at participating Merle Norman Cosmetic Studios. Beginning August 1st, 2019. Limit 1 per customer. They reserve the right to substitute individual components of gift.
It may not be stomach issues.
For me, it's intense gas, or pain, or diarrhea, sometimes all at once, over and over.
I spent years with the symptoms, but could never figure it out.
No matter what I did, they never went away. So I decided to break it down for my doctor and get really specific about my symptoms.
We discovered that exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI, may be the reason for my stomach issues.
EPI is caused by my pancreas. It leads to diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, unexplained weight loss, and oily stools. The symptoms just don't go away.
But EPI can show up with even one symptom.
The good news? EPI is manageable.
But to get to the right diagnosis, you have to break it down for your doctor and get specific about the severity of your symptoms.
Visit identifyepi.com to learn more and use the symptom checker to help change the conversation with your doctor. Brought to you by AbbVie.
What's the biggest rack you ever saw? You're not going to believe this, but I saw a huge rack once. I know it was a 44.
A 44? Man, I'd like to see that.
Me too. Yep, that was a nice rack, all right.
Looking for a big rack this year? Then head for the Iowa Outdoor Store, where you'll find everything you need to bag the buck with the big rack. Bring your bow in with you and they'll make sure it's ready for the season. Check out the full line of bows and accessories today at the Iowa Outdoor Store at the junction of Highway 7 and 169, Fort Dodge.
Ride the bus with the Dart and Midas Transit.
Need to get somewhere in Hamilton, Pocahontas, Calhoun, or Humboldt County this summer? Midas will take you there. Live in Manson and need a ride to the grocery store? Midas will take you there. Live in Webster City and need a ride to the theater? Midas will take you there. Live in Rockwell City and need to get to the clinic? Midas will take you there. Call 800 Bus Ride. Midas, helping you get where you want to go. Your connection to Jefferson Lines.
Our scripture of the day is Psalm 103:17. But the steadfast love of the Lord is from everlasting to everlasting on those who fear him, and his righteousness to children's children. Billy Graham said the greatest legacy one can pass on to one's children and grandchildren is not money or other material things accumulated in one's life, but rather a legacy of character and faith. I completely agree. If you have to choose that one. I would say do both, though. Leave them a legacy of character and faith and a couple $1 million. Why not? A good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children. Our question of the day comes from Blinds.com. Their 100% satisfaction guarantee means that even if you mismeasure or you pick the wrong color, they'll remake your blinds for free. You get free samples, free shipping, and with the new promos they run every month, you'll save even more. Always use the magic word, the promo code RAMSEY. Love it. Shanda is in Tennessee. I am new to the baby steps, and I'm on baby step 1. My question is, what do you do with a family member who's always short on their bills? Whenever this family member is short on her bills, she will call and ask me for money. I can no longer be her bailout plan. I'm working on bailing my own family out. How do I stop this? She makes me feel like if I can't help her and her 3 kids, they will be on the streets. Gently, kindly say, I'm not able to do this anymore. I would if I could, but I can't. I've got to take care of getting my family straightened around, and I'm learning new discipline with money. I'd love to cheer you on in doing the same thing. As a matter of fact, I'll give you a copy of this book, Total Money Makeover, that I've been reading. But I can't give you any more money. I can be your cheerleader, but I can't give you any more. Well, I'm going to be in the street if you don't help me. Oh, I know it feels that way, and I'm really sorry that you feel that way, but I think you're going to work it out. I've got faith in you. I don't think you're going to be in the street. I don't think you're going to be homeless because of my $50. So I'm sorry, and I love you, and I'll help you any way I can except giving you money. I'll cheer you on. I'll cook you a meal. I'll be praying for you. I really believe in you. As a matter of fact, I think I believe in you more than you do, but I can't give you money anymore. So that's just because I've got to have the discipline to get my life straightened out. And I'm so sorry, and I know you understand. I would if I could, but I just can't. And it just sounds like that. Very gentle, but very, very firm. And listen, here's the thing. You cannot control their reaction. They're going to react the way they're going to react. You are not responsible for someone else's feelings, for someone else's statements, for someone else's perceptions. You can't cause that. You made me mad is not an accurate statement. You did something and I got mad about it is an accurate statement. When that happened, it triggered anger in me is an accurate statement. But no one makes you mad. That somehow implies that I have control over your anger. I don't. Only you do. David is with us in Louisiana. Hi, David. Welcome to the Dave Ramsey Show.
Hey, thank you for taking my call. I appreciate all you do, and I often spread your name around when I travel.
Well, I appreciate that. How can I help?
This year, I started my own LLC to start being my own boss and control my own direction. And I just wanted some general guidance to make sure that maybe if I'm missing something I need to know or something you can tell lessons learned by others, but I can give you a general overview if you need.
What kind of business are you in?
I'm personally doing consulting business. I do quality, health, safety, environmental policies, procedures, organizational development. I was fortunate that through a downturn in the organization I was with earlier this year, that I was able to secure a primary customer with the federal government, a great program in Louisiana.
Wow!
And they have a multitude of customers that I work for. I don't make an enormous amount of money, but it's some freedom, some flexibility, some good organizations I'm working with, and then I want to grow, additional customers beyond that point.
Great.
So I just want to.
So how much money have you made? How long have you been doing this, and how much money have you made?
I got set up in June and really kind of kicked it into gear late part of June. So we're only looking at July, August. So let's say, let's say right around 10 right now.
Okay, so $5,000 a month and fairly limited expenses, I assume.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, very good. Good for you. Well done. Proud of you. Okay. I mean, so if you make $60,000 a year, that's not a bad starting gig for sure. Now, first thing you want to do from a financial standpoint is make sure that you treat this business as a separate entity. You formed an LLC, so that gives you a head start on that. And you obviously need a separate checking account, and with an LLC, you'll have a separate tax ID, and only all money that comes to you from the business goes into that account. It goes nowhere else, into that account, and nothing comes out of that account except business expenses or when you pay yourself a paycheck. Either one.
That's where I got that. That's where I'm at. I'm there.
Okay, and so that gives you, your checkbook statement, your checking statement really is effectively your P&L, because you're running what's called a cash basis accounting system at that point. Your income minus your outgo equals your profit. It's very easy to do. It's very dialed in. And so when you take money out of that account to bring it home and put it in your personal account, you should set aside a fourth of it for taxes. Once a quarter, you're supposed to file quarterly estimates on the profits of your business and your estimated taxes due. And so it's a simple little one-page form with the IRS, and if you haven't been, you haven't been doing that because you haven't even been open a quarter yet. So
I set up for the filing of February based on I didn't know.
That's fine.
But I do want to do the quarterly.
Yeah.
But one question that came up whether it should be an S corp. Right now I'm on the sole proprietor, so the question comes up if I should be S corp or C corp. And then with the fourth out, I was putting for the few paychecks I've received 28%, but now I'm told I may have another 15% for Social Security. So I'm going to.
No, it's not. That's not what it is. Your taxes on $60,000 won't. I mean, you may be in 28% tax bracket, but that does not mean the entire $60,000 is taxed at 28%. It's going to end up being more like 10%. By the time everything's said and done. And yes, you do have both sides of self-employment tax, both sides of your payroll tax is what it amounts to. So it's 15.3% of that, plus about another 10. So 25 is going to be okay for you. Now, did you already form an LLC?
Yes, sir. I formed that early part of June.
Okay, you don't need anything else. That's more than enough. You do not need a corporation. You do not need a sub S, and you for sure don't need a sub C.
I guess it came down to changing its classification.
I wouldn't.
Okay.
I would just leave it as an LLC. You're fine for that. You didn't even need to do that. You could have done that as a sole proprietor, but I just run it as an LLC. That's just fine. You've already gone the trouble to do that paperwork. Just leave it there. I would not change its classification. It's very easy to run it. Again, you just run it as a separate entity. You file your quarterly estimates on this, and again, it's still a one-page form. You can get with one of our tax ELPs in your area, and they can walk you through exactly how to do that. And you're right on track. Hold on, I'm going to send you a copy of our book of how I grew this business from a card table in my living room, like you're starting right now, to where we are today. It's the playbook of our Super Bowl handbook. It's called Entree Leadership, #1 best-selling book. So hold on, Kelly will pick up, and we'll send you a copy of it. Hope you continue your success. That puts this hour of the Dave Ramsey Show in the books. We'll be back with you before you know it. In the meantime, remember, there's ultimately only one way to financial peace, and that's to walk daily with the Prince of Peace, Christ Jesus.
Hey, it's Blake Thompson, Senior Executive Producer for the show. You know, you can listen or watch anywhere with the Dave Ramsey Show app on your smartphone. Catch the full show or watch the highlights and check out Dave's upcoming guests. Head to the App Store and download it today.
If you're in the military or have moved around a lot for your job, you could probably go through the home selling process in your sleep. You might even think you could do it on your own. Terry in Los Angeles was in that position when his family needed to sell a house for the 12th time. But he decided to talk with a real estate ELP and was glad he did. Although we've sold a dozen properties before, our most recent sale was the first time we used an ELP. It was the best experience I've ever had with an agent. He brought us up to speed on the market and the competition and was an excellent communicator. He was always looking for issues before they could come up and quickly eliminated them. Whatever your highest rating is, your ELP has earned it. Folks, when you work with high-quality real estate agents like one of our ELPs, you can expect service that goes above and beyond average expectations. Go to DaveRamsey.com and find an ELP who will make your home selling experience excellent.
Hi, this is Gary Rima, the voice of the University of Northern Iowa Panthers, and this is the home for Panther Sports, the voice of Fort Dodge, KVFD, Fort Dodge.
An intended victim. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Police in Dayton, Ohio, investigating the August 4th mass shooting, say suspect Connor Bett's sister was among the first he shot, but are not sure about his intent.
Based on what we know now, which is a key factor here, if we can't seem to make that call conclusively, that we're divided about how whether that was intentional or not, I think it's inconclusive.
Police Chief Richard Beal, who says 9 people were killed, 17 others were hurt. The FBI is looking into the influence of violent ideology in Betts, who they say was obsessed with violence and fixated on mass shootings. In New Haven, Connecticut, police continue to search for a man who killed one person and wounded a police officer last night when he tried to intervene.
Captain Anthony Duff, who was off duty at the time, came over and transmitted that he was witnessing a shooting in progress.
Interim Police Chief Antonio Reyes, the police captain, is expected to recover. The fire chief of Erie, Pennsylvania, with more information as they investigate the cause of a fire at a home daycare center that killed 5 children. Fox's Steve Rappaport has more live.
Lisa, Fire Chief Guy Santone says Harris Family Daycare didn't have enough working smoke detectors, but state inspectors wouldn't have known that because they don't check for them.
One of the other things that really irked me was the fact that they don't have to notify the local city.
Lawmakers are working on legislation that would require home daycare centers to register with cities.
That way, every year, we send our fire inspectors out there and they check to make sure that smoke detectors are there and they work.
Pennsylvania's Department of Human Services says it's committed to amending rules for home daycare center inspections. Authorities believe the fire was accidental. Lisa.
Steve, United Airlines now requiring pilots to stop drinking alcohol 12 hours before flights, up from the previous 8 hours. This is Fox News.
Warning: if you're buried in debt you can't afford, do not let the credit card companies make you think you have to pay it all back, because you don't. What the credit card companies don't want you to know is that there's actually a way to get debt-free without paying off your entire debt or going bankrupt. If you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt, you now have the right to let us settle that debt for a fraction of what you owe. For free information, call Credit Answers at 800-970-5932. If you're struggling to pay off your debt, do not let the credit card companies make you think you have to. Call Credit Answers now for free information on how to get out of debt faster than you ever thought possible, without debt consolidation or bankruptcy. We offer a guarantee with no upfront fees, so there's no risk. For free information, visit creditanswers.com or call 800-970-5932. That's 800-970-5932.
Best known opera singers accused of sexual misconduct.
Legendary tenor Placido Domingo has been accused by 9 women of sexual harassment. The women, 8 singers and 1 dancer, say they were pressured into a sexual relationship with the conductor of the Los Angeles Opera. 7 of those women say they were punished for refusing the relationship, according to the Associated Press. The women say this happened over a 30-year period, beginning in the late 80s. The Philadelphia Orchestra announced it had withdrawn its invitation for Domingo to perform at its opening night concert on September 18th. Domingo's rep has denied the accusations, while the LA Opera says they will investigate. Michelle Polino, Fox News.
Tiger Woods not letting an injury stop him from returning to the course for this week's PGA Tour event.
Tiger Woods arrived in Medina, Illinois Tuesday, pulling up into a reserved parking space for the BMW Championship set to tee off Thursday. Woods surprising some by taking part in this tournament this week after withdrawing from the FedEx Cup playoff opener last week at the Northern Trust, exiting with an oblique injury after shooting a 4 over par first round that put him second to last on the leaderboard. Now Tiger will tee off Thursday with C.T. Pan and Billy Horschel in his push for a 6th career title at the BMW Championship, last coming away victorious in the event back in 2009. Matt Napolitano, Fox News.
Taco Tuesday. It's a well-known term for a themed dinner, either at home or out, but as many restaurants have learned over the years, it's trademarked. Cheyenne, Wyoming-based Taco John's trademarked Taco Tuesday 30 years ago and has sent cease and desist orders to offenders ever since. A brewery 5 blocks from its headquarters is the latest to get one, as a taco truck that parks outside uses the phrase. Some locals are rallying to Taco John's defense, saying it's within its rights to defend its trademark, but one trademark attorney says Taco Tuesday is used so often now that it no longer has a strong connection to Taco John's. I'm Lee Silasera. This is Fox News.
I used to look at people who used and abused drugs as people who were making a choice. How could it happen to me? In 1999, somehow I hurt myself. Our family doctor put me on painkillers. By the time 2004 came, my body could consume 70, 80, 100.
Mike was addicted to opioid prescription painkillers.
I had to get better.
Mike has not misused opioid drugs since beginning treatment in his doctor's office. To learn more, visit NAABT.org. That's NAABT.org.
Here's the AM 1400 KVFD weatherology forecast. Partly cloudy skies tonight, with lows around 59. Winds out of the northwest, 5 to 10 miles an hour. Cloudy tomorrow, 74. Lows dip down to about 54 tomorrow night. Upper 70s Thursday and Friday, with a chance for scattered storms Friday. From the Weatherology Weather Center, I'm staff meteorologist Derek Height. Currently, it's 82 degrees.
Live from the headquarters of Ramsey Solutions, broadcasting from the Dollar Car Rental Studios, it's the Dave Ramsey Show, where debt is dumb, cash is king, and the paid-off home mortgage has taken the place of the BMW as the status symbol of choice. I'm Dave Ramsey, your host. Thank you for joining us, America. Open phones at 888-825-5225. That's 888-825-5225. Ellen is with us, and Ellen is in Illinois starting off this hour. Hi, Ellen. How are you?
Doing well. How are you, Dave?
Better than I deserve. What's up?
Okay, me and my husband were 54. We just started your baby steps back in November. And we have about, as of right now, about $88,000 still to pay on baby step 2.
Mm-hmm.
I suffer from a chronic heart lung condition, and my psychologist, who I love dearly and trust very well, asked me point blank last week when I was going to go on disability. Now, I'm not on IV medication. I'm not on oxygen yet. I do need to get myself a handicap placard now.
Mm-hmm.
I work as an IT technician. Most of my stuff is phone support.
Mm-hmm.
So it really shook me up. And I'm thinking, we're still in baby step 2.
Mm-hmm.
And we have next to no retirement.
Mm-hmm.
And we still have over $100,000 left on our house.
Mm-hmm.
And I just, I'm just overwhelmed.
Mm-hmm. I understand. So, what do you make, and what does your husband make?
My husband makes about $89,000, and I make $57,000 before taxes.
Okay.
That's gross.
Okay. So let's run out a worst case scenario. Let's just wave a wand, and today, poof, you are on SSI, government permanent disability. By the way, it's not waving a wand. It'll take months, maybe years. But anyway,
yeah.
Aside from the fact that we're dealing with that, but let's just say you went from $57,000 to $20,000 a year.
Oh, $20,000. Okay.
Okay. Probably what it is. Might be 30. I don't know, but somewhere in there, somewhere between there is probably where your SSI will land. And doing that, you are also allowed to work a certain amount, and you could do some IT, from home, part-time, on your own schedule, contract-wise. Okay?
Okay.
And so you could add another $10,000, we'll say. if that's what they allow. Let's say they allow that, okay? So we've got 20, 30, we've either got $30,000 or $40,000 worth of income instead of 57. Your husband makes 90. So you've got a household income in excess of $100,000. You're 54 years old. I'm not panicking.
I'm just overwhelmed.
I know, but did you hear the math I just did?
Yes,
okay.
I did.
Because the way to not be overwhelmed is to have a plan to eat the elephant. You eat an elephant a bite at a time. And you're overwhelmed because there's an elephant standing in front of you called $80,000 worth of debt, $100,000 mortgage, and no retirement. 3 big things called an elephant, right? So
yes.
What are we going to do? Well, we're a family. Apart from the fact that you physically are suffering and hurting with these ailments, but apart from that, you're a family that makes in excess of $100,000 and would continue to make in excess of $100,000 in Illinois, and you can pay off debt, pay off your mortgage, and build some wealth. I mean, you've got 10, 15 years or more to do that of your husband's working life left. And so, I think this is very doable. Are you going to end up worth $10 million? Oh, I doubt it unless something changes in this story, but it can change. But I think you can move towards disability if that's truly where you are. Now, your psychologist is not a medical doctor, neither am I, so you need to talk to one about whether you're disabled or not. I don't know. I assume you are based on what you're saying, okay? But if you just run that idea to ground and you say, okay, I'm going to start the process of permanent disability, which is going to involve part-time work and a disability income from the government. In addition to my husband's $90,000, we're going to get on that budget and we're going to work through $80,000 worth of debt, just like we were before, because it really doesn't change your equation, but about $20,000 a year.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So you're making 57. If you make 30 on disability and another 10, that's 40. That's $17,000 difference. So if it's 27, you're gonna be fine because your husband has a really good income, and you will still have some income coming in. It's not like you're going from 57 to 0. So that's my point. I think if that's the way this is going to unfold, then you're going to be fine. Oh, and by the way, it's going to take a year to get there, so you're going to make 57 this year. One more year in this equation, and you're going to make that much more progress in the process. So applying for disability, I don't think means you just have to quit. I don't know. You need to check on that, find out exactly what the process is to be declared by your medical physician disabled, not your psychologist, and then have that done in such a way that you will be approved for your government SSI, which, when you turn 65, you would convert that just to Social Security at that point. And again, your husband is going to work from now till probably 70. Most people do these days. And you guys are going to be just fine. These numbers work. You're going to be okay. Open phones at 888-825-5225. Marcia's on Facebook. I retired at 55 by selling off some stock. I was able to pay off my house and my car. I have no other debt. What goals should I set now for my money? Marcia, there's 3 things that money is good for. It is good for living, giving, and investing for the future. The future includes your continued retirement with dignity and changing your family tree. So, generosity. I'm going to have fun with the money on generosity. I'm going to have fun with money by enjoying it. And some people, that means buying a painting. Others means travel. Others means clothes. Others means classic cars. I don't care. You enjoy a portion of your money. You give with outrageous generosity. That will bring you great enjoyment. And you change your family tree by continuing to invest. And you continue to do that always. If you do those 3 things with money, whether you're 6 or 86, you will have built a proper plan for your money. The problem is people leave one of them out, or 2 of them out, and then they get in trouble. So live it, give it, and invest it to change your family tree. This is the Dave Ramsey Show. What if buying a house was like buying a timeshare? You show up with a herd of other people that also wanted the free gift. Then you're in a pressure cooker sales presentation for 90 minutes. You don't have the opportunity to have your real estate agent professionally negotiate the price. No inspector to uncover hidden problems. No loan officer to explain every detail of the loan terms, interest rate, fees, payment schedule, and total cost. Folks, you would never buy a home this way. But that's exactly how the majority of timeshares are sold. That's just stupid. If you're stuck in a timeshare, call Timeshare Exit Team. They will fight for you. I trust them. You can trust them. Call for a free consultation, 844-999-EXIT or timeshareexitteam.com. Timeshare Exit Team is also growing in an effort to serve you better, and they're hiring nationwide. If you're looking for a career in consumer advocacy, then check out the careers page at timeshareexitteam.com.
In order to juggle the demands of work and home, I have to get a great night's sleep. Hey, Rachel Cruz here, and that's why I'm a huge fan of Tuft & Needle. You can get the best sleep of your life on a Tuft & Needle mattress. Tuft & Needle makes quality, affordable mattresses starting as low as $3.99. And for the warmer weather, nothing beats Tuft & Needle's Mint mattress, complete with cooling gel and graphite to keep the air circulating and your sleep from becoming a hot mess. Try it for 100 nights risk-free at tn.com. And remember, it ships for free.
A health savings account is the perfect plan for managing the high costs of health care and works perfectly with a high-deductible insurance plan to cover your out-of-pocket expenses. At Ramsey Solutions, and even for my family, we trust the team at Health Equity. Start maximizing this tax-free opportunity today. You can invest up to $7,000 a year for your family. Just check it out. Contact my friends at healthequity.com and let them know I sent you.
Before he became your business partner, before you gave him his first bonus, before you put him on the payroll, before he was an unpaid intern, you saved his resume in your Keepers folder. Staples has what your business needs to get you from here to there. And right now, Staples 2-pocket poly folders are just 50 cents each, and 12 packs of True Red Black ballpoint stick pens are only 97 cents each. Staples, here we get you there.
In-store only while supplies last. Offers end 8/31/19. Limit 30 on folders.
My 12-year-old, Jamil, he suffers from asthma. If he ever got the flu, it could seriously threaten his life.
The flu can make some health conditions worse, such as asthma, diabetes, heart disease, or kidney disease. African Americans are at greater risk for some of these conditions. Getting a flu vaccine is the single best way to protect yourself and your loved ones from the flu and possible flu complications that can result in hospitalization and death.
Not getting vaccinated puts you and your family in harm's way. Why would anyone do that?
Be vigilant. Protect yourself and your family from the flu by getting vaccinated. Visit www.flu.gov to see if you're eligible for a free vaccine and to find a flu vaccine near you. It is the single best way to protect yourself and your loved ones from the flu.
Spread the word, not the flu.
Brought to you by the Ad Council and the Department of Health and Human Services.
Everybody, let's go, let's go. Ho, ho, ho. Welcome, everyone, to West High School Spring Fling. Hey, where we at, Steve?
All right, I've gone through all the tracks. Just move through the beats. Do your thing.
All right, everyone, let's hear it for West High's own Brooke Turner, a.k.a. DJ Hook.
Scratching at my first school dance takes confidence. So we're getting into college. I've got what it takes. Okay, I went through the practice sessions. I slept good. I feel good.
We will now begin the test. Please take out your pencils.
I got this.
Visit knowhowtogo.org to learn what you should be doing right now to prepare for college. Start taking the steps at knowhowtogo.org.
I've got what it takes. So do you.
Brought to you by the American Council on Education, Lumina Foundation, and the Ad Council.
For more information, visit knowhowtogoiowa.org or call the Iowa College Access Network at 877-272-4692.
Arr! We be under attack. Man the long nine. Arr! Prepare to be boarded. Flagship starboard bow. What? No, not by the enemy flagship. By garbage. Me beautiful ocean be full of it these days. Many of folk don't know that when they throw their trash on the ground, it eventually makes its way into the ocean. So lend us a hand by always recycling and disposing of your trash properly. And learn more what you can do to keep the ocean healthy at keepoceansclean.org. Brought to you by the Keep Oceans Clean Alliance and the Ad Council.
And dropped by here in Nashville to hang out, and our very first guest, and your family, but you're our very first guest.
It is so cool to be here. I got to tell you, you got to come see this place. You know, if you're getting near Nashville, you got to come. It is so beautiful, Dave. I'm so happy for you guys and how blessed y'all are and how you bless so many. It is so cool.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. We're like a kid. I mean, it's Christmas morning around here every day right now. It'll wear off eventually a little bit.
I don't know. It may not wear off.
But the public starts coming in later this week, and we open up the doors, and it's going to be fun to see their interaction and reaction to all of this stuff. So our new location here in Franklin, Tennessee, you can look it up. It's pretty easy. You just hit Google Maps and put in Ramsey or Ramsey Headquarters, Dave Ramsey Show. It'll all show up there. We've got it all set up with them, and the Apple map, if you use that one too, it works on that. So Henry Cloud wrote the book Boundaries. I read the book years ago. I was completely gaga over the book, loved the book. Heard him speak at a distance before I was doing anything like this, and just huge admirer. And since then, over the last almost 20 years, we've been good friends. And gotten to know Henry, and he sold over 15 million books, 2 million of Boundaries. So done radio shows, speaking all over America, works with corporate America. So you guys got a new project called Boundaries.me. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, well, you know, the whole Boundaries thing, it's a path, right? You got to learn the concepts, but then we have to walk that out. And so what I want to do is be able to coach people and become their boundaries coach. And so you go to boundaries.me and you sign up, and I'm going to become your coach over time. And there's all sorts of content and assignments and tips and groups you can join, people that struggle with the same issues you do. It's really been fun. Really been fun.
Very cool. By the way, if you want to talk to Dr. Cloud, he's going to be with us for a couple segments. And if you got questions about boundaries, we'll open up some phone lines right now. The phone number is 888-825-5225. And Kelly will clear that up, and we can talk about boundaries or whatever. So basically, you're going to be able, with boundaries.me, you're going to be able to actually get in there and coach folks.
Yeah, I'm going to show up on your screen. And if you go in there right now and you join, there's over 60 courses that are available to you with different contexts, like, you know, what do you do with a narcissistic entitled person? What do you do with a controlling relationship? You know,
how do you know if someone's narcissistic and controlling? I guess you have to go in and learn that.
You wake up and hate your day
because you have to interact with this fool.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, the way you know that is you increasingly find that this relationship is taking from you much more than is mutual, and you're feeling more like an object, you know, than a person. And you're
narcissists. There are no relationships. It's all transactional.
It's
all about what you can. They're takers instead of givers.
They are takers instead of givers. And you know, we are designed to give. One of the if you do the happiness research, you look at all the research that's ever been done, the happiest people are givers. The problem is that a lot of givers get in relationships with controlling and irresponsible people, and they're giving, but they're not really giving, they're giving in, and that doesn't lead to joy. You're being used, and that's where boundaries really help you get in control of your life so you can actually give to the people that either need it or deserve it.
Yeah. There's something in my wife's childhood that when she says that, I'm feeling used when we're talking about a relationship somewhere with another, you know, group of people or another individual. When she says it, the way she says it, that it's visceral. Used.
Yes.
That word used it's not a good thing.
No. She's not rising up and calling them blessed, right?
No, it's not. Once you're on that list, you don't want to be on that one.
But you know what? She's speaking from the deepest part of her heart, and she's in touch with the way that we are designed. And we're designed to know when we're being used, or when we're being taken from, or when we're being controlled or trespassed against. Now, the problem is, one of my favorite Bible verses is in Hebrews. It says that solid food is for the mature, who through practice have had their senses trained to discern good from evil. Now, what you're talking about there is she senses, she feels it. Something dynamic here, some dynamics going on that doesn't feel good. It's not right. And everybody has that little button, but they get talked out of it. And people use guilt and manipulation and anger to talk them out of their senses.
Yeah. And I hear Christian lingo thrown at that. Like, you're not supposed to judge me.
Right.
And I always just say, yes, I am.
Right.
Because it's scriptural to judge you.
Well, and
you're supposed to judge these spirits.
That's right. And people don't make the distinction between, you're not supposed to be the judge like God and sentence people, condemn them.
Right.
But we are supposed to evaluate ongoing the people in our lives. If you go to Psalm 101, David gives a whole list of the kind of people that he's not going to tolerate. The arrogant, the narcissist, the proud, the liars, the faithless. He says, I'm not going to have anything to do with them. And then he says something cool. He says, it's the good people that I will allow to minister to me. He chooses his relationships.
Yeah. And there's an amazing thing that happened. I mean, that's a mental health wholeness and a spiritual health wholeness that comes with that. And there's a correlation between people who learn to do that without being angry about it.
Right.
But just say, no, setting boundaries. I'm not going to allow you to do this in my presence or to me or around me, and I'm going to distance myself from you if you're going to do that. The more you do that, the more you gather good people, the opposite around you, the more you're successful in every area, whether it's your parenting, your marriage, your money, your career. It affects your ability to walk away from this trash and toxicity. It opens up success in every area. It's amazing. It's a treasure trove.
It is a treasure trove. The original boundaries book, we talk about a boundary is a property line. And so you got a property line, and within that property, it's like a house or your apartment. Within that property line are your treasures. That's the good stuff. Mm-hmm. And so you lock the door, and then you open the door to let good people in, or you open the door to give to good people or to, bring good things in your life. But if a thief shows up, you lock the door. And that starts a whole new path of having everything about your heart and your mind and your soul able to invest in a whole different path. And good people start to show up because you're not attracting the flies. If you don't have boundaries, you will actually attract users. And if you do have boundaries,
you put off an aura, your body language, your voice tone, everything. It says victim looking for a place to happen.
That's exactly right. And you know what? You can go to a party and just, if somebody is, extremely codependent and drawn to destructive relationships, that user across the room, it's like they recognize each other. Mm-hmm. And then they just go down that path again.
Yeah, there we go.
Until you wake up, and you can't wake up.
Yes, you can wake up. Dr. Henry Cloud is with us, author of 15 million books have been sold, lives over in Los Angeles. Stopped by our first guest here on the Ramsey Show in the new Ramsey Studios. Hang around. He's going to take your calls right now. The phone number is 888-825-5225. If you got boundaries questions, check out boundaries.me and sign up where you can get a personal coach and all kinds of lessons to learn about these things. So boundary questions, just questions for Dr. Cloud, coming up next here on the Dave Ramsey Show. You know, I get asked all the time, at what age should I buy life insurance? Let me be clear. If you have a family, if there are people depending on your income, now is the time to have term life insurance. I don't care if you're 20, 30, 40, 50, or whatever. Your age is less important than your financial situation. If you have debt and a lack of savings, it makes no sense to risk your family's financial well-being based on the cost of a term life policy. Term life rates are just plain cheap, even if you're not in perfect health. And the best way to compare those rates is through Zander Insurance. Zander only sells the plans I recommend and shops among the top companies to find the best rates and the right coverage for you. Call 800-356-4282 or visit Zander.com. You got no excuse to put this off, folks. Bad things happen to people all the time, regardless of age, and it's your responsibility to deal with this. That's Zander.com or 800-356-4282.
Have the talk of the lifetime with the ones you love.
This cut asks, what events in our nation's history had an impact on you and how?
Pearl Harbor was on my 10th birthday, December 7th, 1941. That was the start of World War II. I was doing the farm chores with my brother, and the vet came to check our cows and told us all about it. It was a scary time.
Sharing stories and memories with those who matter most will be especially significant when it's time to honor a life lived. Contact Gunderson Funeral Home to learn more about having the talk of a lifetime.
Hi, I'm Michael Devine with AM 1400 KVFD, the voice for Dodge. I want to thank you for listening every Monday through Friday from 2 to 5, local live talk radio, the only talk show of this type in the state of Iowa. Every week I have a number of farm groups on, the Webster County Farm Bureau, the Iowa Corn Growers, the Beef Council, pork producers, you name it, I want them on the air, in addition to the soybean growers. And I'll do that all from 2 to 5, Monday through Friday at AM 1400 KVFD.
Mark Patrick Hypnosis is coming to Fort Dodge tomorrow for one day only. Lose weight or stop smoking now through hypnosis. Join the over 500,000 people who have stopped smoking and lost weight the Mark Patrick way. That's right. Join America's best-known hypnotist, Mark Patrick. This incredible weight loss hypnosis seminar is tomorrow night from 5:30 till 7:30. The Stop Smoking Hypnosis Seminar is from 8 till 10. Both are at the Quality Inn and Suites. Registration starts 30 minutes prior to the sessions. Seating is limited, so get there early to reserve your spot. For only $49.99, attend these life-changing programs and learn how the power of hypnosis can help you achieve your goal to lose weight or stop smoking without any willpower. 100% guaranteed. So whether you need to lose weight or want to stop smoking, join Mark Patrick Hypnosis tomorrow night at the Quality Inn and Suites on Highway 169, Fort Dodge. Doors open 30 minutes prior to seminars. For more information, go to markpatrickseminars.com.
What is it costing you in vet bills for that convenience of just pulling open a bag of
formulated, extruded, processed cereal bits that cost a ton of money anyways?
How do you feed your dog to derive not only energy, but a good coat, bright eyes, and a great attitude?
Come to Dynovite for help.
DINOVITE.com.
I found his raw meat diet on Dynovite.com. With just the raw meat and the eggs and the Dynovite and the Super Omega on top of it.
Try Super Omega Fish Oil.
Buy 2, get 1 free.
Ground beef, white rice, eggs, including the shells, and the Dynovite supplement, and then the Lico Chops.
Try Lico Chops. Buy 2, get 1 free.
It just balances out his body and his mind and his spirit.
Adding Dynovite to their diet has every single dog in my kennel looking better than they have ever looked.
Their skin is so much better now that they're on the raw diet. I don't even give them the kibble anymore. DINOVITE.com.
All money managers might seem the same, but while some give their clients cookie-cutter portfolios, Fisher Investments tailors portfolios to your goals and needs. Some only call when they have something to sell. Fisher calls regularly, so you stay informed. And while some advisors are happy to earn commissions whether you do well or not, Fisher Investments fees are structured so we do better when you do better. In other words, we're on your side. Maybe that's why most of our clients come from other money managers. So if you're in or nearing retirement, talk with us and find out why investors are switching to and staying with Fisher Investments. Fisher Investments. Clearly better money management. Investments in securities involve the risk of loss. Visit us at FisherInvestments.com to find out what we can do for you.
It is so easy to give back.
I don't have a lot of money to help people, but I do have something. I have time.
You can give any skill you have.
Just imagine how strong a society we could be.
This is Barack Obama. Every one of us has a role to play in making our communities and our country stronger. Discover yours. Help us continue to make a difference in the life of our nation. Go to serve.gov and find the opportunity that works for you. And this message is brought to you by the Corporation for National and Community Service.
Make good nutrition and physical activity part of your family's daily lifestyle. Be our guest to healthy living and visit letsmove.gov to learn more. Brought to you by Let's Move, the U.S. Department of Agriculture and the Ad Council.
Over 15 million books sold. Dr. Henry Cloud, probably best known for the book Boundaries, but that could depend on where you ran into him. So certainly Necessary Endings has become a standard around here. Boundaries, a lot of course, your writing ties together. I mean, the Power of the Other, the Integrity, Necessary Endings, they all have a thread through them all the way from Boundaries. And so you can check out all of the materials and hundreds of lessons and, develop a personal coach on the Boundaries issue at boundaries.me. Just go check it out. Give it a cruise. Look at it. Take it for a test drive. See what you think. Boundaries.me. It's life-changing, life-giving material. All right, you ready to take a couple calls?
Let's do it.
All right. Chris is with us in Illinois. Hi, Chris. Welcome to the Dave Ramsey Show.
Hey, fellas. Thanks for having me on. Dr. Cloud, certainly appreciate everything you've done. Social media, big fan on there. I basically have a situation where, in trying to follow some of the things that you put out, I have a adult sister who married someone that has a number of anger issues, OCD, things of that nature, and it's really rubbed off on her. And past 4 years, she's basically just kind of blown up, gone off the edge. And my family has tried to work with her on this. My parents flew from the Midwest out to the East Coast to try and deal with this, and she literally slammed the door.
She has the anger and OCD, or the guy she's married to?
So the guy she's married to does, and it's slowly rubbed off on her.
Yeah.
To the point of where Christmas time 4 years ago, my parents went through a long separation and divorce, and Christmas time 4 years ago, she just became hypercritical of every little thing my mom would do and kicked her out of the house and on Christmas. And so my mom's like, well, all right, I'm flying home. I'm not going to sit here and deal with this. And then for 4 years, just some really vile stuff. And this has never been the person she is, but calling my mom and threatening physical violence. And,
wow.
My parents flew out there and just, they didn't want a reason. And I finally kind of through some of your direction said to her and to my brother-in-law, listen, the way that you guys choose to deal with mom and dad is between you. But as for me, I'm not taking a step further until you want to sit down and speak rationally in person. And I haven't heard from him since. So just really, to see someone that was so mild-mannered become so angry and vile and verbally violent, we're just kind of, we put it all in God's hands at this point because that's really all we can do.
Well, how old is she?
41.
41. So nothing like this in her history at all.
Nothing. The most mild-mannered kind. I used to have to order cheeseburgers for her at McDonald's when she was a kid growing up, and just has made a complete 180.
Yeah. Well, a lot of times you will see if somebody's, that passive for that long, sometimes it's like you see this big pendulum shift, and all of a sudden, the inner terrorist sort of shows up. But the thing I'm concerned about with her is you're saying that this happens in a context of a relationship. If you've got a lot of anger, and I don't know how severe the OCD is, but that can really spill over to where she may be feeling like a captive. because his issues are sort of cornering her. That could be adding to the anger. But I'm really concerned. When you hear somebody threatening violence, I would take a hard look at that, because you don't know what's going on. It could be biochemical. She could be headed for a psychotic depression. For somebody that out of character to threaten violence, I would look at probably the family trying to take some steps to maybe call a good psychiatrist in her area and meet with him or her and say, here's what's going on, describe it, and what can the family do to try to step in and at least be, whether you call it an intervention or whatever, be a bridge to getting her some help. Because the way you're describing it, this is on a regressive path that I would try to contain and put some limits around. And so
so it's not just as simple as just saying, until you can behave, stay away.
Well, no, it's not. And I understand why you did that, and that's good. But while you're doing that, she's also in a closed system, it sounds like, that's not moving upward. And I would be concerned about that as a family. Now, ultimately, you try to get her to treatment, you try to be a bridge to treatment, you try to do everything you can. And sometimes, ultimately, the family does have to say, well, look, that's all we can do. But I'm concerned about the early or the sort of acute onset of this and in a context. So I would probably look at it pretty closely.
Cool. Dr. Henry Cloud with us. Open phones at 888-825-5225. Charla is with us in Wyoming. Hi, Charla. How are you?
Doing pretty good, Dave. Thank you so much both for taking my call.
Sure. Your question for Dr. Cloud.
Hi, Dr. Cloud. We have a situation here. We just went and got my stepfather-in-law. He's been diagnosed with a terminal illness, was bedbound for 6 weeks without us knowing, and has been given 8 to 12 weeks to live. So he'd been estranged from us for 20 years of marriage that my husband and I have been together because of alcoholism. We are pretty much the only family that's paid any attention to him, so we dropped everything and went and picked him up and have had him move in with us. But in the middle of all this, that cost us a pretty significant amount of money, about $3,000 there. We're in the middle of baby step 2. And I just want to know, boundaries-wise, the first boundary we set, of course, was no alcohol in the house. And he's pretty much bound to that. But having these financial discussions, is it fair to kind of talk with him about his money that's coming in and what expectations are with us, like a rental agreement, that kind of thing?
And he's got how long to live?
8 to 12 weeks. He has a monthly income of about $3,300 with $300 of expenses.
And I assume he has no assets.
He has no assets. He has nothing. And so we're just trying to be wise with setting up cremation, but also the expenses we've incurred, but also having compassion and love in his last days.
Yeah.
And how rational is he?
Completely.
And is he connecting with you and receiving your help, or fighting it, or is he cooperative?
He's receiving our help. He's more attached to the animals than he is to the family, which I'm assuming a lot of that has to do with the previous alcohol abuse, and he's grateful for it.
But he's not
I just
fighting
don't want
you.
No, not fighting us at all. I just don't want to overstep bounds inappropriately on saying, hey, it cost us a lot to come get you, but still cover ourselves. We have 4 kids, one going to college this fall, and just trying to be wise.
Yeah. Well, certainly you lead with a compassion, but I don't see anything wrong with having just a, when the end is coming, there's nothing wrong with having just a compassionate discussion about, we don't know when it's coming, but as you know, it's going to be pretty soon. And we need to know how to help you take care of your money. We need to know how to take care of some of these expenses, and we'd like to talk to you about, how to do that. That's not compassionate at all.
I think it'd be easy to say, personally, $3,300 a month for 3 months is barely going to cover a funeral.
Right.
And so we need to bank your check to prepare for your end expenses.
Yeah, that's
as a method of taking care of you. We're taking care of you while you're alive, but we also we want to help with, your final care, your final expenses. And so, basically, we're not going to charge you anything for living here, but we're going to take you. We want you to take your entire check and set it in an account for your final expenses. If there's any left over after final expenses, we will collect that as our rent. But really, I think you're probably going to burn this money if your dates and times are right. Mathematically, you're not going to have any big money income to you.
No, and if you have a good relationship, for a funeral. Yeah, that's not like a compassion. You do in the course of your normal discussion.
Exactly. Dr. Henry Cloud, the website is boundaries.me. Be sure and check it out, guys. Thanks for stopping by, brother.
Hey, it's good to be here. Congratulations on the whole new headquarters. It's really beautiful.
First guest. That's you, baby.
How about that?
This is the Dave Ramsey Show. This is big news, guys. You need to stop and listen. The Fed decided not to raise interest rates. That means you've got a small window of time before rates rise again. Here's the deal. Most people are paying too much interest on their largest expense, their home. So you're freaking crazy if you don't take 10 minutes to call Churchill Mortgage right now and see if they can save you money before rates rise again. A mortgage through Churchill could save you thousands, or better yet, reduce the time until you're debt-free. Can you imagine how it would feel to no longer have that payment looming over your head every month? Just go to churchillmortgage.com or call 888-LOAN-200. Their team of experts will give you more clarity about your options and more peace knowing you're saving significant money in the long run. Call 888-LOAN-200. That's 888-562-6200 or churchillmortgage.com.
I'm Jamie Brundage, owner of Historic Bruce Funeral Home. We're a full-service funeral home with an off-site crematory. At Bruce's, we specialize in pre-arrangements and family support before, during, and after the service. We also offer beautiful memorial items to help you remember your loved one forever. Bruce Funeral Home is proud to be by your side every step of the way throughout the funeral process. Historic Bruce Funeral Home, Fort Dodge.
Pelham Waters, your water pro since 1949.
Do you have questions about your water? What is a whole home filter? Is my softener working or not? Can I get rid of that red stain around the sink? I'm Brian with Blue Ribbon Pelham Waters. We're here to fix problem water. We'll work with you to find the right solution for you. We've been serving the Fort Dodge area since 1949. Let us serve your water treatment needs. Sales, service, rentals. Blue Ribbon Pelham Waters, your complete water store.
Connect to this radio station from all across the country. Take us to the gym, shopping. How about a road trip? Listen to us now on the free iHeartRadio app. You'll never miss a moment with your favorite radio station. Download the free iHeartRadio app and search for this station so we can go wherever you want us to.
Hi, this is John Bon Jovi, asking you to go to serve.gov to get involved in something you believe in. I'm a big believer in the power of we. We can tackle the tough challenges we face and build community through service and volunteering. The reality is, we're all in this together. It's time for you to raise your hand and make a difference. United we stand, united we serve.
How will you raise your hand when they call your name?
Are you with me?
We weren't born to follow. Come on.
Go to serve.gov for more information about how to volunteer in your community.
This message is brought to you by United We Serve and the Corporation for National and Community Service.
Payton is with us in Louisiana. Hi, Payton. Welcome to the Dave Ramsey Show.
Hi, Dave. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure. What's up?
Well, my wife and I, we are on baby step number 2 right now. I work in outside sales, and I cover about 3 states, and we travel a lot in a company truck right now. That's paid for by the company, and they pay for, gas and insurance, all the above. My wife and I are really anxious about paying off our student loans, but we have learned that these company trucks may be taken away pretty soon, maybe by the end of the year. We don't know how much they're going to give us, like a stipend and mileage and things to help cover our own vehicles, but we don't know all the details on that right now. Basically, we've got about $7,500 set aside, and we don't know if we should be saving up to purchase a vehicle in cash like we would like to, or if we should be putting that money onto loans and just wait and see how it plays out. There's just so many unknowns that we didn't want to be caught off guard.
Well, the higher the probability that you're going to lose the truck, the higher the probability of stopping your debt snowball and getting ready to buy a truck.
Right. It's definitely getting taken away.
Oh, it is definitely. It's 100%.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you do, your timeline, 100% by the end of the year?
I don't know exactly the timeline. We haven't, just assuming it's going to be the end of the year, or maybe the beginning of next year.
Why do you assume?
Just rumors around the company.
Rumors. Okay.
Right.
Is there not someone you can ask and just say, hey, I got to start saving money. Can you give me a date that this is going down?
I have asked everyone that I possibly can in the company, and apparently even my manager and his boss doesn't really know a timeline right now.
Okay. So how many miles are you putting on a truck a year?
Well, we're putting about 45,000 a year, easily.
All right. So regardless of the stipend, you're either going to buy a truck and drive it 50,000 miles a year, or you're going to quit this job. Right?
Right.
I mean, they're either going to give you, if they give you $2 or they give you $2,000 a month, really isn't going to change your decision, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah, that's about right.
I guess you might. What do you make a year?
Well, I get paid a salary and commission, but somewhere around 70 a year.
Okay. All right. Unless you're willing to walk away from this job because the stipend's not big enough, we've just simply got to get ready for this. So I would stop everything. Okay. You're not in baby step 2 if you have $7,500. Baby step 2 is $1,000 and everything else is on the debt. Okay. So you're already not on baby step 2. So anyway, just stop everything and let's just pile up cash and get ready to buy a truck by the end of the year. And as soon as you have enough in your account to buy the truck that you're thinking of, then you would stop saving. So your wife makes what a year?
Well, she works part-time. She makes about $14 an hour. So, somewhere around $18,000 a year.
Okay. All right. And so you've got a $90,000 household income, give or take. And so that you keep that in mind. The other thing you keep in mind is this. This truck purchase has nothing to do with anything except getting the job done. You are going to destroy the value of whatever you buy because of the miles you put on it.
Yes, that's right.
The question is, how many $100 bills do you want to take a torch and light on fire? Because every dollar you put in this truck, that's what you're doing with it. Okay?
That's exactly right.
So you need to buy a good truck because you're putting a lot of miles on it. It's got to be reliable because you've got to get to these jobs, and it's got to be reasonably comfortable. Okay? Now, truck's a truck. You're going to get what you get on comfort, so it's not like we're all over the map here. But you don't need a $30,000 truck to do this. You don't really need a $20,000 truck to do this.
Right.
Because whatever you buy, you're just lighting that money on fire. Now, I think a $10,000 truck might be a little lacking. I might be a little bit worried about putting 50,000 miles on that puppy and not expecting it to lay down at some point and causing me to miss an appointment, and I don't want that. So somewhere between 10 and 15 is my guess, and based on your income, you've already got $7,500. If you said 15 is my budget, and I'm going to replenish this account after I get out of debt real quickly because I'm going to have to buy another truck every so often.
Right.
Because 2 years from now,
2 years
from now, you're going to put 100,000 miles on this thing.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and that's our concern. And we've been listening to you a little bit too. And your advice in the past has been to buy, if they have a year model set, buy that year model and sell it every year.
Yep.
And don't waste your money on a new car. So
exactly.
We definitely take that advice.
Yeah. And when they start setting a year model, if they set that year model too high, I'm going to push back on that decision back to management.
Absolutely.
Because basically they are dictating that you are burning more $100 bills.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Yeah, and so I'm gonna stand pretty strong on that, because the only reason they set a year model is not, well, the main reason they set it is so you don't get caught with some hoopty and you're on the side of the road, okay, and can't get your job done. That's the main reason they set it. Now, some of these corporate goobs set a year model because they're all worried about the prestige of their employees, which if they're that freaking worried about it, don't cancel the company car policy. But anyway, that's right. Let me just tell you, this is not going to be a raise for you. This is going to be a net loss for you.
I'm aware of that.
Unless they give you $2,000 a month, which they're not going to do, this is going to be a net loss for you. They're probably going to come at you with $600 or $700 a month and act like that's a big deal. And that means you're taking a pay cut on this decision.
Yeah.
Most likely. So anyway, let's get the truck bought. Then let's push play again on our total money makeover. $1,000 in the account. Work baby step 2. Get out of debt, and then re-up your truck every so often. And just part of your monthly budget is you pay yourself a car payment, especially after you get out of baby step 2, to replenish and purchase a truck every couple of years is what you're going to want to do. So buy a low mile 15,000 and plan to buy another one in 2 years, and that thing's going to have gone down. It's going to have gone at least in half, if not more, during that 2 years. Based on putting another 100,000 miles on it. You're going to turn a $15,000 truck into a $6,000 or $7,000 truck probably, depending on equipment, what you buy, what the market does, all that kind of stuff. But that's probably about where you are. So, hey, good question, man. We appreciate you being a listener. Open phones at 888-825-5225. Speaking of cars, Erica's on Twitter. My car needs a new engine. Should I get another car or pay $6,000 on a credit card to fix it? I don't have the cash to do either, actually. Well, you could sell the car as is and get salvage for it. First thing I would do is get another opinion or two. Who said you needed another engine? Why do you need another engine? I'm not sure you need another engine. I'm not sure I believe this diagnosis. It might be a repair is in order on a car like this. But no, we're not putting $6,000 for an engine on a car. It's probably not worth that. That'd be my guess based on this tweet anyway. So, no, you sell the salvage and you buy a hoopty and you start again and you pay cash every time you move up and you draw a line in the sand and say, I'm never having another car payment again in my life. Now, another possibility is after you get a good diagnosis and you really do believe from a good mechanic or 3 that you really do need to replace the engine. If you're dealing with an old car, an old used car, you can buy a salvage used engine from the salvage yard, the junkyard, and have a mechanic buy it and install it for you, and that would be a lot less than $6,000. A lot less. So check that idea out as well, Erica, and we appreciate you following us on Twitter. That puts this hour of the Dave Ramsey Show in the books. Our thanks to James Childs, our producer, Kelly Daniel, our associate producer and phone screener. I'm Dave Ramsey, your host, and we'll be back.
This is James Childs, producer of The Dave Ramsey Show. Did you know you can now listen to The Dave Ramsey Show on Pandora and Spotify? For all the ways to watch and listen, check out our show page at daveramsey.com/show.
Whether you drive a Beamer or a Beater, you need car insurance. It's important to make sure you have the right amount of coverage while you're on the road. Checking your car insurance coverage could actually save you money because there's a good chance you're overpaying. And that cash saved from car insurance could be going towards paying off debt, building your emergency fund, or investing. But you have better and more interesting things to do than spend your time poking around the internet looking for good deals on car insurance. That's why we recommend working with one of our endorsed local providers, our ELPs. Our insurance ELPs are independent insurance agents that I trust, and they will walk you through the basics of car insurance. They will find you the best deal with the right coverage, giving you more time to spend with your family and on your hobbies. To find an insurance ELP, go to daveramsey.com and click ELP on insurance.
If you're into cars or just want to learn a thing or two, tune in every Saturday afternoon from 2 till 4 for the Under the Hood Car Show on AM 1400 KVFD, Fort Dodge.
He had a lengthy criminal record. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. That's what police in Riverside, California are saying about the suspect who opened fire on a highway patrol officer, killing him.
CHP officer Andre Moye was impounding a truck after a traffic stop when the driver went back into the truck, pulled out a rifle, and started shooting. Officer Moye was killed, but before he managed to call for backup. Other officers arrived, and 2 highway patrol officers were injured. One sustained a major injury to his leg. CHP Inland Chief Bill Dance said Officer Moye had a servant's heart.
His mother last night told me that this was his dream job, and he loved going to work, and it's what he always wanted to do.
The suspect, Aaron Luther, had a long criminal history. His father told an LA TV station that he was depressed and possibly suicidal.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. Dayton, Ohio police with a detailed update on the August 4th mass shooting that left 9 people dead. Police Chief Richard Beal says suspect Connor Betts had a friend and his sister with him earlier in the day.
Some follow-up investigation seems to strongly suggest that his companion had no idea what he was going to do, nor did he have any knowledge of the weapons that were in the trunk of that vehicle.
Betts' sister was among the first to be shot to death, but police don't know if she was an intended target. He was shot and killed by police. Hong Kong police say they have arrested 5 people for unlawful assembly, assaulting police officers, and possessing weapons after a second day of mass protests in the city's airport. They claim some protesters detained, harassed, and assaulted a traveler and a journalist and obstructed ambulance workers from taking the 2 men to the hospital. And other protesters attacked a police officer and grabbed a baton from him. Pro-democracy protests have been going on in Hong Kong for the past several months. This is Fox News.
What is it costing you in vet bills for that convenience of just pulling open a bag of
formulated, extruded, processed cereal bits that cost a ton of money anyways?
How do you feed your dog to derive not only energy, but a good coat, bright eyes, and a great attitude?
Come to Dynovite for help.
DINOVITE.com.
I found his raw meat diet on Dynovite.com. With just the raw meat and the eggs and the Dynovite and the Super Omega on top of it.
Try Super Omega Fish Oil.
Buy 2, get 1 free.
Ground beef, white rice, eggs, including the shells, and the Dynovite supplement, and then the Lico Chops.
Try Lico Chops. Buy 2, get 1 free.
It just balances out his body and his mind and his spirit.
Adding Dynovite to their diet has every single dog in my kennel looking better than they have ever looked.
Their skin is so much better now that they're on the raw diet. I don't even give them the kibble anymore. DINOVITE.com.
Up on that throttle, United Airlines pilots will have to put down the bottle much sooner.
The airline is setting an earlier cutoff time for when pilots must stop consuming booze before flights. The company says pilots must abstain from alcohol, also known as the bottle-to-throttle rule, for 12 hours before getting in the cockpit. Previously, pilots were banned from drinking 8 hours before a flight, which did comply with FAA regulations. But United decided to go a step further after the arrest of 2 of their pilots on suspicion of being under the influence before a flight in Scotland, which was canceled. Tom Rigotti, Fox News.
San Francisco Opera canceling an October concert featuring Placido Domingo after an Associated Press story quoting numerous women saying they were sexually harassed or subjected to inappropriate behavior from the superstar. He denies the allegations. A driver makes a delivery but doesn't leave empty-handed.
While dropping a package at a home in Mount Dora, Florida, an Amazon delivery driver spotted a bike leaning against some trash cans in the driveway. He took it and was caught on the home security camera. Turns out the bike belongs to the homeowner's daughter, who wants it back. When deputies with the Orange County Sheriff's Office were able to track down the driver, he claimed he thought the bike was being thrown out since it was leaning against those trash cans. The driver promised to return it, and the homeowner isn't pressing charges, but he lost his delivery job with Amazon. Kathleen Maloney, Fox News.
Someone's put old TV sets on porches in a town outside Richmond, Virginia, about 50 of them. Henrico County Police Lieutenant Matt Pecca says people found them Sunday morning, and one person's video doorbell caught someone dropping off one of the sets wearing a TV-shaped helmet. Most of the TVs will be recycled. Police say it's not clear if it's a crime. The worst they say is that is illegal dumping. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
Hi, I'm Katie Averill from Citizens Community Credit Union, and I'm up on Fort Dodge because the people in this community are kind, compassionate, and joyful.
Hi, I'm Cheryl O'Hearn with Spin Market, and I am up on Fort Dodge because we are Iowa's city of opportunity.
The United Way is up on Fort Dodge. Are you? To show your support, get involved, give, advocate, or volunteer. Call the Fort Dodge Community Foundation and United Way at 573-3179.
Here's the AM 1400 KVFD weatherology forecast. Partly cloudy skies tonight with lows around 59. Winds out of the northwest 5 to 10 miles an hour. Cloudy tomorrow, 74. Lows dip down to about 54 tomorrow night. Upper 70s Thursday and Friday with a chance for scattered storms Friday. From the Weatherology Weather Center, I'm staff meteorologist Derek Height. Currently, it's 80 degrees.
The fusion of entertainment and enlightenment.
Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. Oh, America. Oh, how can you possibly turn your back on the poorest of the poor? How can you turn your back on people who are coming here and, yes, they're on welfare, they're on Medicare, they're on Medicaid, they're getting free college. How can you turn your back on them just because they're poor? Well, because I know who we really are. I know what the message of the Emma Lazarus poem really is. And I'm going to speak very slowly for those in the media in 1 minute.
This is the Glenn Beck Program.
Pretty busy. We all are pretty busy. From time to time, you lift your head off the pillow in the morning, and then you will just yearn for the moment where you lay your head back down on the pillow. I'm pretty much constantly doing something in between. We all are. And a lot of it's just like, I can't wait to get back to bed. Can anybody else relate to this? When you are in bed, you want to sleep and sleep well. Well, I want to talk to you about the premium pillows from MyPillow.com. Premium pillows now $69.98. That is an unheard of price for 2 pillows from MyPillow.com. I have to be real frank with you. When I first got the pillow, I had the wrong one. I didn't know that there was more than one MyPillow. I can't remember which the label is, but I have the fluffier one because I have an enormous head, and I needed my head propped up a little farther. So when I got my pillow, I tried it, and I was like, I don't think it's all that great. Until I met with Mike Lindell. He's the guy who came up with my pillow, and he immediately said, "You have the wrong one. And I'm like, okay. Tried it the next night with the right one. Oh, my gosh. It is a great pillow. Try it. Premium pillows, $69.98. 2 of them, mypillow.com, or you can call 800-966-3117. Now, if you use my name, Beck, as the promo code, you're going to get that $69.98 for only $34.99. $34.99 per pillow. This offer is only available at mypillow.com by calling 800-966-3117. Use the promo code Beck to get the special offer of the 2-pack for $34.99 per pillow right now at mypillow.com. So as I usually do every morning, I try to listen to the left, listen to the opinions of the other side so I can understand where they're coming from. Many times it has been important to listen to where people are coming from, to be able to understand their point of view and to be able to understand how they arrived at where they are. But increasingly, it is becoming more and more frustrating because there is no logic and there is no authentic fact that is backing up what they have to say. Yesterday, we talked about the facts of guns and gun control. Today, we're going to continue that later on in the program on the facts of red flags. It's been done before, and it hasn't ended up well. So we'll talk to you about the facts, and that is really important. If you don't know the facts, please shut your mouth. If you don't know the facts, ask, read. But even the facts that you think you know, perhaps you should look into. Here's what I heard today from the Washington Post and their podcast. I want you to listen to this opening story, the way they frame it.
Give us you're tired, you're poor. Those lines etched on the Statue of Liberty by poet Emma Lazarus are part of our common understanding about what America is, what it has stood for since its founding. Yesterday, a top immigration official in the White House, Ken Cuccinelli, said he's, quote, certainly not prepared to take anything down off the Statue of Liberty. But at the same time, a new administration rule will fundamentally change who gets to come to this country.
Okay, since when? Since when have we been the country that says, hey, come here for free stuff? Hey, come here. If you can't afford things in your country, come here because we're going to give it to you for free. Since when? Now, they will argue that that is the Emma Lazarus poem. Give us your tired, your poor, your huddled masses. That is not what that poem means, period. And we've talked about it before, but it is important that you understand it so you can teach it to your friends. They're never going to get it. I have yet to see the anchor or anyone from the left that will honestly say, you know what? I was wrong. I learned something. I see this in a different way. I had a misunderstanding. I have not seen that from the left. I have seen that from the right. We've done it on this program. It's important. If you don't do that, you're not learning anything. So the misunderstanding is that the Statue of Liberty, the emphasis is always on she's the mother of exiles. She's this mom. And she's saying, give us your poor and your tired and your huddled masses because we're a giant hospital. That's not what she's saying. That's not what America is. What? In what world, including the world of Jesus Christ, in what world does a messenger say, hey, if you're really poor and you just can't make it and you want to live off the fruits of somebody else, come here. come here. In what world does that work? In what world is that financially reasonable? In what world is that spiritually reasonable? That crushes people. The Statue of Liberty is a challenge. She holds imprisoned lightning. What is imprisoned lightning? What does that mean? Her torch is called imprisoned lightning. Imprisoned lightning is leading the way of a brighter tomorrow. It's not a flame. That flame, that torch is imprisoned lightning. Imprisoned lightning is a direct reference to the discoveries of the age. Imprisoned lightning is another way of saying a light bulb. It is the invention of the time that is moving things forward. She is the mother of exiles. But let's just look at her for a minute. What is the crown? It's not a crown. It's a misinterpretation. Have you ever seen the Michelangelo sculpture of Moses? That sculpture of Moses, it's sitting in Rome in a church. It's a beautiful sculpture, but it is weird as hell because Moses has horns. Look it up. He has 2 horns coming out of the side of his head. You're like, what the? Why does Moses have horns? Because it's a misinterpretation of a word. It is easily, I can't remember the word, but it is easily translated to horns. But it is not horns. It is rays of light. So it's not a crown. It is the light behind the Statue of Liberty. She is standing as a guard in front of something that is, I don't know, dare I say, a shining city on the hill. The light behind her is reflected in that crown. That is a crown of rays of light. And she is standing at our sunset-washed gates. She is standing like the Colossus of Rhodes. But the Colossus of Rhodes, which was one of the wonders of the world, the Colossus of Rhodes was holding a spear and a shield. It was a warrior. And the ships would go in between his legs. And he would stand at Rhodes, this great old port. And people would come in, and that Colossus was saying, don't screw with us. And so it was meant as a warning. But as Emma Lazarus says, here at our sunset-wash gates stands the mother of exiles. Now, the mother of exiles also has chains around her feet, but they're broken chains. They are broken chains not just as a reflection of us breaking the chains of slavery in 1865. It's not just that, but it is breaking the chains of slavery because of pomp and circumstance and your heraldry. It's breaking the chains of you can't do it because you're not a lord, a lady, or a landowner. And what breaks those chains is what she's holding, the law. So if you understand the Emma Lazarus poem, it is not ever to be read like this. Give me your poor and your tired and your huddled masses. Just send them here. We're going to hold them. That's not the way it is meant. If you listen to the whole poem, you'll understand. Not like the brazen giant of Greek fame, with conquering limbs astride from land to land. We are not conquerors. Every war. Have we conquered? Did we conquer Europe? Or did we conquer tyranny and give that land and that government back to the people? We are not conquerors that take land. So not like the brazen giant of Greek fame, the Colossus of Rhodes, with conquering limbs astride from land to land. Here at our sea-washed sunset gate shall stand a mighty woman with a torch. Now, does that sound like your mom? She's not a mighty mom that is standing there with a pie, or a mom who is standing there with a teddy bear and a blanket. This is a mighty woman with a torch, whose flame is the imprisoned lightning. The ideas of tomorrow that are happening today. And her name is the mother of exiles. Oh, that's sweet. From her beacon hand glows worldwide welcome. Her mild eyes command the air-bridged harbor that twin cities frame. Those twin cities, the New York harbor, that's New York City and Brooklyn. She's standing there in between the twin cities, and she's welcoming people. But how is she welcoming them? With mild eyes that command. Command what? Command that you listen to what she's saying. Keep your ancient lands and your storied pomp. So in other words, I don't care what your history is. I don't care that you have lords and ladies. I don't care that you went to the right college, the right university. Oh, you have the right papers. Oh, you're in the right guild. You're in the union, so you can do it. I don't care. Keep all of that. Keep your ancient lands and your storied pomp, cries she with silent lips. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. She's saying here, I challenge you. I challenge you. Send all the people that you say can't do it. Send me all of the people that you are holding down because, oh, they're just riffraff. They're not the right people. Oh, they'll never make it. Send those people to me. Send those people to me, the homeless, the tempest-tossed, the people you don't want. Send the garbage that you don't want. Why? So I can hold them? No. Because I lift my lamp beside the golden door. The rays of light reflected behind her that you see in the crown, the rays of light. She's standing behind or next to a golden door. She is a guardian of that door. There is something special on the other side of that door, something behind her that is shining so bright. Send them here because the promise of what you can do, I don't care who you are. If you apply yourself, you'll make it here. That's what America is. That's what the Statue of Liberty stands for. Not this bull crap of we're going to hold everybody who just can't make it and doesn't want to do anything for themselves, and they just want to sponge off of us. That is putting a chain around their legs and a chain and a ball around our children's necks. That's not what the Statue of Liberty stands for. She is the breaker of chains. But she's only letting you through the door. You have to do it. Cruise through history. We're going to be taking you on a cruise next spring. Italy, Greece, Croatia, Israel. It's going to be remarkable. Remarkable. We are almost sold out. The cruise company is offering a $300 discount to sell it out, but it's only this week only. The countries are going to be amazing, but the historic perspective is really what I'm most excited about. David Barton's going to be there, Rabbi Lappin, now Tim Ballard. In addition to my shows with Bill O'Reilly, we've added several shows that are going to illustrate how America was born out of the lessons learned from this region. So you're going to gain great perspective. You're also going to have fun. You're going to meet like-minded people. It's just going to be an incredible